All right. If the YouTube gods are with us, we should be live. Let me refresh my page. All right. We are live. YouTube has given me the thumbs up to go ahead and I guess we'll start. I really don't know where to start. Um, I guess we can start with my ramble or semi rant, and I don't I don't think it really needs any explanation. I thought that my ramble was clear. What's up, baby? Let me go ahead and greet everybody. I guess that's where we start. Black Guru, NJ Prophet. Hey, what's going on, Artisan? Ray Clemens, what's going on? Double C, who hit the dislike button? Eh, not that it matters. Is one day I'm gonna get 1,000 dislikes on a stream. Black Wizard. They said Itmore was kicked out of MGTOW. Yeah, well, whatever. They wasn't even there. What the hell? They have no clue. All they know is Itmore showed up. Brenda W, what's up? Hey, ERX, what's up, man? Checking in. I heard that. Malika, Romney, what's up? Anacetus, what's going on? R. Starworth, Enigma, what's going on? Yeah, I'm ready to make that move, man. Yeah, JBA, yeah, I'm ready. I've been ready, man. It just if it wasn't for COVID, I might have, if it wasn't for COVID, man, I might have just taken my little blue passport and just bounced. Valeri, what's going on? Yeah, she was like a normal person. Yeah, you will blend in. You can go anywhere in the world, be treated like a normal person, man. Outside of this matrix. Millset, what's going on? Light Bearer, what's up, man? C Shields, what's going on? DJ B Side, what's going on? William Webster, what's going on? Brother, truth be told, what's happening? Yeah, you know, yeah, you know how it is. They won't let you leave. I thought I was out, and they pulled me back in. Michael Cavanis, what's going on? Chai, what's going on? Ice, is it Icy Well? What's going on? Tanta Toronto, what's going on? Heathens Rage, what's going on? My Cash App. I gotta go look for it. Um, Dark Knight, what's going on? Q Savage, what's going on? Oliver Wilson, what's going on? Yeah, I figured I basically I made a disturbance in the force, so go ahead and Atlanta Heat. I heard that, man. Then it's not the heat, it's the humidity in the South, man. Two things I don't like about the South: humidity and and mosquitoes. But most of the South was swamp, man. That's what they don't tell you. Most of the South was swamp, but swamp is good for growing rice and sugarcane. Yeah, yeah, it's yeah, man. It's like yeah, you start throwing in, man, because uh out if black conservatives or those kind of conservatives, if they stay on their side and they plant their flag and they're over there, I have no problem with them. You stay over there. but you're trying to mix this stuff in with the manosphere. Then you don't need a black manosphere. You can go over to the white manosphere and do just fine. You don't need to be over here. If that's what you believe about black people, go over there. You don't need a black manosphere. You can be part of the regular manosphere. You don't need to be over here. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's part of the reason why I don't like the South. Yeah. Yeah, you get 101 degrees in the South, man. People start dying because of the humidity. In LA, you get 101 degrees, but the thing is, we don't have the humidity. Uh, they don't even have talking points, man. What they have is brainwashing. They don't even realize the brainwashing that they're under. What's up, Andre? Let me go do a couple things. I knew somebody was going to ask for a cash app. Uh, Let me go find the stuff. Let me put it in the description because no, YouTube videos is automatic to whatever information you want to put in. Um, but as far as the rest of that stuff, for StreamYards, you have to put it in manually. It's not automatic. So let me copy it real quick. And it's where we at. Edit video. Where we at? All right. There's a description. I'm going to paste it in the description and save. So it should show up. You refresh the screen, it should all the contact information, all that kind of stuff should show up. Anyway. Well, so I guess that's where we start. Okay. The reason I put up the video is not to really attack anybody, because if you believe what you believe, but the thing is that exactly what I was talking about. In fact, we are actually talking about it on Kendra's stream, because we were actually talking about a white guy being feeling comfortable enough to actually be on certain streams. Okay. And we were talking about, I said, I hope I don't have to do a series called The Myth of White Manhood. Okay. Because I was actually telling Naima Buckner, who took offense about us talking about Taz and saying about black male self-hatred, which is something she does not understand, because she's not male. And black women and black men go through different experiences. And I was telling her that black male self-hatred shows up in a different form. And it's not normally directed toward women. In fact, it's never directed toward men, which is self-hatred. Exactly what you heard on Bernard Riley's stream is black male self-hatred. And that's where it shows up. That's exactly the way it shows up. And normally, a lot of times, some brothers are from the South. Because they can't prove anything. These Negroes don't read, man. Well, once I started, I'm already committed to do it. So it probably will have to be a series. And it's deep. It's deep. Black self-hate. It's so normally men tend to turn hatred inward and direct it at themselves. The white guys do the exact same thing. When white men show self-hatred, they commit suicide. And white men do it when they can't identify, actually be good with what they identify with, and their beliefs get shaken, they commit suicide. It's come white male suicide is so high. Okay. Black males, we turn it on to other males. It's not females we turn it in on. We turn it in on other males or out groups, or what we feel is out groups. Remember the stories that said Ben didn't what? Oh, have the will until white man came along. Yeah, well, that's ignorance. Well, that is a matter of um, you being socialized. So anytime you hear somebody say something like that without any background, that means okay, you've been taught that. You didn't come up with that on your own, and you believe what you've been taught. And so that's your socialization showing up. So a lot of times when I listen to people, I listen to guys, I listen to, okay, what are you saying and where did it come from? What are you saying and where do you come from? And then why do you believe it? Now, if you come up with your own independent research and you studied it and you read it and you looked at both sides and you compared it, then okay, say, well, you come to that conclusion on your own and it's not what you've been taught, it's your experience. And you can respect that. But a lot of people, a lot of people, like I said, 80% of people, they don't think, man. They just go with what they've been taught. And they pick and choose from what they've been taught. In other words, they just chose the white man special on the menu. It's not even emotional. It's basically brainwashing that they've accepted and internalized, and it just shows up. And they get emotional when it's challenged. Because a lot of times they haven't even dug into the facts. Like when we were actually talking about George Floyd, you didn't even read the account of the other three officers. You didn't even explore what. Yeah, 50 police departments that said what Chauvin did to George Floyd was wrong, and that's outside of their policy. 50 of them. Okay, but the thing is, all you know is what you heard. All you know is you become a Google scholar, and that makes you an expert, and it doesn't. That's just your unstudied opinion. We weren't conquered. We were bred. We were not conquered. And we were not conquered, we were sold. How you conquer people that are sold? Okay. Conquered people don't sold. You kidnapped, they come through, raid a village, they kidnap you, the children or your men or whatever you're going to steal out of that village by force of arms. You take them to the coast and you sell them off. You're sold. You weren't conquered. And not only, and the thing is that black people some conscious folks, conscious black folks to actually push a narrative of victimhood actually said that when it's not true. You weren't conquered, you were sold. And everybody no, and black and white people don't want to admit that because it makes the white man look weak and it makes black people look not only victims but perpetrators. Nobody wants to admit it. You were sold. You were sold and you were bred like animals. They weren't conquered, they were sold. White people did not invade into inland and conquer you. You were sold. You were sold. You were not conquered. You were sold. And the Chicago Rider, get your ass up here, man. Like I said, there's always a nigga want to skate uphill. Ice skate uphill. You want to ice skate uphill today, man? Get your ass on here. Nah, get your ass on here. You want to skate uphill. You always want to skate uphill. Get your ass on. You're a conservative too. Get your ass up here. Get your ass up here. In fact, I'm a pin it. You're first up. You want to skate uphill? So it's me and you right now, Chicago Rider. Get a link. Get your ass up here, man. How do you soul without being conquered? They raid villages. You know how you remember it wasn't too long ago, man. Remember how the Boko Haram raided a village and stole school children, all those women, all those little girls. When you have wars and you are conquered, that's one thing. Okay, conquered means conquered. When you conquer a nation, that means you control it. You go to war. That doesn't mean you're conquered. The prisoner of war, American prisoner of wars in Germany or prisoners of war, they weren't. America was not conquered. And today's money, go look it up, man. Go look it up. It's not a history lesson today. If you want to know in today's money how much they pay for slaves, go look it up. In fact, there's a very good book called the American Slave Coast, where he goes through in mind-numbingly detail exactly how much each state and at different periods paid for whatever slave that they bought, and in fact, he went through the equations of how much they would pay for certain slaves, what crop you need to grow, and what your profit should be, and how long it would take you to actually pay off your debt. You can read Daughters of the Trade is just the first. That's just one, and that's just did with the exchange. The people want you to believe that the white man went to war with the Africans, conquered them, and then extracted the people, and that was not the case. In fact, with Native American slaves, which is something I didn't know when actually reading or listening to it, I had to go back and mark up the book. But the Native American slaves that they captured, they did the exact same thing here in the United States, man. They had warring tribes that didn't like each other. They gave them better weaponry, which they traded people for. So they go in, they fight a war, and prisoner of wars actually got turned into slaves. Never conquered the tribe, never conquered the people, never conquered the tribe, but you do take prisoners, and prisoners of wars got sold off. Walked us on the boat with sugar cubes and mirrors in our hands. Oh God! All right, where would they get mirrors? Not the slave trade was going on for a long time, well before the white man ever got there. All they did was access it. The slave trade had been going on for thousands of years before the white man ever got down there far enough to actually access it. They just took advantage of it. No, they didn't have sugar cubes back then. It was a fight with she was saying they sold us to the white man. Anyway, okay. Did you hand her a couple of books and a couple of articles? Say, go read this. Pat her on the head. Go read this. Am I saying William Webster? I'm not. No, I'm not. Did I say that? In fact, no, they really didn't. There's a good reason. You want to come up with the link is right up there, William Webster. If you want to come up, you want to come up. Once I drop the link, you can come up. If you haven't read anything, don't ask me. I've already put the information out. It doesn't matter whether it doesn't matter whether it's different. Of course, it was different, but how you got here doesn't matter. Should I talk to you, Mr. Fantastic? You can just hit me up on the back. Should I even talk to you, man? And why should I even talk to you? because it's not. This is not a discussion or a debate, and I am not about. And I have said what I said, and I meant what I said. It's not a discussion or debate. So if you want to talk, reasonably, we can. If it's going to be a fight, man, you can go ahead and click off now. Who did I say I dropped the link for, sir? Do you listen? Do you listen? I dropped this link for Chicago Writer because he had a question. It's not a debate. But I'll let you up, see what you got to say. It's not going to be a fight. Because I meant what I said. If I wanted this kind of bullshit, I could go back over to MGTOW. I meant what I said.
Yo, what up?
Ain't no what up. What's going on, man?
What's going on? I mean, hey, I can't greet you, bro.
Huh?
I can't greet you?
You can greet me. I said, what's going on?
I said, what up? You said, ain't no what up, man. Like, shit, I ain't trying to have no fight. I'm trying to have a conversation, brother.
Well, let's have a conversation, man.
All right, what's going on with you?
Huh?
I said, what's going on with you?
I am disgusted. That's what's going on with me.
Okay,
I had to have a long talk with somebody I trust about why I should stay in this space. A long talk.
All because of me?
It ain't just because of you, man. If it was just you, I would just bounce you and keep going.
Okay, well, I mean, just get it off your chest, man.
I got it off my chest, sir.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was a one-way thing. So I mean, I feel like it's a dialogue.
It's not a dialogue. I planted my flag. I said what I said, and that was it. It's not a dialogue.
Oh, okay. So you just you the HNIC. It's just
no,
what you said.
I am HNIC of myself. I have a right to determine where I want to be and what I want to be and where I want to do. If you have a right, you guys have a right to make any kind of space that you want to. I'm not telling you what kind of space that you should or should not make. All I'm saying, if this is what it represents, guess where I'm not going to be.
Well, that's the whole thing, though. Like I said, you want to critique it and criticize it, but then again, you don't like being challenged, man. That's your only issue. You don't like being challenged.
Okay. If the thing is, if you're going to challenge me, if you're going to challenge me, at least fucking read, man. At least know what you're talking about.
That's just the thing, though. You come from that and use the Noogle thing, like you read a bunch of books. Good, great, good for you.
Well, the thing is, if you haven't,
that still doesn't negate my point or what I have. Because
okay, look, like what did I just say?
Well, I'm not trying to overtalk you. I'm giving every time you say something, I shut the fuck up. But I mean, you're not giving me a chance to talk either. So you got to do shit.
In other words, you've made your point clear. Okay, you made your point clear.
Okay, but again, too, you gave a false narrative. You gave a false narrative. You were inaccurate. I gave several sources yesterday to all of my points. Everything you said I didn't do, I actually did do, with things that you can read to back it up.
Did you read the accounts of the other three guys and why they're on trial and what they said?
Why do I have to read that when I'm looking at the evidence for myself? That's the whole point of doing a breakdown.
Because their evidence of what they actually spoke to their officer is evidence, sir. Is it not?
Okay, and it's also evidence about him having the counterfeit bills and the one that I provided from the first officer that got off.
It doesn't. Anything under $1,000 is not a felony.
Does not matter. It's still a breaking of a crime, sir. It's still a crime, right?
See, look, what I'm saying. Let me make it clear, man. Because if it wasn't clear, then I'm gonna make it clear. And this is what 50, in fact, 50 law enforcement agencies, right after they saw it, said the exact same thing that I'm saying. Okay, you have a badge, you have a gun, you have a position. You are there to uphold the law, not break it. You do not have a right to murder a citizen on the street in plain sight in front of cameras.
I agree. I never denied that. I agree with you.
And that is the end of the story. According
That's not the end of the story.
It is the end of the story. Period.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it
That's it.
isn't.
That's
That's
the end of the story.
irresponsible
That's
and
it.
dangerous.
That's
That's
it.
irresponsible
That's
and
it.
dangerous.
That's
Yes,
it. That's it. That's
yes,
it. That is
that is
it. That is
irresponsible and
it. That is
dangerous.
not. That's it. That's all it.
Yes, it is.
You have you you
Can I explain to
you.
you?
Okay, look, man. You know what, man? Guess what we ain't doing?
Well, I mean, damn, man.
That's what we ain't doing. That's what we ain't doing. That's what we're not doing. That's what we're not doing. All right. Officer Charles.
What's up, BGS?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna just say this. Number one, $20 is not gonna break the United States Treasury of one counterfeit bill. Most people don't even know who handles counterfeit money. It's the Secret Service.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're gonna waste your fucking time calling the Secret Service about one $20 bill? Number one, you're really not supposed to arrest anybody for a misdemeanor that did not occur in your presence,
Mm-hmm.
unless it's domestic violence or something substantial.
Mm-hmm.
So he can talk all this shit about crime happening. There's certain shit that they don't want you to do because at that point it's actually it's so menial that you could probably give them a citation.
Mm-hmm.
Or you tell them, hey, I'm gonna submit this fucking dollar. You get the fuck out of here because I'm gonna submit it. Take his name. You give the name to the clerk. You give whatever, if he actually has whatever item he tried to buy, you give it back to the clerk. You
Mm-hmm.
submit the money.
Yeah.
Be done with it. Give the store owner the person's name and date of birth if he wants to file charges, which 99% of the time they won't.
Basically the owner of over the establishment said that all they're doing is following procedure.
No
And
offense.
he said 99 times out of 100 that this is the first time they ever heard of something like this happen over because they run the counterfeit all the time. They said they have a procedure. You find one, you call it in. That's it. You let them know. Okay, we got it. We received a counterfeit $20 bill. They were actually following the procedure they're supposed to follow. Period.
No, 9 times out of 10. I'm sorry to say this, but you know what? That's the same motherfucker who was on a white man's dick.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
we're not even gonna get into all that, man. But I understand what you're saying.
And he just showed his stupidity because number one, you try your best not to become a fucking snobbish elitist with an intellect.
Mm-hmm.
When you try your best to teach people, and that's what I try to do even on my channel.
Mm-hmm.
About black people in law enforcement. The Gray Faulkner Initiative even stated that the relationship between black people and fucking law enforcement has been adversarial through in perception.
Mm-hmm.
So when you actually have a guy who's been in it for a long enough time to tell you that's not how you're supposed to handle that shit. How did all that shit breaks down? Is because you escalated it.
Mm-hmm.
You can de-escalate or escalate the situation.
He's on his stomach in handcuffs. Where is he going?
You're supposed to, and then two, you're not supposed. Okay, let me put it to you this way because I've been reading a shit ton of policies lately.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the Baltimore Police Department put in big bold letters? Chokeholds and any locks around the neck or head are prohibited unless exigent circumstances.
Yeah.
Unless that motherfucker is bear hugging and he's so god awful immensely strong, and I can't fucking shoot him because he's holding another officer. Okay, I could put him in a chokehold, and if he dies, he dies at that moment.
If he dies, he dies.
But people don't read certain shit because number one, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Number two,
yeah.
Does that crime?
Remember, okay, because this was a question, right? Because I asked more than just you, right? Remember when I asked you about the knee and the neck, right? Was it a leading question? or anything like when I asked you? I just asked you, is it in policy to actually, what's the policy of actually putting your knee on somebody, a suspect's neck? That's it.
It's prohibited.
It's prohibited.
It's prohibited.
So he was asking, well, you asked him what kind of leading question did you ask him? I didn't ask him a leading question. I just asked because I wanted to know, because I could have stood to be corrected. Okay,
if almost all police departments ban chokeholds.
Mm-hmm.
Even last night on Arch Channel,
mm-hmm.
and even on my channel the night before, I've explained the two types of chokes. You
mm-hmm.
have what's called a windpipe choke and a carotid choke.
Mm-hmm.
The windpipe choke, which most people will try to attempt, is a choke. It will cut off because you're pressing the front of the neck, the trachea.
Mm-hmm.
So the windpipe. So it's more painful than actually putting you to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why they don't want you to do it, because one, if you're not training in chokeholds like a judo or jujitsu or catch wrestler all the time, you don't know how to properly do it.
You do permanent damage. Yeah.
You can do permanent damage, which means you can collapse or crush the trachea and they will suffocate.
Mm-hmm.
It's painful. When you look at the UFC, if somebody has a forearm to the front of it, that's a windpipe choke. It's not because he's going to sleep, it's because it's painful.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you touch the sides of your neck where your carotids are,
mm-hmm.
that's the reason why they call it a sleeper hold, because that's the fastest choke you can get on the human body.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're pressing against the carotids.
You're cutting off their blood flow.
5 to 10 seconds, that blood flow cuts off their sleep.
Yeah.
That's the best way to put a person to sleep. If you actually train people, because you don't want, and if people actually were trained up to the standard, which we know everybody's not created equal. Sorry, it's not a perfect world.
Mm-hmm.
So you eliminate it. So you try to not be in that fucking jackpot, as they call it in the department.
Yeah.
So when I'm listening to him and he's talking about a crime, is that worth being fucking convicted for murder? That's not worth it. That's at what point was that deadly force anywhere?
Yeah.
At what point? Because I wish he stayed on there. So I'm gonna just ask this. I wish I could have asked this motherfucker.
Yeah, but I know you did, but the thing is that I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, and it's funny.
I don't want to hear it, because I asked him, "Do you read?" No, I don't have to read. Oh no, just because you read a few books and you're a Google scholar or whatever it is, then that doesn't mean anything. And a crime is a crime; it doesn't matter. It's okay, man.
Oh, that's why they have different statutes for crime.
Yeah,
misdemeanors and felonies.
And at the end of the day, they looked at him. All these departments looked at him and said, "Okay, this is." I said, this is not what we do. I mean, but if it was one thing, if it wasn't filmed, you could have said anything. But my God, you did it callously in front of a whole bunch of people.
You did it cavalierly.
Yeah.
And then once again, because I've had to read the use of force and handcuffing procedures, guess what? You're not supposed to put a person on their stomach, because they will actually suffocate.
Yeah.
Under the weight of their own body.
Yeah. If you laid him on the ground because he said he can't breathe, and then you put your knee on his neck.
What it should have done was sit him up. Yeah. I don't know why they got him out the car unless they were going to go see a medic. And even then, you don't put him in a car, tell the medic. You just let him sit on the damn ground.
Yeah.
Sit him up. If necessary, you put your knee, sideways against him so he has something to sit on, or you lean him against whatever, a wall or a car.
Mm-hmm.
Cross his legs, because guess what? If his hands are behind his back and his legs are crossed,
yeah,
it takes a hell of an athlete to get up to that one.
Yeah.
And even the best athletes can't do that.
And plus, you're surrounded by 5 cops.
And I'm just looking at it. How many? And people always, well, what if you were there? Well, I've been in scenarios like this before. I've handled. God damn! I mean, there's almost a crime I didn't handle.
Mm-hmm.
If you named it, I've handled it. Hell, my first ever case was coming out the academy, walking foot down the harbor, was a sex offense.
Mm-hmm.
And a guy, and he was impersonating a police officer at the same time.
Mm.
So imagine you a rookie, your first case is doing that shit.
Yep.
So it's almost like, okay. And then, like, when you look at Fantastic in this argument, I'm like, nigga, you got to come better than that.
Yeah,
you got to come better than that.
Yeah, well, even when I mentioned, I said, did you read the transcripts of the well, I read the evidence. Did you read the transcripts of the other officers, training officers that were with him, that said that they actually advised him to set him up because according to procedure, and he ignored it. Well, I didn't have to read it. Well,
Because he got his PhD in Google.
Well, that and it was personal.
Well, yeah, it was. What I'm saying is, if you know the guy, you work with the guy, you see that it's George, you see it's a fucking counterfeit $20 bill. Most obviously, if it was Officer Charles, he knew the dude. He just reached in his pocket, pulled out $20 bill. Man, hey man, we'll just take care of it.
You would have done something to clear the crime.
Clear the crime. Untrack. Hey man, hey George, put him in the front seat with me, okay? So I can talk.
May not have known it was a $20 bill. We don't always look at them bills like that.
Well, the thing is, the owner of the store said what happened was way overblown of what typically happens, and he said he can't understand that. He said normally, because they said normally when they call it in, said normally the people have left the store and left the location. He said, and why the people are still sitting across the street, he doesn't know, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know whether they even asked him about the $20 bill or anything like that. They just pulled him out of the car. You basically did a felony stop for a misdemeanor because because you had your gun drawn.
Mm.
Why the fuck do you have your gun drawn first?
That's what I'm talking about. So none of this makes sense, and a lot of this stuff was way over escalated. Basically, what is Chauvin showing up for? I know he's a training officer for a counterfeit bill. And
see, first and foremost, that's not even close. Oh, this guy gave me a counterfeit 20.
Mm-hmm.
I would just say, look, what do you want to do, sir? Do you want to report this? Do you want to report? What do you want to do? Well, it's already done with. I'm gonna just throw this in the trash or whatever. Do you got the guy's name? No, he left. Okay, it's nothing. It's okay. Let me just be even blunt about this. A lot of times they're not even writing a report about this shit because it's so menial.
Yeah, I mean, because they walked right out of the store and walked right over to his car. How did they know it was him? I mean, you spotted him. Okay, it's a black guy. They knew who he was. It's obvious they knew who he was.
Yeah.
And the police officer even tried to plead guilty. He was working on a plea deal before the feds got in. So he even knew he did something wrong.
Yeah.
It fell apart before the feds got involved and Ellison got involved. The deal fell apart, but he was looking at trying to work a plea deal.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, they knew it was wrong when he did it. That's what I understand. It's if you actually follow the case and read the transcripts and see how it plays out, okay, it's wrong. What they did was wrong. They knew it was wrong at the time. So trying to say that it mattered and he caused it and he was at fault, okay, it's a crime. Okay, it's a crime. Is that how you handle it? Is it worthy of you? Like I said, like Charles said, is it worthy of you being up for murder charges over some bullshit like this?
And also too, you got to remember he threatened the girl who was filming. So he was trying to get it off film because you can see as she's filming. He says he threatens to mace her, I believe.
Yeah.
It's another thing. Guess what you can't do and guess what you can't legally do.
Threaten people like that.
No, you can't legally tell somebody to shut their phone off if they're recording you.
No,
really?
Because you're a public servant going about your rounds, and citizens have a right to monitor the people that they pay for.
Now,
in public,
here's the case. If I'm doing something and you're too close, I can tell you to back up. I don't give a shit if you're recording. No, I got a body cam any damn way. It's recording any fucking way. So
Yeah, I
if you're
understand that.
if you're coming up close to me while I'm arresting somebody or handling something, I'm gonna tell you, step back, or you're gonna be hindering to a police investigation.
Right.
I don't care if you record, but you got to record at a distance. But if you keep doing it, yeah, you're subject to arrest at that
Yeah.
moment.
I mean, even if okay, even if it's something like it's a violent crime, right? Most people, if you committed a violent crime, you went and shot up a whole bunch of folks, and you decided to administer some street justice, people will say, okay, the cop was wrong, but guess what? On this one, we're gonna turn our heads.
Mm-hmm.
And people do it all the time. Okay. We're going, okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah, the cop was wrong, but this motherfucker deserved to die. And he administered some street justice, and we're gonna overlook this one, right? But the thing is that I was trying to get him to understand that no matter what George did, right? No matter what he did, I said, in this country, that with the laws that we passed, the bottom line of this country, a police officer, there's sworn police officers in uniform cannot actually murder somebody in plain sight, man. Basically, you defiling the uniform by doing some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at what point do I need to put my knee on the neck?
Yeah.
Then that's the reason why I came up with the saying when I ask people, "Are you black?" and they'll say, "Yeah," because I can tell you always argue with the experts. Like, only black people have to argue with experts. Like,
Yeah.
it's fucking amazing. Like,
Yeah.
why do you think? Oh yeah, here's another thing I was reading with policy. You have a duty to de-escalate, meaning, nobody's gonna say anything bad about a guy who's trying to fight the police, or the police have to fight him from trying to hurt somebody else.
Right.
Everybody's cool with that. But once he's down or done, or you got him under control, and the guy wants to keep hitting him, you got to pull the guy off of him.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't, guess what? You'll be fired.
Yeah.
Or you'll be charged. If not fired, you'll be charged. Departmentally, maybe criminally.
But at best, wasn't that just passively resisting that he was doing? Because you got to think, he was in handcuffs, 30 seconds in the encounter, and in handcuffs the rest of the time.
Yeah.
So what? The only thing you can say he was resisting on was
this
he
is
didn't get
passive. This is passive resistance. Passive resistance is dropping your weight, or just doing that. So it's like he's not even really doing that because they had him in the car.
He's in the car, he's complaining of not being able to breathe, or he's claustrophobic. You could have just shut the door and took him down if that's really what you wanted to do.
And then on top of that, where was the medic called? If he's claustrophobic, you play the game.
Mm.
Everybody for God's green earth. I'll give you an example if you don't mind me telling the story.
Oh, they ended my broadcast. Ain't that a bitch?
Oh, really?
Yeah. YouTube just ended my broadcast. Oh no, that's something else. No, okay, that's something else. Okay. We're still on.
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
still going. Because
Okay.
I got it on mute.
All right.
Here's the story. About to get off in about 10 minutes from shift. Get a call around 6:45, 6:40. Get a call. Guy put a knife up to his pregnant girlfriend's neck. Of course, the cowardly bastard runs off the house. Uses the little card that's connected to her phone. So, reading the message, he's still nearby. I get a picture of him. See him walking into this gas station, this little convenience store. Of course, go over there. Somehow my gun's pointed at him. Hey, you might want to get on the ground right now. Why are you pointing the gun at me? Because you put a knife to a pregnant woman. I don't know what the hell you're gonna do to me. Mm. So, if you want to live, I will get on the ground right now. Of course, I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, I arrest him and search him. He's got her card on her with her name and her mail and all that shit.
Oh wow!
So as soon as we wait for the wagon, This guy wants to try to fall. We seatbelt him because all the wagons now have cameras, including the body camera. The wagon has the camera in all the so many spots in the vehicle. So the guy, of course, somehow he unbuckles himself and then falls on the floor, talking about, oh, he's hurt, he can't move, he can't breathe.
Okay.
So of course we have the doors open. We're looking at him. You got about 7, 8 cops. You got about 5 cops there, looking at this dumb motherfucker. Like we're not recording. Like the van wasn't recording when you got in it. So we're like, okay, we're gonna play the game. We're gonna call the medic, just in case they hold your ass, just by the small margin. I'm gonna write a warrant for your ass anyway. But the doctor knew he was full of shit and cleared him. So you gotta play the game. If the guy's hurt and he's legitimately hurt, oh well, that's not your call. If he's fucked around and bullshitting, oh well, it's not your call. Play the game.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's why you have procedures. And he's a training officer. He's 18 years in. He's a training officer with subordinates. Okay.
Who called that motherfucker a training officer?
the Minnesota, the city of Minnesota, evidently, Minneapolis actually did.
You know, one of the strictest places to get a fucking commission, a police commission?
Where?
Maryland.
Oh. Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. Washington, D.C., yeah, I would suspect it would be.
It's like, it's really, really, like, if you got a cop in Maryland, they pretty much can be police anywhere. Like, there is almost no fucking, especially in Baltimore, Jesus Christ, there's like almost no crime you don't know how to handle. So I'm just looking at some of these cities and I'm like,
I mean, yeah, you know, the thing is that I might disagree with something, right? I might disagree with something. First thing I'm gonna do, no matter how I feel, I'm gonna read about it because I may be wrong. And people don't like that I know you, Charles. They don't like that I know you, especially with something like this. Because I know who you got your information from. God damn, he's a 13-year veteran of a police force.
Next month I'll make 14.
Next month. What do you expect me to do? I have an expert. You don't expect me to use him? It might not be across the board. I said, I didn't ask him how Minnesota handles their arrest or their procedures. I asked him, Charles, how do you handle it in Baltimore? Is this typical? Because a lot of times when one police force finds about a procedure that could damage people, they will actually be uniform across the country for a very particular reason. They don't want to get lawsuits.
Exactly. Okay? I mean, it's
correct.
I mean, it's pretty much if you. Okay, here's the funny shit. You know how I passed the sergeant's test last year?
I
didn't study. I just said, what does the department don't want me to do?
Oh, okay.
Oh, you don't want me to do this? Okay, that ended up being the answer. Oh, you don't want me to do this? That's the answer.
Yeah, but the thing is, you didn't have to study because you're continuously reading, which is most people don't do. They just follow what other people do. But you continuously read up on procedures and stuff like that, so you already knew what the answers were because you continuously read policy and what the procedures are.
Exactly. Do you know how many policies have changed within a year?
More than 1,000.
I mean, you literally got a fucking policy from uniforms to medical to use of force. Not only just use of force, also level 3 use of forces.
Is that a lethal force?
Level 3, which is usually something like anything from deadly force situations, excessive force, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they have a gun then.
They actually created 2 units for police involved shootings. 2 units investigate.
Somebody's got some horrible buzz in their mic. Okay, is that you, Jeff?
Hold on, yeah, can you hear me?
Well, I hear you. What I'm saying is, we getting. Are you near something?
We're getting a horrible buzz.
You're getting horrible feedback. So you got something plugged in that you're near. You're on your laptop and it's plugged in, or what's going on? Every now we get
going now though. Yeah, now.
Okay.
No, I mean I was hearing that like a beep noise or something.
Okay.
Yeah, should be good now.
So it's funny because it's like they even have 2 units now that investigate police-involved shootings.
Mm-hmm.
The special, what is it, search and homicide, which is special investigations response team. So you have literally 2 fucking units.
Mm-hmm.
And matter of fact, when it comes to body-worn cameras, there's a reason why they started doing all this Wi-Fi in our vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And switching a lot of the cameras because they're putting GPS in it for when it's on.
Mm-hmm.
And they have new capabilities when it's on. It can live feed to a computer where the supervisor can act.
Okay, now she view it. Okay. Can you hear you? Charles, you still there? Still there?
Charles, you still there?
Can you hear me?
So how difficult
we
is it
hear
to
you
become
now.
a cop?
I said, as a matter of fact, I was reading up on the policies for the body-worn cameras. Did you know they put all this Wi-Fi in our vehicles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they can actually start live feeding when we turn the cameras on
Okay.
to the supervisor's phone or computer or tablet.
Mm-hmm.
So when they can see what's going on, just in case, and it's also just in case if we have an active shooter, they can make decisions in real time. Excuse me. And did you also know they also have a Wi-Fi for the camera to be activated when you pull your gun out the holster?
Oh, really? Okay.
That's what they're building in now.
Okay.
But what do I know? It's not like I'm an expert in this shit or anything.
But then again, how do you locate like a location for like crime and all that though? Because don't you got to know like every map like back of your head?
Okay, if you drive the same streets over and over on a daily basis for 8 to 10 hours, guess what you have in the back of your head?
A map.
Basically like a map.
A map.
Now, what was your question originally?
Yeah, I was basically asking like, how do you know all the maps, like where all the things are happening? But I guess, BGS answered it.
Because niggas call. Because niggas call you and say, "I need help at this location."
Oh yeah.
Because and eventually, if you don't, like, for example, one of the most confusing districts in Baltimore is the Northern District. So is the Northeast. The North is the second biggest. The Northeast is the biggest. Like, put it to you this way: it's so damn big, you put literally the Eastern and Western in the fucking district, and you'll still have enough room to make another district. So when you go around it, this is how it was when I first began. They gave you a post map instead of and say good luck with it. Now you got GPS and you got people actually helping.
Is it like automatically like punch in the GPS and it shows you where you need to go?
Well, that's called your phone.
Yeah. Well,
the reason why they put GPS on your camera is to know where were you during this crime and during this incident.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I'm bad with the maps.
So once you work your sectors and your district long enough, you'll get the hang of everybody where everything is.
And you probably even know who the person doing it is when they make the call.
Sometimes, yeah.
Most time. Oh, we got to go over here again. Okay.
People talk about black crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a lot of crazy ass white people. It's just one family, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll go to the house and they were like, "Oh, such and such called again." Yes, bitch. Okay, you call us one more time. We emergency petition your ass because we know the name and we know the family. But once again, everybody got this belief that black people are the only people that have this criminal genetics or something. Like these niggas actually believe, and Drake told many it was real. Like these niggas will be like, you know what? There's something wrong with him. He want to escape. But like I asked, doesn't it sound very similar to like that dude crime? And like for some odd reason, people don't actually study the cause of crime. The cause of crime is the lack of opportunity and hopelessness.
Yeah. And
time and proximity.
Mm-hmm.
So when you don't have this is the easiest way to debunk that black crime shit. When black people get jobs, does crime go down?
Yes.
Yes.
When white people get jobs, does crime go down?
Yes.
So when everybody loses their job, does everybody act a plumb damn fool?
Depends.
What we're looking at right now, yes, they do.
So
Kill themselves.
Well, also, we went through how many days of riots, Jeff?
I mean, I'm Korean. I'm seeing like these like riots all like one like what is it like on May or something like that? Something about like
I know. What is it? Will you think these people got out in the streets just because of George Floyd?
no,
No, not like that.
So in other words, why did they riot and loot for like weeks on end? What do you think that was about? Huh?
Perhaps like the mask or something. I don't know.
No, they didn't have jobs. They had hopelessness. They were frustrated being staying inside.
Oh, you're right. You went to lockdown. Oh, my fault, though. My fault.
They had all the things I just named, right?
Yes.
Proximity, hopelessness, lack of opportunity.
Yeah.
So when you have, and they had time.
And time. Just think, Jeff, if they hadn't given these people the extra $600 a month in unemployment and the $1,200 in stimulus, guess what do you think would have happened?
We'd be doing firebombs like that.
Exactly.
We go mad.
Yeah. I mean, you look what happens in Asia when they take away opportunity.
In China and all that, yeah.
China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea.
They rebelled, yeah.
You name it. France, the UK, Spain.
I'm Korean.
I mean, look at what happened in France when they had their riots, and I mean years ago. They have a large Muslim community. They actually have Sharia law in certain little sectors of the fucking cities in Paris. So when they were mad, especially during that Arab Spring shit, and they were getting frustrated, you had riots. Why? Because they were losing control. They had hopelessness. Yeah. And if you do the same thing with black people, see, black people are the little white lab mice to everybody in America. We're always people don't understand this shit. They always get in their emotions and, oh my God, we're people too. No, duh, fuck it. Guess what? Somebody's got to be the testers.
Yeah, the test dummies. Yeah.
So when you look at it, and people look at when I read the initiative on my show, I'm like, the reason why you want more black police is because you would cap mass incarceration. You would cap a lot of this hopelessness. Why the fuck would you allow somebody not from your community to take money from your community and then police you in your community? That's not of you. That makes no offense to the Korean brother, that would not happen in any Asian fucking community.
I mean, I'm Korean.
No, that wouldn't happen.
What state do you live in?
Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Pennsylvania. Well, not exactly the biggest Korean community in the world, in the United States.
But you know one thing about the Korean community? They have a very powerful network and association.
Yeah, they do. They extend all the way back to South Korea.
Correct. So when you look at this shit, because guess what? We had a fucking district commander removed.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Jeff. Where's the biggest Korean community in the United States, Jeff?
I'm not even sure on that one though.
Los Angeles.
I was just about to guess California or something.
Yeah, Los Angeles. Guess how far I live from the biggest Koreatown in the United States.
You live near, right? Not that far.
Like 5 miles.
Yeah, not that far then.
Yeah, so I'm well aware of the Korean community in Koreatown and how they interact, and they're patient. They you look at what's going on in Orange County and what's going on in Los Angeles. They slowly move themselves up the chain.
That's why I want to move to in California. I don't know how the living conditions right there right now though.
The living conditions are fine. The money that you have to spend is not. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking.
Especially if you want to live in Koreatown.
Yeah, I can understand that. I'm getting paid minimum here.
Oh yeah.
I work
Yeah.
minimum wage jobs.
Yeah. Well, you have an association, man. You'll move up. They'll make sure that you move up, which is something that I respect. I have no problem with it. The thing is that what Charles is saying is that they like being policed by others, but no, they don't. But eventually, they know that they're actually going to start having more and more people that look like them police their own area.
Yep.
Yep, which is what they do. Which is why in Orange County you see a lot of city councilmen in Orange little districts in Orange County that have names that are not American or white or black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I was going to add too, with regards to what you all were talking about with regards to crime. When Work Disappears is a great book that discusses that phenomenon.
Oh yeah, well, William Julius Wilson.
Yep. He talks all about like, hey, you look at violent crime rate, you adjust for jobs. It's basically no difference between race once you adjust for joblessness.
If who's the most corrupt cops in the world? Everybody knows it there.
Mexico.
Mexico. Guess what you find in Mexico?
Fuck them. I will never. That shit. The only thing that probably would save my ass is because I'm a cop.
They're basically why are the cops that corrupt in Mexico? It's because of poverty.
Cartels.
Because they don't get paid shit.
No, they were before the cartels were even there. Mexico.
Those cops don't get paid shit.
Don't get paid shit.
Guess what was one of the most corrupt fucking police departments in America?
Chicago?
Nope.
LAPD.
Nope.
Who?
New Orleans.
Oh, New Orleans.
Yeah.
The best thing to happen, kind of, for that department of rehab, was Katrina.
Oh, because they had to come in and clean it out. No.
Yeah, because they had to clean it out and redo everything. They used to when you pay your cops.
Are you driving, sir? Okay, there you go. All right.
When you pay cops like $28,000, but you give them all this power and authority.
Yeah.
That's why people be like, well, this cop's making $100,000 or $200,000 in overtime. Is it legal? Is it? So shut the fuck up. Stop pocket watching. If he doesn't do it that way, what's the alternative to make money?
In other words, you're paying him to be honest. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. You're paying him to be honest and do an honest day's work. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's just like if a nurse does overtime, I don't give a shit. I don't pocket watch.
Yeah.
Well, this is like a stress, basically, right? This course, like 10 years ago or something. Yeah. Like, when you first start out, like in a police force, like they get paid, like just barely less than like $20,000, and like all these like abuse going on, and then like they get stressed out. It's basically like a pay. Basically, that's like kind of like one of the reasons why they become corrupt and like that.
One, we call it police department. Nobody uses police force since fucking RoboCop. Two, you got to pay people because one, you're asking people to do a very dangerous job.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what was the idiot who said. Remember that idiot a long time ago saying being a police officer isn't dangerous? And why aren't you doing it?
What? I mean, is it the most dangerous job in the world? No, it's not.
Probably not. No.
But are you in bodily danger? Of course you are. Firemen and police, it's a dangerous job. That's like only certain people can do it.
Yeah,
correct. I mean, you're like a target, basically like if one's a bank robber and if you're a cop, and then like, who's the bank robber is going to target? The guy in the blue uniform, obviously.
The bank robber or the common criminal is basically that's a problem, right? Okay, well, you expect that. That's a small percentage of the population, basically. But the thing is, the reason you want to keep a contract between the people and the cops is because cops are marked. They're in a uniform. They're in a car. And if, say, the populace want to all of a sudden target all police, right?
Right.
They can't hide. And basically, they're driving around crowded neighborhoods. They don't know where the shot's going to come from. The worst kind of warfare to fight is urban warfare.
Which is the doctrine of warfare we're under right now. Just for all you military people checking, keep the notice.
Yeah. That's the worst kind of warfare because you have solid buildings, you have multiple places to hide. There's opaque. You have rooftops. You got all kinds of shit that that's negative as far as protecting yourself. So it's a trust between the people and the police officer. You're going to come in and be and actually provide order for us, and we're going to allow you to do. We're actually going to obey your orders and obey your authority. Because when people don't, you get riots. You want to riot?
On top of that, there's a reason why. If you're willing to shoot or fight a cop or try to kill a cop, that means you'll try to do it to anybody.
To anybody, yeah.
And for even though I'm not supposed to look in the chat, but I'll answer a few questions. How much is enough to pay a cop? Depends on what your city or your township or can afford.
It's all about geography.
And then on top of it, it's the cost of living in that area. Is a cop going to make more than a teacher? Fuck yeah. Sorry.
Should.
Yeah. Well, it's a different job.
You have to have a degree to be a police officer now.
Depends on where depends on
where.
LAPD, you have to have a degree.
In like Schuylkill County, if I heard, like you need to have like 60-hour
Yeah.
experience or something.
No.
Like
4 year.
Yeah, you have to have a bachelor's in something.
Baltimore, no. And it's funny because policing is not about a degree; it's about experience.
Yeah,
that's what it really boils down to. It because you'll get some people with degrees and you'll be like, yo, you need a fucking refund. And if you can handle the job, you can handle the job. Once again, like when you're in the academy, you're getting college courses anyway. You basically get college credits. That's what you're getting. You're getting college credits. Like when I wanted to finish my degree, I got credits from Coppin, BCCC, and the police academy. So you're going to college. You're basically going to college anyway. You got law professors and working lawyers teaching you law anyway. You have English teachers from college teaching you how to write reports. So it really doesn't matter.
Don't you agree it's about intuition too?
We barely hear you.
I said, when you agree it's about intuition as well.
Okay, you say, wouldn't we agree about intuition as well?
No, yeah, I said what Mr. Charles said. I would also add intuition.
Okay.
You develop an intuition doing that. I'm just guessing. I'm probably going to be his dad. I was doing it when they started out with 38s.
Okay, you're a former police officer?
Yeah.
Okay. Where, if you don't mind us, what part of the country?
I don't want to say again. You asked me that once before, and I'm not trying to.
I mean, I'm not saying city, state, but what area of the country? South, north, west?
I'm southeast.
Southeast. Okay. All right.
Let me throw this in real quick because this is what made me jump in. Charles already answered, and I'm not going to try to beat a dead horse.
Okay.
This ain't nothing this is something that a lot of people are not talking about, and he brought it up.
Okay.
And I asked to jump in the chat, and he jumped in and said it. So I was like, okay, not much for me to say.
Okay.
What he brought up about the Secret Service, very few people know that. They know the structure of who's allowed to investigate subject matter. It's called subject matter jurisdiction.
Okay.
And where I'm at now, how they doing it now, it's been some years, but if you walk in anywhere with a counterfeit bill, right?
Okay.
We won't touch it because we didn't have subject matter jurisdiction.
Okay.
We and nobody's talking about did those cops even have jurisdiction to deal with that.
Okay.
The federal, it's federal crime, not a state crime or a local crime.
Okay.
So, when you start talking about the issue we had was because of the strip clubs, the issue we had with counterfeiting was you have to prove criminal intent. You can't prove that the person with the counterfeit 20 won the victim who just left the blue flame. He didn't know. How does the average person know it's counterfeit? You can't prove the intent. So we weren't allowed to deal with it. What we would do was tell the store owner, let's say it's counterfeit, and tell the person if they were still there, you gotta, give them some more money, let them check it. If we can make it right, we could do that. But we're not going to charge them, and then everybody go on their way. We would take the money,
right?
Turn it into evidence. We didn't really get involved because of the subject matter jurisdiction,
right?
So for it to escalate into while somebody haircut.
We can barely hear you. You dropped your voice dropped off, so we can barely hear you.
Hold on. Let me turn around a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
We can barely hear you for the last 30 seconds. We can't hear you.
I think it just cleared up on my side.
Okay, go ahead. Repeat what you said for the last 20 seconds,
Okay.
if you can.
What I was saying was because of the subject matter jurisdiction, we didn't get involved because we really didn't have the criminal intent, and it was out of our subject matter. It was federal.
Okay.
So you had to prove that the person knew that they were passing on a counterfeit bill, which the average person didn't.
Yeah.
You know, was counterfeit either. Because they used a lot of the strip clubs they would pass the counterfeit money to the strippers along with the money. The average person didn't know. They had no idea they had counterfeit money.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say because a lot of people not hearing that in the media and in conversations.
Now that's a very good point. No one's ever said that he was involved in an operation. They just said he passed a counterfeit bill. You don't know if you knew it was counterfeit.
That doesn't mean you knew you were committing a crime, which is the intent. You gotta have intent to commit a crime, the mental state.
Yeah, which they never asked him about.
Right.
At least not to my knowledge.
Even if he did, it's still not a local matter.
I mean, could you arrest him over the counterfeit money? Yes, but it's like this. It's like this. Am I gonna waste my time trying to arrest this guy for $20? Now I could see if you had over like $500 and you're trying to defraud somebody.
Mm-hmm.
If you got over $10,000 of counterfeit, yeah, you're gonna have to come with us, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be arrested. And then after that, you contact one of the Secret Service agents who handle it, because a lot of people don't know that the Secret Service handles counterfeiting.
I thought even 1 cent gets you arrested.
Huh?
I thought even like a 1 cent were involved counterfeit would just get you arrested.
No, not really. It's a misdemeanor.
It's a misdemeanor. You're not supposed to arrest a person over a misdemeanor that didn't occur in your presence.
Right.
Right. And like the master teacher said, how does this escalate something that may not even be where the local police have jurisdiction, is what I'm saying. How does this escalate with a handcuffed person into a use of deadly force? That was ridiculous for anybody even trying to think about that. And I'll admit, I'm a person that sometimes have the conservative talking points, but I don't even see how somebody that's halfway conservative could even, when I listened to your last thing, man, it was really touching. I'm like, how would you even justify that?
Okay, I can tell you the reason why. BGS, what it always used to say for almost 4 years.
What's that?
How many times we need more cops in the community from our community?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, the thing is that what you find out is that Chauvin knew you work with this dude, man. He's not a stranger. You know if that dude is dangerous or not. You work with him. You work for 2 years. You work side by side with this dude as a security guard. You know him.
But the owner also said too, when they did like club nights, they'd have hip hop nights. She said he was very aggressive with basically black people.
Yeah.
So you saw that aggression with how him handling that situation.
Yeah, I'm saying is
go ahead.
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
No,
I was going to say this. Look, image is everything. Because if I come from a black community and I'm a black man myself,
mm-hmm.
will I be able to sympathize or empathize with the community? I'm going to empathize.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you a good story. There was a fucking group of like college students who rented out this hall in the church
mm-hmm.
at this party with a bunch of college students. It's funny. All the black officers didn't have an issue with it. The kids were actually super respectful. When we told them not to be in the street, they were like, okay, we're sorry, sir. Thanks for looking out. When they parked their cars on the lot of the Wendy's, we said, hey, they're about to tow your cars. And they made an announcement. They were like thanking us because they didn't have to get their fucking shit out the impound.
Mm.
They're like, oh man, y'all cool as shit. Thank you, sir. But as soon as our sergeant, guess what color he was? You don't know? What? Comes there. Oh no, we gotta call the We got to call the fire marshal and all this other stuff and shut this down.
Mm.
So, by him shutting it down, right?
Mm-hmm.
It aggravated people. So people start bumping into each other, and guess what it caused? It caused a fight.
Mm-hmm.
And two dudes started fighting. So one of the security officers, got into it, and they end up on top of him, and they're still fighting each other. So I break them apart. Funny as shit is when I pushed the one guy, who pushed me? I did. Oh, okay.
You better be glad it was you, huh?
He was like, "Oh, who pushed me?" Oh, I was like, "You take one more step, I'm gonna wrap this Espantina around your goddamn neck." And he was like, "Okay, sir, I'm gonna walk." Good job. And I'm looking at it, and this guy wanted to be an ass, my sergeant at the time. And I'm looking at him because I'm calling for units. Why did units that came 2 miles up beat him when him and 3 other officers were inside trying to close down the damn hall, and I was trying to get some help to break these guys up. And he wanted to be a smart ass, so I just asked him. I said, normally I don't do this, but you do know that you were the closest officers to me, and if I write this 95, and that would be a neglect of duty and cowardness because you didn't help me when there was a active fight going on. And that's the one time you make your sergeant say you have a good day. So when you have that person who understands, kids, they had a party the night before when he wasn't working. What we did was we decided every hour we would switch out. We would park the car in the middle of the street, which then had enough clearance for cars to go. Literally, you had 2 lanes of traffic, and you had enough for cars to get past us. We would sit there and watch, make sure there's no fights, no nothing. They were respectful. Because you have somebody outside that community and culture who does not understand that culture, I've read it several times, and I'm going to pimp the fucking channel out. Subscribe to Charles Faulkner Jr., just saying. But
you can always pimp your channel out. You need to put in a link so they can go to your channel.
Oh, that's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to do that. But that's the issue, that every time I read these cases, I'm like, this is a culture shock. It's a clash of cultures, number one. You can't keep saying that. You can't keep looking for other people to look at your humanity when you don't look at it first. Like, why don't you promote more black men being police in your fucking communities? You already have this negative thinking process that you put a black man in position of power, you can't trust him because you still love that white power struggle over your body and your life.
Yeah. Let me read out a couple of cash apps. I want to thank people. Kareem, thank you for the cash app. Sango said for fuck that Negro. Cash app. Our Jizzle, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app. All right, continue. Brother, truth be told, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app.
Okay, I got to get my link. People want me to pimp my shit out.
What you nigga, like you ain't been pimping it out, but yeah.
I'm about to put that channel on the host roll.
I heard that.
Shit. There's the link to the channel right there. There's the goddamn link. I got 902 subscribers. Let's get to a goddamn 1,000 people by today. Shit. Them cigars and cognac doesn't buy itself, goddammit.
I heard that. Mr. Imp, if you want to say something, jump in. Because I know you're driving.
About the yes, I am driving. That's why I have my mic muted.
Okay.
So about the police situation, I would have joined the police force a long time ago. My mom wanted me to join the police force, but she's no longer here. My main reason for not joining is for being a traitor to the black community if I was to join the police force. That would make me a traitor by default, which is why I don't want to join the police force.
Why is that? So why is that? Why would it make you a traitor by default? I'm just curious about your reasoning. Okay, he's Borging right now because Charles believes the opposite. Because just we're not judging you. We just want to know what your argument is.
Well, I'm sure it's the typical the rhetoric of people in the community who are going to look at police as
as the enemy, sell out.
I'm sure that's where it comes from.
Well, it could be, but the thing is, I want him to actually articulate it. So if you get your signal cleared up, come on back and articulate your reasoning. All right. Okay. The link's in the chat. If you guys want to join, it's your time.
I was going to quickly add BGS too. The other thing I noticed when I watched a quick few minutes, like I said, only a few minutes when you were up there. The other thing is, I don't know if they ever talked about the conflicting autopsy reports.
Oh yeah.
The state, I think it basically lied and said, combination of these things. This is, independent guy comes and says, hey, he died of asphyxiation. Someone put his, he couldn't breathe.
Mm-hmm.
People seem to have looked past that a little bit.
Okay, it's okay. If it would be one thing if it wasn't on camera. It'd be one thing if he was the initial arresting officer. I could have even accepted if he was, he's big dude. He was fighting. Okay, he was already in cuffs. You had five police officers. He's laying on his stomach. He's not going anywhere. He has to be laid down because he has to be laid down on the ground because he couldn't breathe. So you're gonna put actually restrict his airflow by putting a knee on his neck.
Number one, you don't even put a person on the ground because they don't breathe, because you gotta raise them up so they can actually get the air, keep them sitting up.
Yeah.
And I don't, was there
you're borging out, Charles. Your signal's going out.
Oh no, they try to cut me because I'm talking real shit. But
are you too far away from the mic or what? Because it sounds like.
What about now?
That's better, a lot better.
It's so many things that was done wrong. Like, because I'm pretty fucking sure if you look at this guy's background, he was one of those gun-ho Top Gun motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas though the job made him, he didn't make the job.
Mm-hmm.
And my whole thing about people talking about you're a traitor to the black community, I'm gonna say this. I'm in contrary. I think you're a traitor to the black community because you don't serve the community.
Okay.
You allow somebody else to come in your goddamn community and police you like they know what's better and what's going on in your community. Mm-hmm. That's almost cowardly. And I'm not talking about anybody specifically, but to join the police department in your community is one of the greatest honors you can give your community. But yet, once again, you wonder why we don't have any true power, because black people are always afraid to take it. But yet,
we've been socialized to think of cops as the enemy, and
it's adversarial.
It's adversarial, and that I'm saying that's why I wanted him to actually articulate what he was saying. Where does it come from? Because it could come from someplace else. That's why I want him to articulate.
That's the reason why I'm not quick to jump on him, because everybody has their reasoning. I'm not here to change anybody's minds and hearts unless they want it to be changed. But I'm just here to listen to the reasoning. But to me, if you want to avoid shit like this, you're gonna have to, because guess what? When we got a call and somebody's accosted and they speak Spanish, what's the first thing they're going to do? They're going to get a Spanish-speaking officer. If it's someone who's Korean, they're going to get a Korean-speaking officer. Because one thing, even when it's like a sexual assault, guess what they're going to do? And it's a female, they're going to get a female officer on that scene. Because anything you can relate to gives you a sense of comfort.
Yeah. Yep.
I was going to quickly ask too, Charles. You being a police officer, don't you develop instincts for this type of stuff too? After a point, like, hey, this guy can tell just by his movements, his voice, all that, all those intangibles. This guy's very dangerous. This guy's not.
You could tell sometimes. I mean, your common sense do be tingling. Oh my God, my bullshit superpowers. Oh shit. That's about bullshit. Because when you say things, your body gives off certain tells. Your movement gives off certain tells. I will ask you to say the same thing over and over and over to see if it changes. Because if someone was really needing help, guess what? They're not going to wait 12 hours to call you, are they? Even for accident. Like, I'll give you an example. Years ago, I had a lady asking for an accident accident report. Goddamn COVID. It's not COVID, okay? It's not COVID.
Okay, so you say, have you been tested?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
It's not that shit. But she wanted the accident report, and she said she parked her car here and someone hit it. Hit her mirror. I'm looking down at the ground like, if somebody hits your mirror, where's the broken glass? Where's the pieces of plastic? Where's all this shit? Common sense shit. You know, that superpower that's so rare? And I'm like, I'm not giving you this goddamn report. Like, but I need this report. No. What happened was probably you fucking hit somebody's shit and damaged your shit. Because number one, why is all the damage on the back of your mirror and not the front if somebody sideswipe you going down a one-way street? Well, I want to talk to your supervisor. He probably doesn't want to talk to you, but here, I'll call him. And they were like, oh, go fuck that. That's like, so you develop some instincts and some common sense, you know, when you're like listening to people when they said, I didn't steal anything from that lady. How did you know it was a lady you stole that was stolen? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. The reason I'll actually articulate it for you. Okay. What Charles is trying to say, how is it better to fight the cops or control the cops? Which is better? You want a cop that looks like you, or you want a cop that doesn't look like you if you get stopped? I mean, it's obvious. It shouldn't be, it's not rocket science.
It shouldn't it be both? You know, like, I know police, they answer to higher command, and higher command answers to like the mayor. So wouldn't it be best to get in like the political aspect to control the police department? I mean, it's also great to have cops too, like to have black cops. I'm not saying
let me ask you a question, Onyx.
Yes.
If you get stopped, red lights blaring, two cops get out with the guns drawn, what color do you want them to be?
Black, of course.
Black, of course.
Yeah.
Why?
Because there'd be a bit more empathy and understanding of the situation.
Didn't Charles just say that?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's. I was saying that's not.
Now,
it's good to have both because
it would be better to have your black politicians, black police commissioners, black mayor, black governor, right?
Yes.
Okay, if you can do that, right?
Yes, if you can do it. Yes.
If you can do that, right? In this country, is that feasible in most cases?
No, not in most cases. I mean, in larger cities like where Charles is, yeah, that's very possible. But like in the location I'm at, it's not really that possible. But I get what you're saying.
I'm just saying why not is it not feasible?
Oh, because the population I live in is more white than it is black people. So
what's the percentage?
It's about 65, close to 70% white people. Then it's like 20% black, and then like the rest is just like other.
What do your neighbors look like? Your neighbors?
My neighbors are black.
They're black.
So if your neighbors are black, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what 20% of black people in a department would do?
Try to get in that sector.
In other words, if you took the population of wherever you live, right,
mm-hmm.
and you put them in the police, and you build a next generation of police, meaning your children and your neighbors' children become police.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. Your children could be police while you're still police, and that's doubling the population. You will almost be half the department right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a smart strategy.
I live in a majority, now a majority Latino city, right?
Okay.
Guess what the first thing the Latinos did when they got to be second generation? What did they try to do?
Oh, get into law enforcement and fire department,
You
probably.
fire department, well, mostly law enforcement and politics. Why?
I mean, because that's how you solidify your power. You know,
Solidify your power, but also, who's going to be more empathetic to Latino people?
themselves, of course.
Themselves. So,
Yeah.
so you never hear a Latina tell Mijo not to be a police officer.
True.
Well, can I say? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I just quickly wanted to say I had to push back a little bit in the sense of like look at Clarence Thomas, or what if we get some that are like have this mentality of the brothers we were on that panel with.
Well, you can get, even those brothers on that panel, if they come from that neighborhood, and I've seen some Uncle Ruckus type dudes, right? At the end of the day, Uncle Ruckus type dude is not going to do what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd because he's black.
He may talk shit about him, but is he going to kill him?
He's not going to kill him.
That's true.
So you got to remember, this is what we talked about in the Great Faulkner Initiative. I'm going to have to put that shit, the PDF in the chat as well.
Go ahead.
A lot of motherfuckers don't understand this one cause and effect. Empathy will be the success or the downfall of a people. A kid looks up and watches G.I. Joe. What's most likely he's going to do when he grows up?
Join the military.
Why?
Because that's a role model that he looked up to.
So if you have a cop in the community doesn't even have to be the nicest motherfucker, just fair. And they look up to this guy, and the guy, shake hands with a kid, puts his hat on the kid's head or something. Just simple bullshit that just brightens that kid's day. You just made that kid day. What is that kid gonna grow up to be?
More than likely not.
So and because of that, what's most likely what he won't do?
Commit crimes.
It's most likely he's not going to commit crime because he knows if he has a record, he won't be able to be what he wants to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greetings, Master Teacher, and the rest of the panel. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Bleary, what's up, man? How's it? Are you where are you now? Are you still on the continent, or are you back?
Yeah. I'm still on the continent. Probably they're going to open the airports by October. So I just wanted to jump in regarding the goofball that was saying joining the police was being a traitor and whatever. I'm on the continent now. If I get stopped by a cop, I rather the idiot is from my tribe, not the guys I hate my guts. So they'll screw me over. Or they send the military and it happens to be guys from other tribes that, been dying to, get one up on us. They're just going to screw people over. My cousin just came back from the northeast where I'm from, but now I'm staying in the northwest. He was complaining that the military guys sent there to, take care of Boko Haram and everything. The assholes are just running rackets, So now, basically, they're just being like the mafia, extorting people and everything. So you can imagine somebody fills, a car with cattle to send it to a different part of the country. At each checkpoint, cops, be like, drop 10, $20, So a lot of bullshit like that happen because people know they don't see you as another human because you're the other. And we're all black, and this is all the damn continent. So how the hell are you going to feel safe with white people, even if they, maybe you pick Europeans that never had any beef with black people that love black people? He cannot understand. Why the hell is this woman shouting and beating her kid? You're black, it's the mama keeping the knucklehead in check, A white cop might just, I don't know, tackle her and shit. And everybody will be, oh, my, he's roughing up mama or something like that. You need your own in there, at least for your own safety and security.
Yeah.
So, I just got triggered a little bit. Sorry. Yeah. That's all I just want to contribute.
Basically, LVMCD, okay? If I might have to go ahead and start cutting out pieces of this.
I'm sorry, I just put the initiative in the chat.
Okay. I probably have to go back to Julia Grant's book, The Boy Problem, where he actually talks about the educational system in the United States, especially when it pertains to males, right? Okay. Gangs, sports teams, armies are all come from the basis of men being hunting parties. Okay. Okay. Men for protection out in nature and Valeri, I don't know. He might know this or he might not know this, that you form groups males form groups for protection. Okay.
Yeah.
It can become a gang. It can become an army. It can become just a group of kids, a group of boys. They're actually going out to actually do whatever they're going to do. The boy nature. That's normal. That's why you have sports teams is actually give boys that would normally form hunting parties or gangs or groups something to do, something for the energy to go someplace, right? So gangs and tribes are natural occurring formations of men and boys. Okay, it's natural. Okay,
Yeah.
now how you shape it is something different. Okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
Valeri.
I kind of noticed something that happened in Hungary. So we're a bunch of black people from all parts of Africa, or even from the same country. We might hate each other's guts, but the moment the white boys start acting up, niggas all being all buddy, oh, we cook out, hang out, and all of that shit. So whenever there's gonna be either to get something done, whether you guys are going clubbing, everybody horny, and okay, look, you take care of the fat bitch, I'll take care of this one, or the town is getting hostile, you're gonna form gangs, whether you like it or not. Call it buddies or whatever. So even if you guys hate each other, when there's another party that literally is out to get all of you, or that's how the situation seems, you're gonna quickly form, a unit to protect yourselves.
Yeah, and whether it's from originally it was from animals, okay, because you go out there, most people ain't been out there on the continent, out in the jungle, man. Okay, you cannot go out there by your fucking self. Okay, you can't go out there by yourself. You got to bring people with you, and the more people you bring with you, the better. And that's what and you don't want women to come along because they're of no help. Okay, so men form this for protection. It doesn't matter. It's a naturally forming organization of males.
Yeah, and it became caked into the culture so much so that even like male spaces are male spaces. For instance, now where let's say boomers hang out is a privilege for them to invite us Gen Xers, and we also pick among the millennials, like the few miraculously who have some sense, to put them, bring them around us. So everybody knows that, because they're even saying that even in the pubs there's a hierarchy. Everybody knows that. So all this nonsense like that happens in the West, women are just gonna walk into male spaces where even male have hierarchies, and they just piss over all of that. It's not gonna happen. You literally have to earn your stripes by being loyal to the group and being of value one way or the other to even be considered as one of the men. If not, you're just a dumb kid and you're kicked to the curb.
What's going on? What's going on, Master Teacher? What's going on?
Gino, were you driving, man?
No, that's not me. That's somebody else. I can mute.
Yeah, my
No, let's go.
My mic off.
Go ahead, Gino.
Okay. No, I jumped in a little bit late. I just listened to that live stream that you had with that bitch ass nigga. I'm not even gonna say his name. I actually want to frankly apologize for all the millennials for that goofball who was in the who was arguing with you and calling you an old ass nigga. I apologize that we have a generation of fuckboys out here who just don't know how to respect their goddamn elders.
That kind of bullshit, man, it transcends all generations, man. You have guys like that in all generations, and
he had the opportunity to apologize and he didn't. So it's just that individual.
He that's the way he feels, and he said he wanted to discuss or debate it. I'm not debating that, man. It wasn't. He said, but it wasn't a two-way thing because it wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say thank you, because you could be out here doing other shit, but you sit here and you spend your time putting us on game and putting all this knowledge out here. Like, I'm a trained accountant, but you know a lot of shit about finance and economics that I don't even know. So I want to be clear with my voice and my name. That dude is a bitch ass nigga, and I said what I said. But I do frankly apologize for that goofball.
I think the best thing that will happen to people like him, drop him in the middle of Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, come back after 3 months, he's going to be saying sir after every syllable. Because if he's on the continent, it's going to be his mates that will whoop his ass. Because you disrespecting an elder, you're literally cutting us off from access to knowledge and wisdom.
Amen. I mean, somebody who's built this space, and this dude sat here and called him an old ass nigga. I was like, are you serious? Like, no, I'm just mortified that we got goofballs out here like this. He should be frankly exiled from the Manosphere. I mean, the dude is already was out here caping for a porn star, had a white supremacist balls deep in his mouth, and this is his third strike. He needs to be frankly exiled from the Manosphere, but that's all I'm gonna
say. Basically, and I said this to him. I said, y'all have every right to make whatever association or what the Manosphere, whatever you want it to be. I just don't have to be a part of it.
They just need to go back to MGTOW. That's because they're speaking MGTOW points. They're like hardcore MGTOW is mostly white men. That's how they feel about black men, and that's the reason why Itmore was created. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, more SYSBM, but you don't disrespect the brotherhood, and you damn sure don't disrespect those that came before you. That's just some ball ass.
Yeah, I could on Bernard Wright's team. I could actually stream. I could actually gone off of him and say, you know what, man? I said I can't do this. I said I disagree with you. If that's the way you feel, then I can't be a part of this, man. I said that I was actually clear when I did my ramble.
Yeah,
okay? I was clear about it. I said if this is what you wanted to be, guess where I'm not going to be.
Yeah.
And you're upset because not because you think that I hold power over people, that if I leave, other people gonna leave. I said I don't control them. I don't control them. I only speak for them. I can only speak for myself. It's not a debate.
Yeah.
To be honest, I actually pity these guys, because if they only even travel within the States or just go to neighboring Latin America, I think they're gonna get humbled a lot. Just repeat a fraction of what you learn from BGS among circles of PhDs and people in government and power. They'd be like, okay, call me back, come, let's talk. These niggas don't know the value of what they have. That's why I keep saying, if BGS just takes his bag, lands on the continent in a month, he's gonna be, the special advisor of somebody at the higher level. Yeah. Because this shit, many people are not even supposed to know this shit.
No,
some things like I casually repeat, and people are like, "How the hell do you know this?"
How do you know that? Yeah.
And I've even been lazy. I have even dug deep among many things that we just recommended, because I had a backlog of a lot of stuff to read. But these fools, because maybe they have it so cheap, I think the easiest thing, maybe get some white boys in when they start dropping maybe cash apps and whatever, and they say, "Oh shit," so he does know his stuff. Then they behave, and it's like what BJ said. It's like every black person, they see themselves as their most evolved form is maybe some white person.
Yeah.
So until they see another white person identifying the white in you, so you ain't shit.
Yeah. Let me read some cash apps. Mike, thank you. Appreciate you. Oh, Charles, thank you. Underrated Darkness, appreciate you.
Yeah.
And I think I have one more. No, that's it. So go ahead, continue, Valeri.
Yeah, because the thing is I don't even know. I'm kind of actually sad, because on the continent, the average Joe, he looks up to US black men, but the asshole black immigrants, when they land and they're like, oh shit, these guys are actually the lower class. Okay, I'd rather kiss white ass than be kicked with them. So, and they never make sure when they come back home to let us know, hey, look, the US is fucking crazy. Even I have to be an ass kisser to survive, and these guys have it tough. They just pretend that the US black are just being spoiled, just like the Arabs, like spoiled rich kids, spoiled people living on welfare, blah blah blah, the whole white talking points. And many of the blacks have internalized that self-hate, and they rather look down on anything black, and the moment anything is white, even if it's lame, so then now like that thing has some value.
Yeah, I mean, I trust and believe. I get tired of the feds fucking with me. I get tired of having my internet shut down. I get tired of my cable being cut. Right?
Yeah.
I get tired of that shit, man. And like I said, I don't advertise. I don't promote myself. I study. I try to bring you guys information that probably nobody else will, and I present it, and that's it. Whatever I do, my work speaks for itself. I don't have to yell and scream. Okay.
Some of the stuff that I learned from you, BGS, I managed to know it by some of family and friends that happen to be at the upper level, who are just bored and they just share things with you out of like, what the fuck you're gonna do? We will believe you anyway if you say it. That's like I'm saying, fuck, BGS knows his shit. And then I see these dumb niggas that can't even rub two brain cells together, just talking crass. I feel offended, because I am raised from a culture in which if an elder is speaking, you're looking down. You don't even look him in the eye.
Yeah, These
bastards will just come and be calling you old nigga. If you say someone is old, it means he's wise, he has wisdom, he has lived life. So that's not actually an insult; it's a praise.
No man, see where I'm from, you say some goofball like that shit to an OG. A lot of cats in the streets will whoop your ass off GP. Like you can't say no goofball like shit to an elder that's been there and done that. That's spending their time to show us the way. But you want to be on the internet acting tough and spew these bullshit conservative talking points and shit. Don't get it twisted. I'm hard on brothers and I'm hard in general. But what happened to George Floyd was just completely illegal and unconstitutional. Like you can't. Well, he contributed to his death. Ain't nobody trying to hear all that because that's not true.
Europeans don't believe that bullshit. They see it and think Americans make them look bad, because they're all trying to rebrand and trying to, sink their fangs into whatever country, or because they clearly see their time is up. All the European countries, they literally have negative birth rate. They're paying people to have kids.
Yeah.
So if they're gonna have people coming over or they're coming to the continent, they want to look good. And to them, white Americans are making shit bad for them. So to see some idiot that's even black saying this shit, even if it's true, he shouldn't say it in public.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that all white people agree with white trash, but you don't see them airing their dirty laundry? Definitely not Asians. Even the Kunish African immigrants, they keep shit under wraps.
Yeah.
BGS, if we crowdsource
who's that?
Yeah, I'm about to say, if we crowdsource some money for you, would you do the myth of white malehood for the audience, please?
Say what again?
If we crowdsource some money for you, would you mind dropping the myth of male whitehood for us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm going to do the series anyway, but yeah,
because that's definitely needed. You mentioned the double consciousness of W.E. Du Bois, which is something that every Negro, doesn't matter if you're a male or a woman, we all have that, and it's something that we definitely have to keep in check, and the hood conservatives are definitely not. They're just saying talking points. They're not even. They don't even know they don't understand what they're saying in the depth that what they're saying.
They're not original. I can understand if some of them were, like the kids of the black boule who only surrounded by rich black people and they just can't understand why other black people are being ratchet. Fine, but you're hood nigga talking some dumb shit.
Yeah, and that's where most of that respectability politics come from. Is from like boule and like. The free Negro class who were mostly mulatto at the time, like that's where most of that crap comes from. And,
which is that's where the assimilation policies came from the boule class, which were the descendants of the white slave master.
Yeah,
and they want to be accepted. Which if you read it, you understand.
Yeah, exactly. But he doesn't read. They don't read.
They don't read. Even the case that he's supposed to be reading, that he's arguing about, you don't even read the stuff. Okay.
I mean, my problem with that is just like, you don't read and then you're trying to use shaming language because dudes don't agree with you. Oh, you're from a single mother. Like, dude, the fact that you disrespected a elder who's been there and done that. The fact that you won't respect the hierarchy and the authority of your elders, that's the mark of being a product of a single bastard baby mama and shit. Like the fact that this dude has a history of literally publicly sucking the dick of porn stars, sucking the dick of a white dude, and then to top it off, you have the audacity to disrespect an elder. Like, get the fuck out the goddamn space. You got to get exiled for that goofball ass shit because you are truly showing the fact that you were born from a welfare sucking ass baby mom. I said it. Y'all can go ahead and quote this soundbite. I don't give a fuck. I'll challenge
they will be quoting it. So I'm sure he's getting an earful right now.
Good.
Yeah. And
here's the thing that sorry,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, here's the thing that these goofballs should do.
Yeah.
Disrespect all the black men you want, but be smart enough to at least put on, how will I say, a positive image for the younger cats to think of you as an OG too, because you can't be shitting upwards.
I tell brothers all the time, you can't demand authority if you can't respect the authority of another black man. I mean, especially a brother who knows more than you, a brother who's already put his chops in. I mean, you can't respect authority. You can't expect authority if you don't respect it.
You can't give what you don't have. And how the hell can you have wisdom and respect if you didn't earn it or didn't learn it from somebody else?
Basically, it's like having a conversation with somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about is a waste of time. What they're going to waste my time?
Yeah.
I allowed him up because he wanted to have a conversation, and then when your logic starts to break down, then you want to have a fight. I'm not doing that, man.
I mean,
what happens with many of these goofballs is like they have certain talking points, kind of like what women do. You know, when they want to hang out with their rich, women high octane, they just cram some stuff and try to look a certain part, come and basically have a verbal diarrhea, and then hopefully maybe they'll wow you with that shit, and then you think, okay, yeah, you have a pass. So the moment you cut them, then they lose, their train of thought, and oh shit, now they actually have to talk, and then they start nigger-splaining.
Yeah. Niggas playing it. Oh, ad hominems. That's the ad hominems. They can't argue over you, so I gotta call you names like an old nigga. I was like, nigga, how dare you? Like, yeah, and BGS and I, we debated. I've debated with Angry Man. I've debated with Art of Vidmore, and y'all see how I get down. I concede, or I don't agree to disagree, but there is no name. There is
I want to make I want to talk about that because I did see part of his response to my video, Sir Obadiah, but it basically there's no rebuttal to my video.
No.
Okay. There's no rebuttal. Okay. I stated my opinion. I stated what I did and what I stand for, and what I wasn't going to do. Okay. I told him that to his face. You have a right to actually have whatever association or manosphere that you want.
Yeah.
I can only control me.
Yeah.
If I don't like what you're doing and the direction that you're going in, guess where I will not be? I will not be a part of it, which is what I said in my video. You can like it, you can dislike it, you can disagree with it. At the end of the day, I don't care what his rebuttal is. I don't care what his opinion is, okay? Because it's not about him. He was just the tip of the iceberg and said, if I don't like the reason that I left my MGTOW channel is because I didn't like the direction. Okay. I didn't call them names. I didn't shit on them. I didn't disown them. I did nothing. What I did was I quietly left, started a new channel where I actually could do the work that I wanted to do. Okay.
Yeah. What's up, everybody?
Hey, Edward.
What's good, Edward?
Hey, let me read, before you get started. Let me read my cash apps real quick. I want to thank people. Leon,
because it'll be another hour.
Yeah, it will be another hour. I mean, I don't
Hey, that's my boy Lee. Hey, BGS, that's my boy Leon, who's a correctional officer in Baltimore County.
Okay.
We I knew him for 20 years. We went to high school together.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate him. Tell him I appreciate him, man. Chemistry. Chemistry, I appreciate you. Darius, I appreciate you. MLR, as always, man, I humbly, you contribute on the regular. I appreciate you. Daniel, one of my day ones, appreciate you. Chainbreaker, appreciate you. And Mike, appreciate you. That's for the chili cheese fries. I'm gonna take that money, go get some asada fries, man. Which is queso cheese, French fries, with guacamole, sour cream, and a asada meat on top of it, man.
You know what we call that in Baltimore?
What's that?
The runs.
we call it Heart Attack City here. Okay.
Oh shit! Hey, BGS, I'm gonna have a midday drink. Should I use the Martell Blue Swift, the Givette 14-year Scotch?
No, you can't start drinking yet, man. It's too early.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere in the universe.
Yeah, but not right now.
You want to look at that iPhone world clock?
Hey, Master, can I ask you something that's kind of off the police subject?
Go ahead.
Or okay, I got something been killing me, man.
Okay. Go ahead.
And with what you just said about how they messing with your strains and stuff, I don't know. I'm gonna be real careful. I'm gonna be real soft. You gotta read between the lines.
Okay.
What I'm kind of asking you is, I'm trying to use your line of thinking for what I at least learned from listening to you, right?
Okay.
And analyze the combination of things we got going wrong, like they talked about in your dark news, man.
Yeah.
And what I guess the bottom line question, without getting into details, is I thought about this and I was like, no, I don't think enough into it. I ain't got the time, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I hope this ain't true. Do you think there's a concerted effort to crash our economy? to bring in something else.
No. They just dumped like $10 trillion to save it. No, they're not trying to crash
it. Yeah, that's like they found $10 trillion. You know, we can't do reparations, but
yeah.
Here's $10 trillion.
Let's go back to like the metal standard.
You're boring a little bit, so speak up a little bit more.
I was just thinking, if you play with monopoly money, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'll take our great grandkids to pay this back.
Oh no, yeah.
Why not throw it out there? Because I'm seeing Bitcoin machines, next ATM machines that we've never seen a duopoly of money. They're like, it's finna go out anyway. We got the backup. Why not do this?
In other words, okay. You got to think about it. I understand, but it's saying if you have an economy built on debt, it doesn't matter what the currency is, right?
I'm not sure. I'm asking you.
In other words, how do you settle debts?
You rob another motherfucker.
That's one way.
You either pay it or you don't pay it.
You either pay it or don't pay it. But the thing is, if you don't pay it, okay, how about
Well, I guess what I'm saying. Let me.
Okay.
You pay it or don't pay it, or if I got another plan, I'm gonna bring in something different. Then what do it matter if I bring in something new? In other words, I'm ushering in something new. And that's my end game, right? That's where I'm going. Why not toss out all this money? It don't matter because I'm gonna bring in a new game.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, to bring in a new game, which is a new monetary system that hasn't been tried, it takes time. Okay, and it takes disruption. Okay, and you have almost 8 billion people that are actually depending on this current system. How do you change it without killing a bunch of people?
Okay.
Because I guess
what I was saying is, are they planning on burning down the forest to bring in another one?
You know how easy it is to crash the system. You know how easy it is to crash the system.
No.
All it takes is one bank run. That will spread.
Okay, one unified bank run. Right?
No. Okay, we'll do this really quickly, right?
Okay. If you can't do it now, that's cool. That was just
no. Hold on a second. Just chill for a second, right? I'm gonna take you through a little logic, right? Okay. You bank at Bank C, right? Or let's make you bank at Bank D, right?
Right.
And Bank A decides to go belly up, right? And so you see this big ass long line, like 1,000 people lined up at these branches trying to get their money out, right?
Right.
Okay. It's called a run on the bank, right?
Right.
And you might not panic. Oh, that's just Bank A. What happens if it happens to Bank B? What are you gonna do?
Start crying?
No. What are you gonna do? No, not crying. What you gonna do? You're Bank D. Okay. In other words, they haven't got to you
yet. Go C, D, E, F, G, right?
In other words, they're going A, B, C, D, F, G, whatever it is, right? But I'm making you Bank D for to actually save time, right? Bank B does the same thing. You see, we'll look on the news, see a whole lot of people lined up trying to get their money out, right? What are you gonna do? You're with Bank D. What are you gonna do?
Go to E, G, H, I.
No, you're gonna go to D to get your fucking money out, aren't you?
Right.
Yeah.
So everybody that looks at it, they see the one big bank go, the second big bank go. The next morning, if it's at nighttime, they're gonna be down at their bank, lined up, trying to get their fucking money out, right?
Right. I got you. I'm with you, right?
And there's no money there for them to get. So every bank will have to close.
Okay.
That's how easy it is to break a monetary system. Doesn't take much, and that will happen worldwide.
Okay.
Let me interrupt this conspiracy theory for this news.
Yeah, and plus, if we're gonna talk about it, we need a better connection because I can barely make out what you're saying, man.
I got one more, then I'm gonna drop out.
Go ahead.
Okay. If summarily looking at it, how is this looking at COVID, right?
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly, from what they're saying, coming from China, let's say we said that is true, right?
Okay, it is true. Yeah.
Okay. And if it's not a concerted effort to burn the forest, why ain't nobody talking about war?
Concerted effort to burn the forest. Why talk about war to as far as what?
China. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'll answer the question, right?
Right.
You know, China's a nuclear power, right?
Right.
They have like 1,000 nuclear missiles, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And who's their brother? Russia, right?
Russia.
Right.
You know, Russia has like 5,000 nuclear missiles, right?
Right.
Go to war with China. What you think is going to start?
We gotta play War Games 101 again.
You know, BGS though.
Whoa! Don't get the goddamn shit.
What I was saying was
No. I want you to answer the question.
No, I got you. I'm with you.
No, you're not with me. I want you to answer my question. Why is there no war? Why do you think there is no war?
Annihilation.
Say what?
Annihilation.
Bingo. That's why there's no war. So, last question. What is it?
That's kind of not where I was going. I was trying to I guess kind of what I'm saying. If this is not a conspiracy, right? If it's not a conspiracy, why are they not talking about?
Okay, let me ask you a goddamn question, right? Let me ask you a question about this, right? United States helped finance that lab in China, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They help finance it. They know what the fuck that shit was.
Okay.
France actually built it for them.
Exactly.
France built it for them, right? They know what it was. A month after it was released, they had the code to actually rebuild the whole virus. China actually destroyed 15,000 cell lines of the COVID SARS-2 experimental. Okay, what does that mean?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
In other words, they know what it is. The shit escaped accidentally, which is something they already know.
Okay. So that answers my question.
And once it's out and it spreads, guess what? A war is not going to help with.
Containment.
You can't contain it, right? So going to war with China, how much is that going to help you?
I got you. I just want your opinion on it. I didn't know how to ask it.
That would actually be counterproductive.
In other words, you think they released this shit on purpose, right?
No, I don't. That's not what I was saying. It was more. Well, that's what I was saying, but it was like as if, because I didn't want to get like.
Hold a second. If they released this shit on purpose to kill people, why would they tell you about it? And
that's not what I was saying.
Close down your economy.
That's not what I was saying. That's not where it comes from. That was my angle.
All right, this is the thing
without being like too conspiratorial. And they looking at.
Well, yeah, but you were sneaking it in, and this is actually interesting. This is actually interesting.
No, I'm saying
because this is actually
about how he mess with his channel, and I didn't want to be like, well,
okay. The reason, okay, there's certain things that I talk about,
and I know, yeah.
Okay,
I was trying to be vague.
There's certain things that I talk about that you guys ain't supposed to know about, right?
And I was trying to be vague since
you do realize BGS has a Patreon, right? Where you can ask all this shit.
Okay.
No, and I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm actually on the Patreon, so it's like you like, because he does videos that like aren't always released out here, and that's where you're gonna get a little bit more of that, because obviously everybody that listens to BGS ain't a Patreon. So I'm not even trying to tell you. I'm just throwing that out there.
I appreciate it.
Only $5.
Yeah, but the thing is it a conspiracy? It's a conspiracy to hide it.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing about black men, this is what's interesting. I'm gonna use this as a piggyback to what I was gonna say before. We got to start being a little bit more direct, and if we're wrong, we're wrong. If and it's cool, it's clear you're on that. But like a lot of black men and black women, we do this as a people. Is we like to angle shit in there, like if we say the wrong thing right, maybe it'll be accepted. And that's actually reminds me of what happened with Fantastic and you when he tried to come in. It was more like
his opinion on the question.
No, absolutely. And I'm not even trying to beat you up. I'm just piggybacking Yeah, I'm just using this as a piggyback moment to where what I heard, because I heard when Fantastic came on how you wasn't trying to hear it. I mean, BJ was very direct and like, okay, this is the line. And it was kind of like Fantastic was playing the angle of if I just say the same thing the right way. And usually you'll entertain that. It just so happens that, you know, I guess today, because of what happened on there, that this is not the fucking day to be doing that shit. You know, because but my thing with because I understood what Fantastic was trying to say. The problem was though, he's taking personal responsibility to a level that it's not supposed to go. Because I can take that to a level in which he would probably be just as outraged as you if I took it like another level and put it in another situation. Like the thing about it is, once no other group, this is what I would have told him. Fantastic. I would say, can you show me any other group that would say the same shit in the same situation if it was their group in the same circumstances, whether it's the same race, ethnicity, culture? Can you show me any other example where somebody would be making those arguments like that? And the answer is going to be no, because other groups understand that group dynamic. And the thing about it is, you're really going to say that it was his personal responsibility because he had a $20 counterfeit bill. Let's say he had it. It's $20. So you don't even know. Kendra said this in the chat, so I'm going to give her credit where credit's due. She said you don't even know if that was even like his money. That could have been something he just had. That's not necessarily like him making cash. So again, everybody said the same thing. There are the experts. This is more cut and dry than it usually is. So why are we being contrarian? And again, he's not the first one. It's not about really beating him up, because this is a whole new kind of thing where it's like folks are rehashing old arguments. And the problem is a lot of the guys I see this, because I agree with them on a lot, but on this stuff, it's like I diametrically disagree with them with. And the difference between us and them that's relevant to everybody on the panel is we had these arguments. We had them presented a lot better. Obsidian presented these arguments a lot better back in the day. Anthony Brian Logan presented them a hell of a lot better, and they got blown away then, you know. So these better, and I'm not trying to say somebody smarter than the other, but better and smarter people and more influential people presented these arguments in a lot more articulate way, and they still fell flat. So a lot of times with the new folks, the 3.0 folks, they think the shit they're saying is new. And I'm like, the shit you saying has been hashed out 5-6 years ago already. I mean, we could pull up the 8-hour archives to prove it, and we gave this a lot more time back. And it was a lot less cut and dry, because people presented this shit during the Trayvon Martin shit.
Wait, are you?
Go ahead.
You lost me a little bit. Are you saying I made an argument about the $20 bill? I definitely
No. I'm talking. You talk about something completely different. I'm talking about what happened originally with Fantastic and going back to the Bernard Riley thing. So the thing is, folks don't, and that's another reason he's looking at it like, oh, this is just another old nigga, or just another like he could play that angle. And then he's wondering why nobody is playing that angle with him on this, because there's certain things that there's certain people that you just can't tag old nigga on because they put in the work. You know, and not to say that people deserve to get that tag, but the thing about it is, it's like you want to say, okay, I didn't read it because I see the tape. But the thing is, what did you actually see? I mean, you actually saw somebody literally low key get murdered, and then you're justifying that. I mean, if this was somebody in the military, he's a soldier. So you saying if a soldier would have did the same thing, Charles is a soldier too, so I get it. So obviously correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not. If you saw the same thing done in Afghanistan and it was videotaped, what would happen? Now I understand this court martial, I get all that difference. But with any soldier, even if they weren't, on duty anymore and they in the military couldn't fuck with them, would you see a video of them seeing it the same way they saw it? Knowing how motherfuckers could react to that over there. And then they would be making arguments. No, they wouldn't. Just like when those white boys were doing what they were doing with the prison shit. Remember when that came out? Well, I forget, it was Guantanamo, and they were taking pictures and doing crazy shit. Once that got out, there was no argument. There was no people. There was no like David Peterson making an argument for that, because these motherfuckers was caught. End of. Sorry, white sacrifice time. So it's like people get contrarian to the point where it's like, dude, do you even know say what you say and then replay that shit to somebody you know. and then that they don't know it's you, and then see how they respond to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, and it's like, dude, step off. And again, I like Mr. Fantastic, but what you have to think about is like, okay, people are kind of watching you a little bit because of this white boy that came up via Tommy Soto and said, then people don't, because here's the thing, people giving you chances, because people let it go with the porn thing, because I thought people just overblew that shit, but I get it that people could bring that up. They reserve right there. So you got that. Then you got the white boy. Then you got you doubling down on that. Now you all automatically aggravating somebody that's like a pillar. And quite frankly, if you did the same thing to Angry Man has folks that would just like, oh my God, come at you. Same thing with O'Shea. Like you got respect for O'Shea. BGS is on O'Shea's level, if not higher. Angry Man too. Like, so
I done told y'all BGS is the patron saint of the fucking Manosphere. I stand by that statement. That's a no. You don't call BGS. Like, I remember that young dude that called him a clown, and I made his ass apologize on the panel for that shit. Like, you don't do that shit. That's like BGS is my dad's age, man. So there's like a certain level of reverence there that I just naturally have, and people should, because he's put in the work. He's done the work. I mean, that's why I said, he doesn't have to sit here and give us no fucking knowledge. He could be out here doing retiree shit. But instead, he spends his time, he spends hours out the day putting us on game and shit. And you got dudes out here just talking out the side of their fucking neck because they're used to seeing their welfare sucking bastard baby making baby doing that shit to other black men. I'm tired of this.
Well, I'm not even gonna say all that. Well, a lot of that shit, and I am not blaming O'Shea for this. I want to make this absolutely clear. But when it came to how certain folks came in, when they came in via the niggathon, as O'Shea calls it, the rumble, a lot of them got used to that, just going full bore. And I don't, and even with me and Fantastic, we had a run in one time and we got over it because it was kind of a communication thing. But you just gotta that's O'Shea shit is not the whole Manosphere. There's other just as big sectors or sections of the Manosphere. Even when you look at the 2.0 side, and even O'Shea has acknowledged this. O'Shea, when it comes to certain people, what they brought in, even people he doesn't like, and but again, he understands that because he came in that scope. A lot of these people did it. So what they're doing is they're not really paying attention to stuff that came before, and it's like when these situations come up, I mean, like, it ain't like George Floyd was the most obvious case of somebody fucking up. Like, this case was easier than any of the other cases. Mike Brown was pretty solid too. That was but like, because you see it on video, and it's like, imagine back then with Mike Brown if he would have said that thing, as emotional as people were back then. Like the Manosphere. And so again, I'll say this and I'm done. When it comes to the conservative talking points, a lot of dudes got to check themselves, because they'll sit there and say, well, this is about the street nigga shit, but at the end, this is beyond that. Like, a lot of that Thomas Sowell shit, any of y'all that like Thomas Sowell, I'm sorry, y'all know, because that's y'all patron saint when it comes to this shit. It's Thomas Sowell, even though Fantastic didn't mention Thomas Sowell, but when that's coming, this is coming. It's always this, I can't account for why I'm in this situation, so therefore, I just start manufacturing these things like, we were conquered, we were destroyed, we lost the war. Because there's people that come up and they'll say, well, police brutality is going to happen because white people are going to do that because we were conquered. But I'm like, you got to understand, we still have this thing called the Constitution. This is what white people created. So we are American citizens, and under that law, there is limits to what they can do. This is not some he say she says shit. There was multiple cops. There's absolutely no reason that should have happened. And now you can make an argument with that dude that ran away with the taser. You could make a better argument then, but with that, I mean, I just let it go for another day. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna say this.
Can I add something quick before?
Hold on, Charles.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks for letting me have that diatribe.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, just one thing I just wanted to say, even when it comes to animals, let's say any wild animal that that's supposed to be domesticated but starts eating people, why do they kill them? Because they don't want them to develop a taste for people. Regardless whether he was guilty or not, the fact that cop had the audacity to do that, stopping him will send a signal to the others to thought, okay, we can't be doing this shit. But if this thing is let to continue, imagine what's going to happen when, I don't know, maybe 10 years from now, with the economy going to shit, and a lot of doped up people are among the people who are recruited to the police. What the hell do you think is going to happen?
Yeah.
And it seems many niggas are trying to skate, uphill because, well, they can't come and establish, themselves with their own argument and intelligence. So they just find who is the big dog. Let me just, swing at him and then maybe make a name for myself.
Mm-hmm.
BJs, I gotta jump off. It's like almost 11. I'm gonna grab dinner, but I'll be listening in.
Oh
Thanks,
yeah, appreciate you, Valeri. And then Valeri's my my madman on Twitter. So Valeri be saying
stop to that guy.
Valeri be saying be going in on Twitter. So he's calm here on YouTube, but on Twitter,
Valeri's the homie, man. Valeri was repping me when I had my little situation in the comments, man. I gotta get.
Oh yeah, Valeri's hilarious on Twitter.
Thanks, BGS. Have a nice evening, fellas.
All right, thanks, Valeri.
Okay, I'll be listening in the chat. Okay, thanks.
What's up, Uncle Chuck?
Go ahead, Charles. You want to get in?
And BGS, this is for you.
Hey, I got one thing to say, man. Like Snagglepuss said, heavens of nigitude.
Heavens of Metroid.
Instead of Murgatroyd, heavens of nigitude, man.
Heavens of Megatroid.
Niggatroid.
Oh man, I'm gonna tell you on a serious note. I feel as though that on my channel, I'm gonna start doing a little bit more police involved stuff, like when questionnaires and stuff like that. I actually did a panel. I actually did a show with retired LAPD, and I was looking at her live stream, and Cheryl Dorsey, the sergeant from the LAPD who retired. Some things I agreed with, some things I didn't. Of course, you can look at it on my page, on my channel. Once again, cheap plugs. But anybody who tries to say that, well, you committed a crime, there's a certain way you go about it. The dude with the taser, if I had a taser, which I do not carry because I already got more shit on my belt than Batman. If I had a taser and the guy took the taser in the fight from me, yes, I'm going to shoot you. Because that taser can actually incapacitate me. You can make it, like Edward said, you can actually legitimately make an argument with that.
Yeah.
Now, if he's running away from me, that's something different. But if he's about to point it, yeah, I'm gonna put a few gas.
Yeah.
For you to go for a fucking $20 bill, well, if it's real, fake, or what?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, I don't even know if I will write a report on that. If anything, I'll be like, look, here's this information. If you want to press charges, that's on you, because this is a misdemeanor that occurred not in my presence. Okay? You gotta support your police.
Yeah.
Because guess what? The police, you want the police you groom are the police that are gonna protect you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop being so adversarial when in this point in time you got the control, you got the joystick. Hell, I'm playing Madden right now. You got the control in your hands.
Yeah.
It's up to you and fuck you, Art of New Style, because we don't have long U's. It's up to you to actually take control and take this opportunity and say, you know what? I'm tired of this shit. We're gonna have to groom our own police officers. You let the Jews do it. You let the Asians do it. You let everybody else beat you to the fucking punch. You even let white people. You let the fucking Irish have a generational stronghold over policing in America. But guess where they're usually going? They're going to your neighborhoods. How many black men are out of work?
Ooh, quite a few. I was out of work.
How many black men don't have records? A lot of them.
A lot of us don't. Yeah.
How many are capable with common sense, physical fitness, good social skills, know what's the difference between right and wrong, and can read, write, and comprehend the English language? Yeah. Guess what? I can train you to be a police officer. I can get you through the recruiting process. I can pinpoint, hey, I will coach you through this shit as long as you have good moral standard.
Yeah.
This is the shit that you need to take. Why? I posted the Gray Faulkner Initiative in there. I'm going to do more reading of it. because niggas don't like to read.
They don't. Yeah.
That's not true.
And this is the reason why we always take a backseat to everybody else. We rather believe the sensational lie over the simplistic truth every time.
Yeah.
Stop letting idiots tell you what to do. Be the captain of your destiny and the master of your fucking fate.
Yeah.
Each and every time. You're going to have more of this shit till you actually say, you know what? Go to your mayors and to answer a few questions that I didn't get a chance to answer. Should we deal with the politics, or should we deal with the police, or should we protest? You should do what you call on every police exam. If it sounds like all the answers are right, it's usually E, all the above.
Yeah. Shoot, that's why with my business and whatnot, I'm trying to put some money together so I can start donating to this little cop organizations, because that's the problem of black folks. Black folks don't want to put their resources and their money where their mouth is.
Oh yeah, I forgot to greet you properly, Gino. What's up, nephew?
What's up? I mean, I don't agree that cops should be out here executing cats unconstitutionally.
No.
But if brothers got it, you got to come together with the resources and try to see if you can kind of influence certain things in your favor. You can't just you can't just walk up broke and then start complaining about the process. We were talking about coming up with a super PAC and the voting process to kind of get some of these politicians to bend to our whims, because everybody else.
What is that called, Gino?
Talking about the super PAC. That's having resources, having influence.
That's called lobbying.
Yeah, lobbying.
Guess what? You buy your politicians. Yeah. What is one of the commandments I gave on the 7 commandments? He who pays rules.
That's correct.
And when you pay your politicians, guess what? They got held to pay an answer when they don't do what you paid them to do.
Yeah.
The craziest part about it is this. When you have your brother as a fucking police officer, and the guy, I'll give you a good example of why you need more black police for the community. My nephew, who was living with me while he was going to high school, he's in the Army now. He was coming home from school. Two white drug cops stopped him. Oh, you're not from around here. We looking for guys fucking with him. And probably, who knows, they might have tried to plant some shit on him. So he was like, wait a minute, I'm not, he says, I'm not dealing drugs. He said, my uncle will fuck me up. He's a cop.
Yeah.
Guess what happened in their brain cells? He said, oh, here's my uncle's number. He was like, no, your uncle's not a damn cop. So I gave him my sequence number, my name, and where I work. And next thing you know, they start being awfully nice to him, because they know if they would arrest him and there's something fraudulent, there will be hell to pay.
Yeah. That's first level, Dr. Chloe Anderson. Yeah, that's right. Go ahead. Sorry.
There's a lot of fucking shit that powernomics, and I swear to God, man, there is no fucking reason guys like BGS, Dr. Anderson, and others don't have 1 million subscribers, don't have a lot of people. Our fucking black intelligentsia should not be poor. Our black intelligentsia should not be poor. We value the fucking athletes over our intelligentsia.
Yeah, we do.
We value too much shit that does not push us forward over nigga shit. And I'm down for some nigga shit once in a while. Hell, I'm so stressed out about some personal shit, I had to crack open a fucking LFD and some fucking blue slip. Martell, please. So, I'm here to tell a lot of people, there's too many motherfuckers, and I mean, shout out to BGS once again, because BGS is like the only person in YouTube, hell, black YouTube, and probably YouTube itself, that have a fucking multifaceted group of experts in their fields. He has scientists, social scientists, political scientists, I mean, police officers, firefighters, medical nurses, medical doctors, and none of you niggas are taking advantage of this shit. Guess what? This is the time I'm gonna say, if you don't take advantage of this fucking shit right now that's going on, you have just became an accomplice to your own destruction. And I'm done. I'm done. Somebody else can talk right now.
Okay. LaShawn's up. He just jumped on. You want to say something?
Okay, Charles Faulkner, DGS, and everybody who's been on this panel. My respect, because you've been speaking facts. This ain't been who can measure a little bit further by a 12th of a centimeter, so we can say whatever our size is. This has been our life experience. Now we can tell what we is and what we ain't, like we always was long before them children was born. I'm 45. BGS has passed 60. You know what? At 45, I don't want to live the next 15 years to get where BGS is thinking that way.
Yeah.
That is my hope. It's a little glimmer, but you know what I got to do? I got to deal with the younger ones that is bucky and want to prove it by trying to hit my ass. And I'm old. I'm going to hurt you. I got like 12 swings in me, and every swing is not in your best interest. I'm too damn old for this. It gets to a point to where they got to age up like fine wine, but that's the moonshine that was tainted when they made it. They just kept it in a glass bottle for 15 years, but it's aged. And that's our problem, because here it is. Sooner or later, I'm going to die. But you can still screw the hell up until you get to the age I died at. And I had nothing to do with how your life turned out, because it was you who decided it, just like I decided it. And every gentleman on this panel has decided it. And it don't matter what you use as an excuse. This is an excuse you got to use, while we don't have to live by those excuses anymore. And that's a simple fact.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
I'm done.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh,
let's say
better.
If I decided to become a police officer.
Okay.
And I actually do exactly as you all have been saying on this panel.
Okay.
My question to you is, will the next generation actually back me, or will they cast me aside?
Well, we've had police officers for generations. We've never cast them aside. In fact, there's one black police officer called that actually ran for mayor. It was actually mayor for like a good 20 years, 25 years. Do we cast him aside?
When he's not doing the interest of, when he's not doing the bidding of black folks, yes. Like that one black mayor in Atlanta. That's why Atlanta is now known as the stronghold for black business and black establishment. So I get coming from with your talking points.
In other words, if you become a police officer, yeah, they would. Why wouldn't they? And I mean, Charles is a black police officer. Ask him in Baltimore, in a black city. Ask him. Do you get support, Officer Charles, from your community? Okay, he's in the background. Hold on a second.
Yeah, real fast.
Yes. Zim's Alabama. I'm back.
You're back. Okay.
You know what's funny? Anybody who's familiar with Baltimore, there's a little nightclub that used to be open before COVID. It was called Melba's. I would sit there, making sure everything's cool. Nobody's doing any crazy shit, no fighting. But you usually don't get that because it's a 30 and over crowd. People are more mature. I'm sitting back, smoking a cigar, stargazing, which is a code word for ass gazing. And you know what people do? People will actually say, "Thank you for keeping me safe." And I gave one guy, he was like, "Man, let me try one of them cigars." So I gave him one of my cigars. You had brothers 1 week I didn't even have to re-up because so many people gave me cigars and thanked me for being there, looking out for them. There are so many people who actually donated to when I when I coach wrestling for my old high school. Think about it. I've been a wrestling coach for 20 years. How many years have I got paid? 0.
Yeah.
But I do it for the love of the sport and the love of my wrestlers. And guess what? My wrestling team for the last 20 years, we have a 98th percentile rate of getting young black men across the damn stage into college, military, or the workforce, or some trade. When you have access to young black boys and you're in the military or police, but they don't need a BGS panel. They can ask the source. And because they see you talking about a lot of shit, what do you think that's going to gear them to? Police and the military, especially if they're in your city. And what happens? You're going to be the senior officer and hopefully supervisor. Hopefully, pray that we get the supervisor.
Your mic went out. Your mic dropped, Charles.
I purposely did that because I said, pray for me that I get my sergeant position and get promoted. You will be the senior officer or supervisor to the next generation of police. To teach them boys what to do and how to do. Because guess what? When people talk about why don't the good cops ever reprimand the bad ones, we do. Sometimes you see the senior officer when you see the rookie doing some stupid shit. I'm not going to talk in front of you because that's unprofessional. I'm going to grab him and be like, come back here for a second. And I'm going to school him, and he's going to be like, okay. Like we have one rookie, Hispanic brother, who was trying to get the transgender population there from prostituting.
Yeah.
So I'm the senior officer. Before my sergeant comes to the scene, I'm the senior officer and the second. And I'm there talking to the quotation marks lady, trying to be a little bit respectful. And she's like, well, that officer, he's a fag. And I said, wait a minute. So to call him something that you're going to protest about if somebody else call you the same word. Well, I said, no. What you need to do is apologize to that officer right now before we continue this conversation.
Yeah.
And you did. Quotation marks.
Yeah.
And once you calm the situation down because you have enough experience on how to deal with people, the officer thanked me because he was a rookie and he was nervous. He was doing everything he did legally, but because somebody tried to like punk him out of his fucking job and tell him what to do, I'm like, no, he has all right to tell you to leave.
Yeah.
Especially because we have a dossier of what the fuck y'all been arrested for and what you do. But yet we give everybody else dominion over us in our neighborhoods.
Right.
I don't have to run it. I don't have to run after the drug dealers.
Yeah.
You remember the old saying, older guys used to tell you about the two bulls?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't run at them anymore. Even though that felt good that one time I caught that smart motherfucker wanted to fight and he got an Arn Anderson spine buster, but that's for a later story. Oh, that shit was pretty.
That's another story, huh?
That's another story.
Yeah.
I think
but once you actually know the criminals, I don't have to run after you. I just knock on your door. And I'm like Jack Tripper, Three's Company too. Come on, put these bracelets on.
Yeah. Give Gino a chance to jump in, and Mr. Imp if he wants to make a response.
I'm gonna make it quick. It ain't really too much. Just simply that, black folks, we have to really wisen up and understand that we have to come up with resources. We got all this money to pay for extraneous shit like, the Jordans or whatnot. But when it comes time to promote policies or our legacies or whatnot, we don't drop those dollars. You got to pay the cost to be the boss, and emotions and feelings is not going to drive policy. Otherwise, you will end up being controlled instead of being able to control your destiny as a group. So, You know, that's why there was a brother here. I'm not going to mention his name because he was trolling, but he was like, well, you need lawsuits and all this and all that. Well, before you can file a lawsuit, you need that dollar. You need money. You need resources.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how you slice the cake, you always need resources and anything in order to get anything kick-started in general. So I'm going to pass the mic.
Go ahead, Ms. Jim.
Okay, I'm dealing with a few legal issues, but I can see if I can get that legal issue expunged from my record, then I might see if I can become a police officer. If not, my other job that I would like to do is a real estate agent.
Well, the thing is that, you know, it's not that he's saying that everybody should become a cop or anything like that. What we're saying is we should stop discouraging kids from becoming police officers, which is we do way too much for exactly the same reasons that you were actually saying. And it's more of a pragmatic thing. It should be obvious, but to most groups it actually is. But to black people, for instance, for whatever reason, it's not.
Yeah.
Like Hispanics, Asians, you name the Vietnamese. Okay, they get a community, they start a community. They don't discourage their sons from becoming police officers.
Nope.
Yeah, Negroes are just holding on to the old history about like slave patrols and you know stuff like that. That's why I think all that.
We were slaves. They didn't stop black people from joining the Union Army to liberate their fellow people. It's pragmatic. They got treated badly. The white people were racist toward them, but the thing is, it's a pragmatic thing. It has nothing to do with emotion. Who's gonna like me? Who's not gonna like me? Okay, you're doing this for a reason. If the reason is sound, you do it.
Yeah. I mean, should I join the army?
I don't know the gentleman's situation.
Slave patrol shit.
Say what? Okay, somebody's speaking. Who's first?
No, it was Charles. Charles got rank over me because he's talking from experience.
That's
but I understand his question he asked. So after Charles finished his point, I will gladly kind of hint at what he meant.
Let me read out some
cash apps. He has.
Hold on,
Okay.
Lashane.
Yes,
Let me read out some cash apps real quick and thank people.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Yes,
Tooth
sir.
Trib. Appreciate you. Gino, appreciate you. Who's it? Alan, appreciate you. Seventh, appreciate you. And there's one more. CC Sanders, one of my day ones, appreciate you. Thornton Douglas, appreciate you. All right. Appreciate you guys. I'm humbled.
Man, shit, we humble you here, man. We humble you here, sir.
But go ahead, LaShawn.
He was asking from his life experience. This is what he's dealing with right now.
Okay.
And that's what he was asking. And I caught that point because it wasn't an if question because someone might have to deal with it. It was a real question because he's dealing with it now. And that's what I noticed because he's actually talking personal because y'all aren't, look, y'all the barbershop right now.
Mm-hmm.
You grown, you the little 4-year-old getting his first haircut. All this is right now, and he was talking from personal experience, and it wasn't. That's what it was. He got a chance. He just don't know what the chance is yet, and I think that's where his question was going, and that's all I was thinking because I actually was listening to him because it kind of got personal with me. Because I kind of understood what he meant because I got friends like that too. So if that was what he was saying, then go ahead
right there.
and just say, yeah. That's it.
Right there.
I'm just...
Okay.
You know what, Sensei?
Yes, sir.
I think some of the attitude toward the police, and if you exclude the slave patrol issue, don't go back that far, more recent, more contemporary, comes from the aggressive policing of the 90s, which I was a part of, the crack era.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, what happened with Rodney King, even though what happened with your boy Floyd was bad, Rodney King should not have, I still to this day, almost 20, 30 years later, how many years it was, I understand how he survived that. But my point was that the result, and you said it. I mean, you bring so many points home. You said it how that Rodney King beating was the end of them. You know how they changed the policy from top down. But it was the result of aggressive policing. And I'm gonna go ahead and kind of hint where I'm at, man. The Red Dog, where I am, Red Dogs was notorious. This shit was crazy. The regular patrol officers, if you was on patrol and you rolled up and Red Dog had somebody on the ground, you pulled off because you didn't want to be a part of that shit. I worked with an officer that could, as an archetype, let's say, was the guy that was involved with George Floyd. And what a lot of people don't understand who not insiders, if you ain't worked with them, all you do is cross your fingers, particularly if you were a rookie. I was a rookie. And they pair you with different people. You cross your fingers and all you do is hope they don't put me with this MF again.
Yeah.
I want to be testifying against them. You can't do, you know, I hear people say, oh, well, the cops should be able to tell. Dude, you cannot do that. If you don't understand the inside culture, you'll be on and in a damn 63 and need help like hell fighting 5 motherfuckers, and they will pull up 10 feet away from you and watch you get your ass beat.
Yeah.
To let you know, people don't understand.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
I was just saying that to shoot the inside, and my point was, I think a lot of that is the way policing evolved to combat with the crack era, which was new, at least here. It changed. It had a lot to do with changing the perception of the police.
Yeah, it did. Well, how police were perceived. Well, it changed a lot of things, and basically, it was something that shouldn't have been allowed, but it was, and it got out of hand. And it changed the way the people police, the way you prosecute people, the way you hold people in prison, all kinds of stuff that it changed.
Yeah. And to answer a question, I forgot the brother. He's actually in the chat now, on the panel now. How do I feel about BJJ in the police department? I like it. But I told people, if I was the commissioner, you would have basic boxing, basic wrestling, basic and I would have it to the point where you have to train it in mandatory at least 3 times a week.
Yeah, people wouldn't be running to these firearms so fast if they knew how to properly take people down. Like, you're a wrestler. I do BJJ myself, and it's definitely a very, very good utility, especially when it comes to taking down people. Wrestling's much better with taking down people. Judo too as well. But you know, these like a lot of cops don't have that type of training, and that requires a lot of hours to get good at it too. So
well, you got to know, you know, I'm a little bit of a nutcase, but still, no, I'm just joking. But I've done wrestling, I've done boxing, I've done jiu-jitsu, I've done catch wrestling, I've done MMA. So, and plus I'm a warrior. Is that every cop on the street? Because a lot of my people be like, but Coach or Charles or Officer Faulkner, if you were in the situation, yes, that's me in the situation. And I'm not the baddest man walking terra firma. So, like I said, all men and all women are not created equal. Same thing for cops. Now, if I got a 5'3" female officer, she's going against a guy on my side, yeah, I would expect her to try to put a cap in my ass and try to wrestle me to the ground. She ain't winning.
Yeah.
And that's the one issue I had with Sergeant Dorsey. I love Sergeant Dorsey. I think she's a very beautiful woman. Touchdown, bitches. Play Madden. But this is when they were like, we're trying to get more black officers and we're trying to get more black females. I don't have a problem with females running the police department. I would hold them to the same criteria as the men. Are you physically able to do the job? Are you mentally, emotionally, and spiritually able to do the job? If you can't pass the piece of gun, and if you cannot pull the slide on the back of the gun, sorry, it's not for you. Unless you get yourself stronger and more adept to doing what needs to be done. And that's the problem. That's one of the few issues I have with her. And the doctor, I forget what his name is, Dr. Davis on the live stream, is that getting capable people into the positions, not just let's get this job to black women to fill a quota because they got a GI Jane complex. No, you want the most capable people in that field.
You know what?
Go ahead, LaShawn.
Can I ask y'all a quick question?
Go ahead.
To interject, because everybody's on point. But isn't this the song Colors? Colors? You U.S. Army, you Navy, you Crips, Blood, you whatever colors you wear.
Yeah, well, everybody
Isn't
has a
this
uniform.
colors?
Everybody has a uniform. Okay.
So everybody serves this certain army, and you just saying which army you serve, and you're trying to find middle ground so you can find peace and work together.
So where are you going with this? So we can understand you.
I don't know. It seems like everybody's giving their viewpoints.
Yeah.
But everybody's saying they got the same goal. But
And
everybody's viewpoint is in the way of serving the same goal everybody's saying they're serving.
It's called them being what we call human beings.
That's my question, BGS, because honestly, I just starting to notice this. And you've been kind of doing videos about this, so I'm just asking while I got a chance.
Okay, I mean that is the way. If you study people, that's the way people associate and organize, and they have since we actually came out of the savannah and knew they were human beings. We grouped together, and that's just part of our DNA. And how we do it, why we do it, we know. Different totems, different colors, different paints they put on our bodies to differentiate us from other people or other groups. That's just normal.
Yeah, Tribalism 101. BGS, real fast.
Go ahead.
Well, not real fast, because I was waiting for us to jump into this.
Go ahead.
The single mother thing that you did a video about in Colombia and other places in Latin America. So I was just wondering, all right, so there are more single mothers. This is becoming a global thing. Will family units revert back to more of a clan type of thing? Will there be like
it appears that is the model that they're pushing for, in a sense, to a more community oriented, like even in the Black South. Even if a mother was abandoned by her husband, or she became a single mother, or had children out of wedlock, which they didn't approve of. But the thing is, the reason that the kids grew up somewhere sort of normal is because they were raised by the clan instead of by a nuclear family. The nuclear family model is very, very new as far as human time is actually measured. It's very new. And it's even now it's very unstable. And so if something like this happens where the family units start to break apart, it would actually revert back to its core principle, which is the clan. So that's probably what's happening. But as far as the reason I'm actually going through it is because I think it's being done on purpose by certain governments, but by allowing it, like the Colombia pulled all the old laws about marriage and out of wedlock births and stuff like that. They actually pulled those laws. And
so it's not
hard to do it. Go ahead.
So it's not a socioeconomic thing. It's not like
no, because it wouldn't be like, it's not a socioeconomic thing in Sweden.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Because the state supports it, right?
Yeah.
And it's same thing with France, the UK. It's not, they're not poor. Okay. The thing is, why are they doing it? That's like we're actually starting to explore it. I'm not, I don't have all the answers. I'm presenting it because I'm exploring it right now. I'm actually going through it because there's a pattern that I noticed. And even in some of the papers I actually skimmed over that are actually talking about what's going on, they actually point to what I was actually talking about. Remember the demographic shapes I was actually showing you?
Yes.
Okay. Both those, the stable one and the one where the stable one is what they call demographic transition 2, right? Okay. The one is stable. The one where you see a decline in population, this demographic population demographic stage 4. Okay.
And that's the slimmer ice cream, right?
That's the ice cream cone, right?
Okay.
Okay. And I'm glad I haven't read the papers, but according to them, when a country's transitioning from the first, which is the second one, which is the industrialization, well, the first demographic shift, which is industrialization, right? And then the third one is the stabilized form, right? So they're trying to take countries from the initial industrialization and actually shift them to the stabilized form, and so they're actually shifting the laws and all the kind of stuff to actually go along with it. Now, I don't know if it's something. I know it's something they're doing on purpose. I can't prove it because I have to read more. But the thing is, you can actually see the ones that actually don't have high out of wedlock birth rate versus the ones that do, because they're both in the same state. They just made different decisions. And the thing is, are the decisions on purpose? Or is it something that's incidental that just happened, or have they noticed something? So in other words, is it more important to not have out of wedlock births and keep your country socially stable or culturally stable, or make this transition so you can keep the population stable? And I'm thinking that this is the difference. It's a matter of decisions, and maybe if we can actually understand what they're doing with other populations, why they're doing it, maybe we can actually understand the Black community and why we have the same kind of high out of wedlock birth rate. That's what I'm trying to actually ascertain. Look at it from other places where they don't have the same kind of culture that we do, like slavery and Jim Crow and all the ill effects that come on with Black people. Okay, that's well known. Is there another population of people, or several populations of people that are doing the exact same thing for different reasons? But the thing is, under the same kind of conditions. That's what I'm trying to find out, if that makes sense.
Yes. May I interject real quick?
Go ahead.
Because that was genius.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of creepy because that's the same thing I think. But see, we got African nations, part of the continent Africa, that don't think other people ain't African.
Okay. Well, to them, they're not.
Okay. No. That's that continent. We on this continent.
I know, but the saying is,
Africans. I understand what you.
Africans don't think of themselves as African because they think of themselves as the group of people they belong to that happen to live in Africa, or the continent is named after.
That is why I'm touching on it.
Okay.
Because I'm not saying anything. It's just it. It's just a lot of people don't.
Yeah.
You put work, effort, and everything else into it. I'm just asking you questions like a dummy.
Okay.
And that's my job right now, because I'm a dummy.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Africa, in my opinion, and I can't speak for them, but I've been following this in the African continent and what's going on with the Chinese for like 2 decades, right? Yeah. So even though I'm not an expert because I don't live there, but I've been following it for a very long time. I've talked to a lot of people, and what they have to do is they have to go through the same kind of transition that every industrialized group has to go through. Okay, infrastructure, education, different kinds of stuff that they have to go through the same steps. Now they can go through it faster, but they still have to go through the same steps. And organizing into an umbrella group that actually squashes things like typical things like immigrant workers. Okay, how they're actually going to deal with resources in a group rather than being separate. Disputes, between nations, right? Because we don't like your trade policy, we don't like what you did. How can you solve those disputes without going to war, right? We talk about 50 countries. How do we solve this without going to war? You need a bigger umbrella group to actually solve this stuff. So if you break into somebody, 2 groups get into a war, you're gonna have refugees, right, coming into your country. How do you handle that? It's easier to handle it with an umbrella group where you actually coordinate things money, banking, trade, all that kind of stuff. Where you coordinate it, it's easier to do that rather than having 50 separate countries bickering over shit, right? And basically, the easiest way to make peace is with money. And normally that's what happens. The more money you get, the more peace you have, because people have less things to fight over and more things to lose. You give
Which
kids
is
jobs.
the same philosophy for crime.
Same philosophy for crime.
BGS.
Mm-hmm.
You just gave a black man options while he was a dummy and didn't know. I was just giving the new ones a chance to know your knowledge. That's all, sir.
Yeah.
Good job.
All right, I got to go do something for about 15 minutes. So you guys I can either end it, or you guys can actually have a conversation, and it's up to you. What do you guys want to do?
Oh, we got to play
I
nice.
was just happy you had a conversation with all of us.
Okay, well, I'm
gave
gonna
us a fair chance to speak.
I'll be I'll be on mute for like 15 minutes because I got to go do something. I'll be right back.
I'll basically play ringmaster, even though all these guys on the panel are a bunch of motherfuckers, and I'm just playing with you.
All right, I'll be back. I'll be back in 15 minutes. All right.
I've done humped a couple of mothers, so he can call me that. I'll accept it because I will gladly accept it next time she happen to be that option.
All right, let's get the topic going.
But here's a question.
Go ahead.
Is there any opposing views of what I was saying about law enforcement and black people? That would be a good question to start with. Everybody on the panel get a chance?
Nope. I just want to know where I can go to Baltimore where the cops will kick my ass, and you might be an option where, because I know you,
well,
like every other cop I know in certain cities.
It's called anywhere as long as you're not trying to kick the cops' ass in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Hell, I'm just happy I know your email. And I mean, look, I ain't looking to get my ass whooped.
Come on, man.
Okay?
That
ain't why I went on vacation.
Come on, man.
I want that question to go around the panel. So Tito, you're first, and I want everybody to go around.
I'm gonna see the mic. I don't have any issues. I'm gonna see the mic over.
Yeah, I don't have any issues in particular. Only thing I can really say is just like certain aspects of police culture that just needs to get worked on. But that comes with time. That comes with people willing to change the culture. So. Sure. But there definitely does need to be more black people in law enforcement. But yeah, that's all. That's.
And who was just speaking?
Oh, Onyx.
Onyx. Okay. The brother who asked me the question about BJJ. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I don't want to butcher it. Is it Salchi or how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Salchi.
Shit, I'm good. What's your thought?
Yeah, definitely. First thing, respect to the chat, BGS, Charles. I asked that question because, of course, with the riots and hearing a lot of folks, especially black folks, saying that we should defund the police, but they're not. As far as I was concerned, they weren't really looking at the big picture. So, I mean, I haven't taken BBJ yet. I mean, I boxed in my 20s, and I did Krav Maga. So. And as you understand, it's a whole different ballgame in heightened situations where things pretty much slow down for us, but for the average person, they really don't have any idea what's going on. So that's why I thought that would be a good idea to have the police force trained more so on that, and at least definitely get an annual reviews or training on that, and just running lean, because I already know you guys. The budget's always tight with police. So that's why I asked that question. And I'm actually not far from you. I'm like 2 exits away from DC. So
we could actually get a drink and shit. Get some
sir.
Cigars. We could actually get some cigars one day and get some drink and actually give some input. Because the beautiful thing about the Gray Faulkner Initiative, it's a fluid strategy. It's never static. It's for all my military personnel, we know what that means. Meaning that it's ever changing. Meaning we evolve. The people evolve the plan don't evolve the people. And also involve the people evolve the plan, and the plan evolves to the people. So, in my heart of hearts, I believe that instead of funding the police department, we should put more funds into it, so you can get certain amount of training to prevent things like this. So you can get more black officers in the community. And for those who are not black, they would get more training and education about the people where they're going to police. One of the things that I recall when I was in the academy, we had about a class of 63, 64, and we had about 20 Puerto Rican officers who came from Puerto Rico. So we had to teach them slang and Baltimorean. Like, for those who are not from Baltimore, if you hear me say the word bank, it doesn't mean a financial institution, even though we're talking about when a person gets jumped. That's just, cultural colloquialism. So when you actually learn, okay, why are the people on the corner not selling drugs? It's because a lot of people don't realize how social black folks are. So when you see a group of us, guess what? If we're talking to each other and we didn't see each other, but we have a common interest, we're going to talk for hours. That's just our natural disposition. So when you have that, it's going to be an interesting aspect, because a lot of white people are not that social, even with each other, compared to black people. So who's next with the question?
Man, let me just check real quick. Look, there's a lot of black men, a lot of black women that is trying to change the image of how you as nigga should be viewed as black people. And then we could just, as equal as white, view themselves. And they're doing their damnedest. But you know what you want to do? That's what you do. I'm not going into either one of those sides. I'm neutral.
That's what's up. Somebody else has
Someone can nitpick you to death. But here's the problem. While they're nitpicking you, they handled the first example of how they're going to be different than how they're being viewed as. But they want to put all the blame on you. And here's the thing. I don't have to give a damn. Because you know what? I don't have to be judged as that. Neither does anybody else.
Hey, Lashawn, you gotta give somebody else a chance to add on.
I'm sorry. It was just all the points y'all made.
See the mic.
You gotta give somebody else.
Mute.
Thank you, Lashawn. Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go next if nobody else goes.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I have an issue with like the rap game now. I noticed that they let a lot of people outside of the rap group inside the rap group, and I was dealing with this white boy online, and like he couldn't be no more than like 12 or 13. He's just saying nigga off the tip of his doggone tongue like he's black or something. And I'm like, I want to check this dude, but you black, those hood dudes let that shit happen. So I'm not even gonna check that guy for that. So my question is, am I gonna be blamed for that even though I'm not a hood person and they expect me to fit that culture or what?
Well, one, you should check him, because number one, he has no business. Number one, the reason why you check people is to correct them. Number two, you can save that motherfucker's life.
Yeah.
Because number one, people would, and especially when I was in the military, people would come to me to ask questions about black culture because they're afraid that other people may act more aggressively. And I said, there's very few shit that will offend me, even if it's a stupid ass question that you could already know. Mm-hmm. But I tend to be nice about it unless you get on my fucking nerves and you're really trying to be ignorant. Yeah. But yes, you should check them. And two, you should make them realize, why are you saying something because you hear someone else saying it in school? But yet, You don't even. I said the first thing I would tell that motherfucker is like, look, have you read the ISIS papers? Have you read Miseducation of the Negro? Have you read The Rise and Fall of Black Civilization? To you, that word may be something cool because you saw it on MTV or BET. To us, that's a word we had to deal with for 400 years.
But this is a white guy, by the way. This is like a little white boy that could have sounded no more than like 12 or 13. So
I don't
he's
give
really
up.
coming up
I don't
around
give
black
up.
folk.
I'm not as intelligent as BGS with this one, but I don't give a fuck. Because guess what? If he goes to a school with majority black kids and he says the word nigga, like, what's up, nigga? He's going to get his ass beat. Right?
That's why I don't want to
He said it's a white boy.
And then on top of that,
black like you.
And then on top of
That's
that,
the only point.
Hold on, LaShawn. Hold on. And then on top of that, you start to see the true person come out when they get upset. One thing about hate is very objective. One thing about anger, I won't even say hate, anger is very objective. So when that person is angry, they're going to say what really is on their mind. Yeah, they're not going to give you the little cookie cutter bullshit. So to save his fucking life, especially when he reaches high school, when black people ain't playing that shit anymore, it's even 5 seconds you can educate a dummy.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, I'll start checking them from now on. The thing is, I just didn't want to do that. Then the hood dudes actually allowed that to happen. Just like how they allow all these white folks and non-black people to get into their space and try to take over hip-hop. That's all I'm saying. But y'all want me to defend y'all, but yet y'all let those people in.
But guess what? Sometimes you gotta play the most intelligent man in the room, even if you don't want to.
I try to play the dumbest nigga in the room. That's why I don't say anything.
Because a lot of times, there's times I'm gonna say shit just to see what a person will say.
Oh yeah.
I ain't the dumbest nigga in the room. I'm the smartest man. That's crazy as sane as hell.
Intoxicated right now.
No, Charles. This ain't that conversation about who's drunker than who. This is just simple. Make allies while you got a room full of people that might be your ally. That's all it is. That's it. Now, look. I know what my damn judgment is.
Oh Lord.
My son tans better than white folk that sit there injecting the stuff. No, Charles, please. Let me. I got a little quick point. It's just a quick point, sir. Please.
Come on.
Let me. If I'm gonna mess up and screw it up, let me just go ahead and just use my own words before you say I'm wrong.
You already spoke. You taking the mic away from somebody else who did.
All right.
Hey, how everyone doing?
Interjecting one point.
Now I left.
Please, I'm getting off this. My Bluetooth is dying. My Bluetooth is dying. Gentlemen, please. I'm just saying. Keep the fact up. I got to get off.
Oh my God.
You got a drunk on here again.
Okay. John, I leave for 15 minutes and this is what breaks out, man. That's why I started eating the stream. Now, if you calm down and listen, I'll let
See
you
what happens, BGS. We let somebody can't hold their lick on you.
I know. Like Romper.
How y'all doing on here? How you doing,
I asked
BJ?
nicely. I gave him an option.
How's everyone?
Hey, BJ, what's up, man? I asked nicely.
How everyone doing? I'm enjoying some Southern comfort, brother.
Oh shit! Know what? Wait, can't see the whole thing.
It's broke down. Can't do it.
How you doing, BGS? Just pissed myself.
Yeah.
Drinking some of that good old Thunderbird.
Oh yeah.
Oh, let me do it again.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, go ahead, put it up. What does it say? No what? No comment. So you know what, man? You know what? See, you giving Gemini a bad name, man, because you ain't shit. You ain't shit. Giving Gemini
You know
a
what,
motherfucking
BJ?
bad name.
I came on this platform trying to be the diplomat Gemini.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? I tried working with people, and when they tapped on my last nerve, I said I can't do it because Gemini went off on me. Not Gemini, Lord Jesus. What's his name? LeSean went off on me last week.
Okay.
He cussed everybody out on the panel. I said, you know what? All gloves are off. You getting it now. So every time I see you, you a drunk nigga every time.
What is that?
So excuse me, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Hello, brothers on the panel. How you doing? What's up, Master Teacher?
What's up?
Is this ignorant? Is this ignorant, drunk, illiterate nigga Saturday?
This is rehab Saturday.
You know what? You know what? Like everything was going fine, right? I had a little family thing I had to do, right? So I said I got two choices. I had end the stream or leave it to you guys for 15 minutes, right? And they all said we'll be on our best behavior for 15 minutes while you bow out and mute up, right? So I leave for a goddamn 15 minutes, man. Come back, and I said, "Oh goddamn."
Well, BGS,
that's what you do.
Out of respect for you, I wasn't trying to cuss him out. I like LeSean.
Yeah.
You
were being respectful.
Yeah, but he knew
I was 5 seconds away from like, nigga, chill.
Oh my God. I knew as soon as
what I'm saying is, I asked LeSean, basically, will you behave yourself while I'm gone for 15 minutes?
Basically, because I knew that shit was gonna be a train wreck when he was still in the panel. I was like, please kick him to the BGS. Please kick him.
No,
Y'all really thought that was
a
gonna
train wreck. It wasn't gonna be a train wreck. That nigga is a train wreck.
That's it. I'm losing.
He's a night train wreck. He's like what's a night train?
I'm losing my faith in niggas, man. I really am.
Who you telling?
Y'all know that nigga is special, man.
You don't understand, BGS. With this one more pint, I'll be the smartest nigga in the panel.
I'm just a dumb nigga. Like, come on, man.
You ain't shit. You ain't shit.
That's what you were saying,
BGS. There's a new phrase that I put out that we just put it on Bishop's show.
And
LeSean fits into this. Game Changer fits into this.
Okay.
Mr. Stragtastic fits into this.
Okay.
It's called.
They call what's the term?
The phrase is called "fuck nigga figureheads." They are what they are.
Okay. Now I'm gonna ask you guys an opinion because I'm really trying to understand Mr. Fantastic. What is his problem, man?
I don't know.
He's a strag.
Let's keep
it real. Let's keep it real. He has no respect for elders. So when he gets old, ain't nobody gonna have respect for him. He gonna look back on this day and he's gonna wonder why his child, why his son, why other men in his community don't have respect for him, because you're keeping the gynocracy going when you don't have respect for older black men.
Yeah.
The best assessment I could give you, BGS, is like there are people who are the voice for the voiceless, and then there are people who are the voice for the pointless.
The voice for the voice, the voice for the wingless.
I mean, he wants to be an intellectual. In my opinion, he wants to be an intellectual without doing the work.
Intellectually, what?
It's not intellectual.
No, what I'm saying is, I said, dude, go ahead, Charles.
Can I get my professional opinion about that? His problem is he's always walking into a room. He's walking into a house. And the house has multiple rooms. He thinks he's automatically the smartest motherfucker in the room because he completed the Dr. Seuss anthology. Okay? So he goes off of his little narrow world views, especially if it's somebody with Caucasian persuasion agrees with him. And then what bites him in the ass is when people actually are either experts in the field or actually take the time out to research what the fuck they're going to speak on before they even utter a word. He wants to get upset. I already look at him different because regardless of what issues we have with black women, I'm not going to allow an outsider to talk about black women because those are black women.
Yeah.
So, if it was me and a black woman rooted me in line, I'm gonna beat her ass. Nigga, I'll fuck you.
Yeah, my thing is this: that's family business. You don't discuss that with other white people.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
And when he did that panel, whatever little bit of respect, nigga, you are not Mr. Fantastic. You're like, you're not even Ben Grimm because he's lovable.
Mr. Bishop. I mean, go ahead.
Go ahead, folks.
I was saying, I didn't have any respect for him. I mean, I didn't have any respect for him when he had that porn star's balls deep down his throat. Like,
right.
I'm glad I missed that one, but I heard about it. It was
I mean, I heard it. Like, I mean, it wasn't live, but I heard the playback, and I'm like, okay, this nigga's he was already a certified bitch ass nigga then. But to go from that goofy shit to having the white supremacist balls down his throat. Oh, hey, can I get another interview with you? Oh, I got black bitches too. And then to now disrespecting the elder in his space. I mean, this is why I said in the comments, we have to exile cats like that. You got to mass up from that nigga. You shouldn't allow him on any other panels and just ignore his existence. Shut him. He has to be tarred and feathered because he's a bitch ass nigga. Somebody clip that because I want him to replay that back.
We should remix it. Bitch ass nigga.
Fuck that bitch ass.
Matter of fact, we'll even give bitch ass nigga production.
He's a whole trash bag, man. You ain't got no respect for the elders. We ain't got no respect for you because that's one of my pet peeves. And BJS knows that's one of my pet peeves. You don't disrespect older people. You're gonna be older one day, and you are a trash bag, nigga. You are trash tactical. Remember that.
But you know what pissed me off?
You come over here, you trash. You ain't
but you know what he pissed me off even more? It's not just an elder. You fuck with one of our beloved elders over here, the man that helped shape this sector. This man gave you nothing but knowledge, nothing but wisdom, nothing but love. And you're just gonna piss in his face and just be disrespectful to him.
Oh, not on my watch.
And the thing is, it was cool that he did it over there because he ain't gonna come over here to do that because he know that we all gonna get on his ass.
Nah, he ain't gonna do that.
And what pisses me off, and reason why he has this vitriol to you, BGS, because of who you are.
Yeah.
First of all, you have done this because one thing you're saying that he wants to be an intellectual. He wants to be an intellectual. You're an intellectual. The thing is, it's just that, stay in your lane.
Yeah.
Stay in your lane. And he's gonna, but only thing that he knows how to do is cuss you out, say derogatory stuff to you, and just talk about you bad. Yeah, because when you listen to what he was saying, it's the jealousy that he has because you're checking.
He's a failure. He's worthless. I mean, I say it. I'm gonna say this shit one good time, and I want the nigga to clip it and cry over the tweet. Nigga, fuck you and the bastard baby making welfare sucking bitch ass mama that you came from, bitch ass nigga.
All right.
Well, here's the thing, BGS. With a lot of guys, there's a lot of protection.
Tell us how you feel.
Some guys feel that because they have certain things, like they have the mask of a good job, certain associations, or what they seem as stable income at the time, or some, especially the ones that say like, at least I'm married. The main ones that talking shit online that are married, she married the perfect mark. Because every time you get on here, you're venting some of your content because of the shit you live in real time, where you got to do live streams in your car or in the basement or at a buddy's house because your girl gonna fucking show out and it's gonna get picked up on the microphone. So I listen to a lot of the stuff that is not being told on the stream. You can use like little filters and all that, but then we can see what's really going on in you. There's a lot of guys who feel lesser than because you do what you do and you don't have to put on this extra stuff to get what you get. They do. Everything they do, they get taxed for. They pay that mud duck tax. That shit sucks.
In my platinum voice, these niggas are tricks.
Getting goofy, nigga.
And you know what? And it goes beyond just sexual being tricks. You a trick for a white dude. You a mark. You do his bidding because as soon as if y'all don't know if y'all heard it, he has so much vitriol in his voice for a brother who was talking over him on the panel. But when the white dude talked over him, he's like, yeah, that is true. But as soon as the black dude start talking, nigga, shut up. I'm talking right now. I'm like, I see the flip.
That's that hopping Bob disorder.
That's that Bugs Bunny.
Tell about the good line, boss.
Yeah.
Yes, boss.
Yeah,
because
even when it was on Kendra's panel, you remember BJS, who came on there? Well, one of the chicks, she was like, well, you know, Taz did that, blah blah blah. We was like, no. Taz is part of the black family.
Yeah.
Now we're not talking about him. We're talking about this white dude. He shouldn't be able to come over here and talk. I don't care if I'm having a problem with any black dude anywhere. I would stop my problems with the black dude I'm fighting, and the white dude trying to jump in it. I'm going to start beating on him. Then get back to my battle with the whatever I'm having with the other black dude. You're not gonna jump in this family business. You never gonna do that. I learned that a long time ago. My parents taught me that you don't ever let no white person come in family business.
No,
I don't care. You stop your fight. You act like y'all unified, whatever. Y'all pretend, because white people pretend like they cool with one another. Then they go back to fighting one another.
They're just not gonna do it in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. They ain't gonna let no nigga jump in it.
Because damn sure if he would have said it about his women, he would have had an issue, whether if he was male or not. But then again, the problem with guys like them is because they were getting swirlies.
They still getting them
now. Well, that is true, and I can think that. They're mad because it's like about the Pookie and Ray versus and what is that shit called?
Educated lanes.
Educated lane bullshit. Nigga, I know plenty of motherfuckers when I was going to copping who slayed dragons like a fucking Disney prince.
Yep.
Like, I know motherfuckers. Like, hell, if you want to be technical, I was a jock with a fucking 4.0 in high school. So what the fuck you talking about? You try to say I gotta pick being cool or dumb? Me and my niggas. First of all, there's some niggas who are just smart with culinary arts. There's some smart with political science. Some smart with the physical sciences. Some smart with physical fitness. I mean, this is the part of that I always said. A black man is not allowed to be multifaceted for shit.
That's true.
Dumb ass motherfuckers like them to fucking part their lip and say, well, he committed a crime. That's the reason why I was hoping BGS didn't kick his ass off, because I'd have hit him alive. I'd have said, so you telling me if I was on patrol and I got a call for a motherfucker who stole a candy bar, I should take my fucking Glock 22 and execute him on the street?
That's basically what they're saying.
And you know what? And you know what's so retarded with his arguments? He kept talking about how George Foreman had a record. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, BJS. Do you have a record?
Yeah. It's not much.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was mistaken. I thought you did. But he had warrants for his arrest from what he said. So doesn't that disqualify him?
Yeah.
According to him, it disqualifies his own self. So who is the better man at the end of the day?
Let's talk some real shit. I ain't never tell people this part of my life, but it's gonna be some real shit. I've been arrested twice.
Oh wow.
I had FTAs for going to court that I didn't know about, especially when I was in fucking Iraq. How the fuck can you serve me when I'm not in the country?
Right.
So does that make me a fucking criminal?
No. According to him, it does.
Because guess what? I'm the guy who arrests criminals.
and that's the irony with it. I'm glad you said that, Charles, because according to his dumb self, he think that's a disqualifier. So are you saying that majority of us is unqualified? Because he just disqualified himself. So I'm like, so what is your argument? Because I didn't know what his argument was on the whole time.
He in the military. So here's my guess what? There's a wise man, a very intelligent man of 63 years being on this earth. His name is Charles L. Faulkner Sr. If you didn't guess it, it's my father. He would used to tell me when I was a wee little boy, Charles, stop listening to dumbass motherfuckers.
That is true.
Because if they actually had something intelligent to say, people would actually believe them. He doesn't even believe his own shit. He needs somebody to validate his foolishness
on a fucking cosmic scale that he actually refers to himself as Mr. Fantastic.
Well, again, it's projection though.
Supposed to be the most intelligent mother. I call myself the Black Superman, but guess what? You called yourself the most intelligent motherfucker in all of Marvel Comics. What have you done to prove that to be true? What have you said that was so fucking profound? Because last time I checked, as intellectually sound as BGS is, he will never challenge an expert in the field. If anything, he will use your fucking talking points to validate what the fuck he said.
Yeah, I tried to. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Charles, isn't it though? The Mr. Fantastic part, you know, his power is elasticity, stretching shit.
That is true.
That's not what his wife said.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go with that
shit. I can't tell you how many times when something like this comes up, I ask Charles straight up, what do you think?
Yeah.
And when did I give you a wrong answer?
You need never had it, to my knowledge.
No, we ain't never.
I will literally read policy. People don't. Here's another thing about police policy.
Get him, Charles.
They're fucking common knowledge, my dude. Right. You can literally go on the internet and watch on YouTube, put up Baltimore police, and you will see our commissioner telling and speaking of police policy because they're common knowledge. They have to be out in the open. So when you get these idiots talking about this is a crime, no, what they're trying to do is change the culture of policing that everything does not need to be a arrestable offense. They got away from zero tolerance because they look in the 90s. That's the cigar smoking, not COVID. And they actually said, they arrested over 100,000, almost 150,000 people in 1 year.
Could we start?
Crime go down? No. When they stopped doing zero tolerance, crime actually went down less.
Yeah, because you stop creating criminals.
Exactly. So when you get this motherfucker who claims to be the most intelligent motherfucker, which is the moniker of Reed Richards, I fucking beg to differ.
Well, I mean, there's a difference too. When you look at it, like a lot of us, and like I said it before, we gave BGS the title of Master Teacher. He doesn't out there claim it. He gets smoked for it for some reason.
I get a whole lot of smoke for it.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you have information and how you carry yourself, if that helps change you for the better in the short and long term, that means something. That's why I said, like, if you're the voice of the pointless, you could be talking about the same old shit for 20 years and nothing has changed.
Well, you know how we could change that, Ronan? Officer Faulkner, could we put on the books of arresting non-intelligent people that spew out dumb talking points? Could we put that on the books?
We ain't got enough room to hold.
We actually have that. We actually have that. Because ignorance of the law does not excuse you from it. So ignorance, period, does not excuse you from being a dumb motherfucker. Because I'm just looking at this shit, and he wants to argue down a fucking phony $20 bill, allegedly.
Right.
Because everything's alleged till you prove it.
Yeah.
Was it worth a motherfucker putting a knee on his neck for almost 9 minutes straight?
When they do that training ad anyway,
they don't.
They don't.
If anything, I'll give y'all a little bit of game. Y'all should be happy for those who get subscribed. I'm giving y'all true game of how they're going to convict your ass. This is what they're going to do when they go to the court. They're going to get all the defense tactics instructors. They're going to get the firearm instructors. They're going to get the sergeants. They're going to get the higher ups. What's the prosecutor going to say? I got a copy of the policy of use of force. Where are you force where you taught to put a knee on somebody's neck to subdue them? You know what that's going to say? They were never taught that. They were told prohibited.
Yeah. Which is why he's in jail.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
you know what pisses
if he was fundamental, that motherfucker would be like futile.
Yeah.
But you know what pisses me off though, brothers? It gets on my nerves when Ashtastic starts this
Oh shit.
just being so you just having this vitriol, and first of all for George Floyd, then it flips over to BGS, and my thing is like, what makes you better?
Yeah.
What makes you better than both of these men? When
Mm-hmm.
you're just when you're just in the same boat as all of us, like they said, we're all one big nigga. I said, my thing is, I said, the problem is with dirt. My thing is, especially if you're a dude that had a felony too,
Yeah.
and you talking this shit, and and BJ said, oh, he had a kid out of wedlock. Oh, then we got another check.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing is, and you talking cash shit out of the side of your neck that you don't know shit about. Then on top of that, you're being disrespectful to a man that's an elder.
Mm-hmm.
You're being disrespectful to a man that's an elder that's respected. Like I said, like him cussing somebody out, that's like cussing Malcolm X. That's like cussing like Farrakhan. That's like cussing Dr. King out. That's like sisters cussing
that was
out
an emotional
Sherazade Ali.
outburst, though. That's what it was. We need to appreciate moments like this because
exactly
in this space, we want people to tell us the truth, even if it fucking hurts. Because you have to trigger change.
Exactly.
Stuff with the environment.
Yep.
But you know what the funny thing, Ronan?
What's up?
Anything and everything that BGS has said, it's not like he's hurting us.
Yeah.
BGS, all of us on the panel, and even the sisters in the chat, half of everybody in this area of the Black manosphere, male or female, you've talked to, you've always been a straight shooter.
Yeah.
Have you not?
Yeah. I try to be.
I mean, just a couple of weeks you told me, and you said, well, Malika, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you know what, man, you get on my nerves.
That's just Tuesday.
But the funny thing is, I'm not cussing you out because you're making me see it. And I'm like, you know what? And the thing is, I can't knock that. How many times but here's the funny thing. Valdez will be like a pit bull when it comes to fucking like debating.
Yeah.
And like and Valdez even said, me and BGS went at it, but he's not jumping out of his pocket to cuss you out. You know what BGS, you're making us think. You're just doing it. You do that to your kids, you do that to your grandkids. You told us you did that to your girlfriends, you did that to everyone, you do that to all of us.
Yeah, I'll give you a quick example. Like my grandson who actually putting together his bike, right?
Yeah.
And the one they ordered, he's like 8 years old. It's actually too big for him, right?
Right.
It's for a small adult. So I'm telling him the bike is too big, okay? And it's too tall for you. Because he had to figure out how to ride it. So he said, it's not too tall. I said, the bike's too tall for you. I said, so go ahead. If you believe it's the right thing to do, go ahead and get on it. He got on it, 2 pumps, fell right down. Okay. How's it working out for you, Chief?
What did you learn?
Yeah.
You know what, fellas? This is what is called a fundamental breakdown of masculinity.
Among other
If
things.
I had beefs with people on YouTube, you're fucking right, I did. But even if I'm diametrically opposed to a person or have a beef that may last like a month or two, if the motherfucker says something that's sound, I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna admit the motherfucker knows his shit.
Right.
This motherfucker, have you ever heard him admit that somebody else but him is actually intelligent? And that's where you fuck up. That's where you fuck up.
Yeah.
Oh, well, George Floyd, look. Think about it. How many guys do you have? And we're actually pretty fortunate and spoiled because of BGS panels and the amount of fucking experts he can bring on at a drop of a dime. To ask these questions. You're not going to have as many open black cops as I am.
No, you won't.
Right, that's true.
Fucking scientists as Nicole Ali.
Yeah.
Oh my God, a black woman who loves the Manosphere? Oh God.
Yeah.
You're not going to have guys like a Valdez, like a Saru, like a BJ, like all walks of life in the black community.
Yeah.
Even if we don't agree, hell, at some point we probably don't even like each other, and then sit down and be like, "That's bullshit. Let's go back to drinking, liking each other again."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'll actually come down in a masculine way and say, "You know what? This shit is not helping the community. What can we do to benefit and make sure the next generation can actually drive on to a further point in the race than we did?"
Mm-hmm.
But you know what you just did there, Charles? You know what you just did there, Charles? You did something that was being unselfish.
Yep.
These dudes don't think that way. When you think that, here's the problem. You have a man that was heinously killed a few months ago.
Yeah.
Heinously killed. Leave him alone. Let his spirit rest in peace. I don't care what he did in the past. Okay, petty criminal shit or whatever it was. Even if he was trying to pass a counterfeit bill, allegedly.
Right.
Does the man need to die like that? No, because it could be any one of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. It could have been any one of us.
Yeah.
You've been finding out, damn, I remember Malika back on used to be on the panels. That's messed up. What happened to him? You know his mother's only child, right? You know, that was, he was this and that and all the other stuff. But then the thing is, you just realize in the situation, oh, he just another dead nigga. Yeah, Mr. Fantastic. All of us will be another dead nigga.
And let me say this, Malika.
I'm gonna say this real quick before I'm gonna say this. Here's the fucked up point, right? Not one damn time was there any consideration. You just want to prove a point, and this is embarrassing for black people as a whole. How the fuck white people going harder for you than for your people than you are?
Right.
That's embarrassing. That's fucking embarrassing.
Oh my god.
That is so true.
That's why
that is true.
So I told you, Valeri ain't shit, man.
But it's the truth though. He should have a soft spot in his, not his heart, but you know,
makes it a little moist, huh?
Yeah, a little tingly.
Darth R. Shitty is his
name. He got a soft spot in his ass.
Right. Release the Gemini.
Go ahead and finish your point, Charles. And then who else is trying to get in?
I was gonna get in right after.
Even a dirty diaper has some substance.
Okay.
No matter how shitty and moist it is.
Finish your point, Charles.
And I'm like to the point where you allow people to go harder for your people than you will. And that's embarrassing. How the fuck is it? White men and white women are going harder about something that's an injustice to your people. You think a fucking Mexican, even if he was about to take a fucking machete out on a motherfucker, you think he's gonna fucking talk bad about that motherfucker? Because guess what? The one lesson you learn in life is that if you don't come together, you're next.
Right.
That's
one under right there.
He's a white man. That's the reason why he's like okay with that shit. That's what it really is. He thinks just because he's in the military and he has certain credentials that shit doesn't affect him. And it's just like, there's black men with higher status than you that were getting pulled over at their own house. Like,
Oh yeah.
And you know what? You know what's so funny with the whole qualifying and disqualifying? If he wants to go on that scale of who's closer to whiteness, I could almost beat him on that scale. Because I come from 5 generations of patriarchal men on my dad's side, 3 generations of patriarchal men on my mom's side. I'm a preacher on top of that, and I've never been arrested. But what makes me different from him is I'm realist. I know at the end of the day, we're all the same nigga at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I can get arrested. I can get shot and get killed. My parents set me down as a kid and told me I'm different because I'm a black kid. So I'm very aware of who I am. I don't have no kids. I'm only gonna plan on having kids when I get married. If I don't get married, I'm not having no kids. But these people come up with all these notions of, oh, he had a criminal record, he this, that, and the third. So you're disqualifying yourself. Mm-hmm. What you're saying is I'm the model citizen and you're not the model citizen. But at the end of the day, I'm not stupid to go around here saying, oh, George Floyd deserved that. Oh, George Floyd, he had this and third. When have you ever seen white people get on a major platform and air out Billy Bob Thornton's record when he gets killed? Especially by a black dude. They're gonna demonize that black dude before they demonize Billy Bob Thornton. They're not gonna demonize their own. So what makes it you coming on here demonize another brother who was killed unjustly and bring up his record like a big old raccoon that you is? I don't know what butter biscuit you looking for, but it ain't over here. You better go over on that other side of the manosphere and do all that tap dancing, because it ain't gonna work over here. Because as soon as I catch wind of it, I'm like, oh no, get this raccoon up out of here. Sweep him up out of here.
We calling them Boscos now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bosco. Bosco. Hey,
ashy ass Boscos.
Boscos, they suffer from ethnic amnesia more than anything.
They suffer from brainwashing.
Yeah.
By the
And
slave
answer
trade.
me this question: why is it the ugly ass Boscos too that talk the most?
Because they got a point to prove.
Yeah, they got a lot of proof.
Chicken and waffles.
Hey, I want to throw a quick point in right here, if I can.
So what?
Really, can
We
barely
can hear you.
I thought that was LaShawn again.
I think that's Heathen's Rage. No, that's Heathen's Rage.
No, you can tell with no slurring.
LaShawn's reloading.
we can barely get closer to the mic. Heathen's Rage. You can barely hear you.
I'm trying. I ain't real technical yet. How about now?
That's a little. We will work with it.
Okay. One thing that you don't hear talked about a lot with the talk about reform, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is jury nullification.
Mm-hmm.
So outside of me being law enforcement, and I've done several things, and I'm kind of on the dark side of things now. I almost lost hope on the whole situation, but one thing you don't hear a lot about is jury nullification, because we don't, like Charles said, we don't educate ourselves on what we really can and do and not do when we go outside. So, but my point is, we think we know the law and we don't. Despite the rule of law, despite a lot of things, the jury has the ultimate right to just let somebody off. So how do you fix that? I mean, these are just the things you look at. It's just a thought. I'm just talking about thoughts. You understand what I'm saying? I don't have the answer. But you can tell the jury what the law is, and you can give them all the evidence you want. If they're not going to convict Billy Bob, they're just not going to do it. There's nothing the system can do about it. And that's something you don't hear about. It's called jury nullification. Despite the rules of the law, the verdict of the jury it holds true. I just want to know what Officer Faulkner thought about that too.
Did you hear it, Officer Charles?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Somewhat. Repeat the main meat and potatoes about that.
Man, I'm sorry. I had a good mic, and I'm wrestling with my I'm not an IT person.
Were you talking about the lack? I heard the part about the lack of knowledge when it comes to the law.
And he also talked about jury nullification.
That was my point. My point was, with black, you don't hear a lot of talk in points when people address jury nullification. And that's where, despite the facts, the evidence, the rule of law, and whatever the judge said and everything else, the jury can let somebody walk and they're just not going to convict them.
Very true.
And that's what happens with these cops. It's not the system. It's the system, but it's not. It's that.
I'll put it to you this way, right?
Did you understand my point, though? Did I
Oh yeah, I understand it. See, you got to understand this. This is the black people's fatal flaw. We do not believe in civic duty for shit.
Right.
And we always get outmatched. There should be no fucking reason in a city that's 70% black, you get a 80 to 90% white jury. How the fuck is that even possible? And when you look at police misconduct, or a regular civilian committing a crime, do we go by the evidence or do we go by preconceived notions and prejudices?
Hey, can I make a quick statement real quick? I have to actually drop off the drink.
Go ahead, jump in.
But what I was getting at was, how do you when you look at that dynamic, how do you fix that?
Okay, hold on, Hazen's Rage, just for a second. Go ahead, Gino.
I want to make this quick, and I'm glad because we got BGS and Bishop on here. There's a troll that I have to address real quick that's basically in the comments asking me about a video that was created back in 2011.
Okay.
Case in point, there's a video that I actually own now of me spazzing out at World Star Hip Hop when I was 21 years old. I was being harassed by some football players, right? So I spazzed out. I'm pretty sure it's going to get leaked.
Okay.
I made a response video a little bit later, and I was talking about how I hated HBCUs and I wish all Tyrones got shot. Goofy little Pookie and Ray shit.
Okay, all right.
Let's make this clear. I was young. I'm not making any excuses for it because what I said was abhorrent, but that was over a decade ago, and I don't hold those same views now. I'm far more mature. And if you want to take that video because my ex-girlfriend gave that to you for whatever goofy reason, be my guest. But I'm not going to sit here and let somebody stalk me. Now, I'm in the process of suing my ex-girlfriend for defamation of character. So whoever's in the comments doing that shit, we're going to subpoena you two for your IP address. So I do want to say that if folks want to judge me for some goofball shit 10 years ago, be my guest. I'll answer for that. But I'm not going to sit here and allow myself to get trolled over shit that happened a decade ago. Fuck it. I'm done.
Hit him in the pockets.
Yep. I'm done. So appreciate it, guys.
All right.
I'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right, catch you later, man.
Yep.
All right, Heathens, you remember your point?
Yeah. Am I any better now? I was playing with the mic while you were talking.
A little bit, but go ahead.
Well, I think I was waiting on the answer, but my thing was the people don't really understand what jury nullification is and the dynamic of it and how it works out. And what Charles said, I totally agree and understand it, but how do you fix it? I don't have the answers. I'm just looking for ideas, brainstorming.
Okay, did you hear it, Charles? Maybe you didn't hear it.
See, number one, how do you get over that? It's like when I posted the Great Faulkner issue. Ask not what the community can do for you. Ask what you can do for your community. You got to get more brothers on the police department. You got to get more brothers and sisters in politics. You got to do your civic duty. See, black people are so afraid to fucking answer the census.
Yeah.
Okay. True. We're so afraid to use the system against itself. Look at it this way. Asians are the least when it comes to voting. But how much power do they hold in this country?
Somebody listen to another feed in the background?
Yeah.
They listen to Valdez.
Oh, okay.
So
go ahead. Put if you can put a link to his video in the chat in case somebody wants to go over and listen.
Goddamn candy grams.
Go ahead.
All right, I see you player. You talking about game on this channel. You better be careful, Charles.
Real quick, I just want to show you. We actually talk about Bosco. That is a character Bosco in the 1930s. All right, that's what we call him, Bosco.
You ain't no good.
Yeah, that's what. All right, that is Bosco. All right,
Bosco chicken and waffle.
No, actually, it's called Bosco butter biscuits. That's what he sells.
Oh, even better.
That motherfucker have to Fred Astaire and Ray Robinson.
Oh man! You know what? Them biscuits are probably from the 1930s because at this point they're molded. And niggas still trying to get them.
Yeah, but it's a secret family recipe.
They got a new recipe out. They got the Mr. Fantastic special recipe sauce on that motherfucker. And let me finish this real quick. See, when you got a fear of getting into the system, you have an Atlanta, you have all these, you have a Baltimore, you have a Philly, you have a Chicago, you have all these large contingencies of black populations, and we're afraid to speak up for ourselves. See, this is the reason why, and the good book, even Jesus Christ himself said, "You have greater power within you than you'll see me. You'll do greater miracles than what the fuck I'm doing."
Say it. Say it.
So how the fuck is it? That's why sometimes I go back to comic books.
Yeah.
When Princess Adore looked at He-Man, do you know what she said? And it was so profound that sometimes you have to put the book down, go walk around for 5 minutes, and pick up the book again.
Oh shit!
I'm just showing what he's saying in case people were interested. So,
he always cooking, man.
Yeah, he's cooking. So
in the mood today, y'all. That was my fault, man.
No, it's all right. No, it's okay. I'm just hey, it's all love, man. I'm just saying in case because mine's impromptu, so in case people want to go over, just letting them that he's on.
And this is what Princess Adore, aka Shira, said about her brother, Prince Adam, aka He-Man. My brother, my hero, my savior. Think of how much that would improve the community when you see a black officer, male or female, come to your situation. That's my brother, my hero, my savior. When you got people who don't even have that mentality right there, you are already lost. When you can't look at your own brother, and trust me, I might have to do a live stream. I might have to do an impromptu myself to break that shit down. When motherfuckers always ask, and I got to go to Sandman and Death, which their brother and sister from the I forget what they call them.
Drop your link, Charles.
Oh, I'm gonna drop it.
I'm gonna check that out.
It was motherfuckers who always have these weak ass talking points. Well, brothers ain't doing this shit. Brothers ain't doing that shit. You know what Death told Dream, which is AKA Sandman? If you would have called my name one time, I'd have brought every goddamn thing to rescue you. I would have moved heaven and earth to see you safe.
Yeah.
But you want to go to somebody who's diametrically opposed to your existence, not your life, not your status, but to your very existence, and get their fucking acknowledgement for a pat on the head and an attaboy.
Yeah, and a biscuit.
And a biscuit.
No piece and a biscuit.
With that cheap ass cheddar.
With a little packet of honey on the side.
And you want to validate.
You ain't shit, BGS.
I had to explain to a female friend of mine.
Yeah.
Oh, well, y'all talk about sisters so bad. No, we don't. Because there's plenty of brothers. We may have our objections to what black women do, but there's plenty of brothers who still protect black women.
Yeah.
The reason why you can do a lot of the shit you do in this country is because there's a black man who will put foot in the ass if somebody harms you.
Thanks.
So that's bullshit. And for a motherfucker to agree, or an outsider to say he's gonna I will beat the shit. You lost credibility right there.
Yeah.
And to end off with this long ass thought.
You ain't lying. It is long.
At least I admit it, goddamn it. Fuck y'all.
I'm collecting Social Security right now.
You ain't no good.
I just got my Social Security check and said $50 and you owe $29.
Yep.
But on a serious note, to have a person looking for validation from others instead of within his own, you are already a lost cause, and that's it.
Oh man,
that's true right there. You know, a lot of dudes like him will look down on black-owned businesses. You know what I mean? It's a person that want to be a boss to themselves. That type of person will say, "Oh, he's not good enough because he's not working for somebody," and it'd be preferably a person outside of his own group. Because as soon you know, I like when you said that, BJS. We talked about Robert Smith. He had to hide his face. You know how many people, you know how many black people would not work for him if he came in initially showing his face?
Yeah.
They'll be like, I don't know about him. I don't trust his business.
Exactly.
And you have a lot of Negroes that do that. Like a lot of people didn't know the person that owned, I want to say Red Lobster and Olive Garden. I think it's a black man.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, and I forgot. I from what I was told, it was a black man, but you don't see his face nowhere. Because you know how many Negroes like, see, that's fake. That's fake Italian food.
Yeah, and basically the racist stereotypes that work for black people too. They use the same ones.
Yep, they do.
You know, and I know a very good guy. He actually sold vitamins, right? Vitamins and supplements, right? So he showed me his material. It's all white people. I said, wait a minute, it's all white people. He said it's there for a reason.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Because black people buy into what white people buy into.
Yep. Yeah.
Because I was taught from a baby child, you buy from black first, then go to others.
Right.
But a lot of people are taught the other way around. You go to others, then black if it's the last resort. And I thought it was so twisted to me because I'm like, I thought I was weird because I'm like, that's twisted backwards to me. You're supposed to go black first, then go other if they don't have it.
It's according to your training, right? And that's why I keep saying there's a reason that they wanted to integrate the schools, right? Because that's where you brainwash.
Right.
So you're gonna grow. So if you grow up, if you grow up with the image of corporate white America, guess what you're gonna support?
Yeah, that's true.
Corporate white America. You're brainwashed. So I don't even get mad at black people for doing what they're doing. I said, we send them to the schools. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the way they're trained.
In a way, I think we need to change the lexicon too, because that whole educated kid lame thing that has to be abolished, because that's an oxymoron in my opinion. I'm down with the Jonathans, and we got to get rid of that whole Pookie and Ray Ray bullshit, because that's no different than journalists talking about thugs, or it's in the same vein.
The thing is, it always happens. In fact, I said it. I said we know in April that the educated lane versus Pookie and Ray Ray stuff is going to start at the end of April, right? It's going to continue throughout the summer, and right around October, it'll kind of ebb off and wait till next season. So you can almost set your clock by it.
Because that's where the bitches is come out.
Yeah. Yep.
Who's most qualified for the bitches?
And let's be real, they really big mad at Valdez because they showing up over here in the Master Mercenaries like a field, nigga. It's like Yam Central everywhere. They're like yam, nigga.
It's Yamsterdam.
It's like at Yamazon, nigga.
Yeah, which is this is not the region supposed to be here in the first place.
No,
exactly.
Yep.
Right. But can I say something? They the one that created. They the one that created that monster.
Yeah.
Because you let them come in under the radar.
Yeah, you know what I said. And Obsidian had to admit this. Like 2 years before it even happened, I said they're gonna come back to the table. Okay, I said, Obsidian, what are you gonna say to them when they do? It's gonna be complete surrender, no mercy, and they come back.
I remember him. I remember that. Yeah.
Remember that?
He was the first one to fold up.
He was the first one to fold up, become a dating.
FELT's through his shield.
But the funny thing is, BGS, you're a great reader of character. You knew he was going to be the first one to fold up like. You knew they was going to buckle like a belt. You knew he was going to fold up like a cheap folding chair that you get from the dollar store.
Yeah.
You knew that nigga was just going to crumble like a piece of cheap paper.
It was because I've heard him interview women, and especially on Blog Talk, and he get goofy. And a couple times I was on there with him, and the woman he was actually interviewing me in the background said, like, what is he doing? Don't worry about it. Okay, don't worry about it. It's just him being silly right now. I said, it's okay. So I knew.
Because he was a dude that never had any experience with women.
No.
So that's why he's going that's why he acts like that. Like, the funny thing was, it's cool that his whole moniker was about the female fuckery thing. But then he realized, okay, that was getting somewhere. But when Valdez actually stepped up to the plate and said, hey, man, you're really getting known out here. O'Shea's getting known out here. So am I. And there are a lot of guys that are following us. We got BGS over here. We got Rom Wills. We got ARC. We got women that we can do. Let's come together and we can make a united front, be collective. Sure. Okay. Just like Judas Iscariot, just like Mark Antony, stabbed in the back, 50 pieces of pussy, you know, you just turn on your brother's back.
It was just
But
for 30 ascots.
Yeah.
So what?
50 people.
Say what? Say what, Albert?
50 pieces of digital pussy.
You're underwater.
Yeah, he's bored a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, 50 pieces of pussy.
That's one sniff of them.
Yeah.
They don't even get to sniff the pussy. They get the dirty drawers.
That's enough for some of these guys. Shit.
Yeah, but you don't. But you actually sniffing for pussy, but you don't need game or a dating coach for advice. Okay, man.
No. Okay.
Right. You want to be. You want to come in.
Non-select dating coach. I still can't get that on my head.
Thank you, Albert. I was about to say the same thing.
Non-select dating coach. Okay.
A non-select dating coach who lives in a fumigated apartment.
Who you gonna date? Like that's so asinine. You a non-select, so that means nobody's.
He don't have to date somebody. He been in a relationship for 12 years
with a
woman that's on his for a woman that's on his level.
So he says. Yeah.
So
what
he
I mean.
says. I still think he a 50-year-old virgin, but that's my.
Yeah, I think so.
You gotta understand something. The dirty pissy water seeks its own level.
Because let me tell you this, I always will stand by this statement. You never hear a well-fed person talking about food.
You really don't.
You never do. Yeah, I'm sorry. It don't work like that. And when you always talking about food, that means you're starving. In my opinion. So if you're a person that's constantly starving since 2015, that lets me know that you're not getting into things.
That's a long time.
I'm just saying that lets me know you ain't getting nothing. You ain't getting no cookie nothing.
You know what the funny thing is? You've been on. Here's the funny thing. You go like when he was talking on ARC, it's like bringing a zip gun to a like a 50 caliber machine gun. With the Mini Cooper and the Porsche. I'm like, what?
I knew it was coming. It was coming. All right.
I knew it was coming.
You know I'm the ain't shit nigga that's gonna dig stuff up. So just sit back and chill.
Yeah. Oh man.
But you gonna come with your fuck nigga file talk like this.
Fuck nigga file.
You got a dude, but you have a dude. Now we talking about 5 years, right?
5 long ass.
In 5 years that the ARC has made himself known on
YouTube, yeah.
On YouTube, he's made a name for himself. He's got a following, but he had a following before, but he got more well known. And I could say definitely Obsidian put him on. But everybody else, we all put him on, and we all got love for him. Especially when with that fallout with the incel from California, where
the
ARC is like
killer.
Yeah, like you know, ARC is like, yo, you caping and pining for this dude. There's a problem. But then here's the funny thing: when you see greater and better men, this man says, "I'm getting a Porsche Carrera. Oh, I want a Mini Cooper. I'm getting married to a woman that's younger and that's attractive. I've been on the scene. I've been in the game for over 20, 30 years. Now I want to get married. I'm in my early to mid 50s. I want to settle down." You hear crickets. Oh, I want to be a non-select dating coach. What the fuck?
No. You missed a step, Malika. He said, I've been in a relationship for 12 years. I thought you was a confirmed bachelor about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm confused now. You can't be a confirmed bachelor in a whole 12-year relationship.
So how come the sex doll won't claim you on Facebook? What's the problem?
Exactly.
You can't talk.
Oh, you ain't no good. Oh, you no good.
I tell you, I can throw an alley oop every now and then.
Oh my God!
Non-select dating coach.
Exactly.
Wow.
Gentlemen, fuck nigga figureheads.
Yeah.
It works. They're ciphers, man. It's like, okay. So, you know, I mean, I know when he came over earlier in my stream, it's like, well, it was a one-way thing because I wasn't talking to you, man. It wasn't a two-way thing. I was clear. I was stating what I wanted, not what you wanted.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
I was saying if this is what you want, if this is what you guys want the Manosphere to be, guess where I'm not going to be? I'm not going to be here.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I told him you have every right to make whatever it is that you want. I just don't have to be a part of it. That's all.
Right. It's your choice.
But they don't want you to be a part of it anyway. BGS. They don't want Angry Man to be a part of it. They don't want BJ.
Yes,
they don't want Ronan.
Because they constantly come over here fucking with us. Yes,
You guys you guys provide content. Why they create conflict?
They need conflict to have. They need people with content to conflict with.
That's how you establish balance. They're yang and yin to their bullshit.
So we're they're kind of like a narcissist where they're narcissistic supply.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, we're Batman. They're Joker.
You need gas and a hoopty to go somewhere.
They know we won't. They know we won't kill them, but they'll keep doing it because they love the thrill. They love the thrill of it, honestly. Because you see how many times Obsidian's been dug up out of the pet cemetery.
Out of the shoebox.
I mean, you see how many times? I'm like,
Bishop.
Nobody.
You know what he's like, man?
Nobody has to dig him up.
No, Bernard Raleigh did. He did. No, Bernard did.
Yeah, Bernard did.
It's like he's like a dirty condom on the bottom of your shoe that you just can't get off, man. You're like,
that's a fucked up house.
That's
fucking wild.
Yes, they do. They can't survive on their own 2 feet. Now they can't because you see Fantastic. He always talking about, I got content. He was sitting there cussing Ty City out or whatever. And I'm saying like, well, at least Ty City can, do a show by himself. He don't always need a panel. No. You know what I mean? And I'm not a Ty City fan or whatever, but I noticed the stuff he was saying. I'm like, you have a panel like almost every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No standalones. It's like when you do get a standalone, it's mean he beefing with somebody, and he won't have no panel because he want to talk crazy and he want to yell the whole time.
Or when he is doing something by himself, it's about somebody.
Yeah, but I mean, it's no different than it's the electronic version of the street light conversations. That's all it is.
The street light
motherfuckers sitting there talking about what they gonna do, what they ain't gonna do, who got this, who's got that, and you come back a week later, month later, year later, they're still there. Haven't learned anything. Nothing.
That's why he went at DJ Cuda.
Yeah.
What did he go to DJ Cuda for?
Because he wanted them to step their shit up as far as the communications.
He said he's so tired of whack microphones and people giving commentary, and he said we can't hear nothing you saying.
Yeah,
and even I said, DJ Cuda, I agree with you 100% because I don't care how good of an artist you are. Even Prince, who's a top 9 artist, the top notch artist in like the world, played many instruments. He even said, if you can't hear me correctly, blame the sound guy.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that.
Because he said, I hate bad sound. So no matter how good your voice is, if you can't be heard, we don't know what your message is.
Yeah, you could at least be illegible. Yeah.
And I can speak as a witness with BGS, the videos he's put out there. He's helped save me not just money, but gray hairs fucking with certain people.
Right.
True. Those guys can't tell you anything like that. Like, well, these bitches did that. How'd you get back in that situation again? Well, see what happened was just no.
She bent over.
Yeah. And then didn't learn from it the first time. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard too many people like BGS or Angry Man or any of the masculinity say like value your light.
Yep,
that's one of my favorite videos on there.
I remember that.
I remember.
Yeah. You value light and attention.
Yeah,
which is your non-sexual attention.
Yeah.
And you know what's so funny? I remember doing a video right after you did that. You had like the Coliseum, and I did a video on it saying protect your you have superpowers.
Yeah,
I was talking about you need to quit trying to sleep with everybody because you're sapping away your power with any and everyone. And it goes beyond just sex. You be talking to lame niggas. Wasting your time because I could feel the drainage. Like even when I'm to like a bunch of foolishness online, I literally have to take like 2 or 3 days away from you. Like I'll watch some like cooking videos or something because it saps my energy, and I'm like, oh my god, And people like, I haven't heard from you like in 2 days. Is you all right over there? I'm like, I can't do it. I need to replenish my energy because it's too much going on.
The bitch asses is too strong. Over
It is.
Do it.
True.
Yeah.
And you know what I like? BGS also akin to this, what Grinch used to say. Put a premium on your presence too.
Exactly.
I adopted that. My body and soul. And I walked different.
Because BJ can tell you if he's still here.
I'm sorry.
Okay. If you learn from the old Macs, the Macs don't give shit away for free.
Nope.
Facts.
Nope.
Attention, words, no, they don't give shit away for free. There's always they put a premium on everything that they do.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's dating, whether even sex, they put a premium on. I'm doing this for you, not for me.
Mm-hmm. Is it that the game shit, BGS?
Huh? It's all game is changing your worldview about how you value yourself and what's important. Okay,
Yep.
that's all game is. That's all it is.
And how you see
But
things.
BGS, I'm more important than George Floyd, though.
see, you
So
know what?
you think, nigga?
Yeah.
So when I see a dude run his mouth so much like he do, it lets me know that he does not have no value, like we said in his words.
No.
He has no value about his presence because he's always on here. Like there's the difference between how Valdez's presence is always on YouTube.
Right.
It's because he's doing it for a purpose. Now there's some days you never see him do a Mask and Mercenary show. It'd be like, what happened to him?
Exactly.
Because he said he don't have
family. It's his business.
Yeah, no, but he'll tell you. He said, I don't have nothing for you right now.
Yeah.
And he said, it takes time to do a show. But a lot of dudes don't understand that because they think, oh, let me just jump on here and let me just host a panel of a bunch of goofiness happening. You're going to be known for always that dude that has goofiness going on your channel.
Because it's in their blood.
Yeah.
I mean, well, certain people need places to go. And I have no problem with it. If the guys that they're into that kind of thing, I'd much rather them be on your panel or your channel than mine.
Right.
Okay, yeah. If you could do with some goofy stuff, hey, there's places for you to go, man. You don't have to be here.
And the thing is, too, is like I value, like say with BGS here, how straight up you are about things. There's no frills. There's no beating around the bush. It doesn't become the conversation never becomes an infomercial where you're trying to sell me on coming to your stream to hear something. It's like, you tell me something, like, look, you can feel some kind of way, but I told you.
Yeah.
What you gonna do with it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
remember
the key.
my spiritual teacher told us way back in the 90s, man, about why he does and what he does, right? He says, my job is here to teach. I have nothing to sell.
Right.
I said that from the very beginning with my channel. What are you doing? Why are you here, man? I'm here to teach. I have nothing to sell. So, and I'm not saying that I said that from the very beginning about that. I said Valdez should get paid. I'm tired of seeing poor righteous teachers, man, and people in this sphere that don't get rewarded for their efforts, man.
Yeah, I'm still working on my Patreon right now.
Kendra, BJ, whoever, right? Okay. If you listen to me, follow me, take their advice, man, contribute. Because you can't walk into a church, man. For weeks on end and not contribute. Okay.
And you can't walk past the ATM either. Looking at you sideways.
That's true.
So funny. Coincide with Grinch's quote, put a premium in presence. There's things we always talk about having, be few of words seasoned with grace. Right. Meaning that when you speak, it's gonna be gold.
Yeah.
Because you didn't thought about all the things that's going on in your head and things you learned. And that's what they taught us, it's better to be in silence, especially for women, because as soon as you speak, you want to speak wisdom to that young woman, or if you're an older man, speak wisdom to that young man. Because if you're a foolish person, you're always talking and you're never listening. And this is why Judge Judy always say this. We quote her in my family. We said, this is why God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth. Because a lot of y'all, you don't understand. If you had 2 mouths and 1 ear, y'all wouldn't hear nothing like what y'all doing right now. And it's almost like
you have 2 mouths. They talk out their mouth and talk out their ass too.
That's true.
They say, well, BJ, how come you don't ask for donations? Because my mission is different from most people on here. Okay, my mission is different. And people say, well, BJ asked for money or for donations and Valdez. I said, and you should give them to them. Okay, because you need to support people that actually support you and actually speak for you.
And I told them for the myth of the man, whatever y'all know what it is.
White manhood.
I don't know why I keep saying
the white McManus tattoo.
Yeah,
the white McManus.
Yeah, BJ was first thing to say, "How much you want, man?"
Yeah, and I told them, and I said on my live stream, I said, I put your cash up, and I said y'all need to donate for that video.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because y'all need help with this.
Yeah,
and I can't stand when people take black people for granted. It does not make any sense, especially black people that have something to pass down.
Yeah,
you know we get passed down a lot of goofiness already. We right now we're passing down Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, the young girl.
Yeah,
and they're paying out the nose for that foolishness.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what?
It's part of the decay of the society.
Yeah,
exactly.
Rome saw the same thing.
It's all part of the
3,000 years ago. No, it's part of the cycle. All civilization goes through the same thing.
But then
you know what the funny thing is, though? You gave us wisdom, not just talking about black men and women's issues. You started telling us 5 years ago about China. Right. Then you start talking to us and telling us about automation. And then remember when I told you I did a project in school on automation and I got an A, and I said, thank you very much. I dedicate that A to you. Then you start talking about opioids. Got another A in class for talking about bringing that up. And you said, Malika, stick with me. You're going to be on the dean's list. And what list was I on, sir?
You were on the dean's list. Okay.
All right. Ashtastic, can you do that?
No.
Prom Penguin. Can you do that?
You stupid. Wait. Hold on, Malika.
He did give me my props one time. I couldn't believe it. He said, BGS told me that the women are going to come back to the table 2 years ago, and he was right.
Yeah, and he was happy about that shoot because he wanted a whole bunch of fleet of women in his channel. But he like this.
It goes back to your purpose, though. I mean, the fact that I understand with BGS you have your purpose and you've been helping a lot of people. Me personally, you might argue it. I believe you should be paid. That's just me.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, okay, it's if you know, I humbly accept donation. I'm not gonna say I don't. Okay. But I'm a black Gnostic. What I got was free. A lot of knowledge for free. You know, I don't. You know, I actually donated to his cause. I used to, even though I didn't need to talk to him, I got counsel twice a month for $50 an hour. Right.
But the cost you paid wasn't free either.
Because I wanted to show my gratitude for what he was giving me.
Right.
And but the thing, as a Gnostic, I'm obligated to give it away.
Yeah.
So this is what this whole project on this channel is, that the whole Coliseum was so that we can actually exchange knowledge and exchange viewpoints, and you guys can get to talk to me, and we can actually have a dialogue about anything, right? Anything, not just problems, women, bitches, money, whatever, anything. To contemplate we've contemplated the beginnings of the universe. Okay, anything, and that's what it was for. That's what the channel's for. Anything.
And you know that's good. And we're gonna take up a collection plate for that, though. you know, like they say, the word is for free. But you know what? We're gonna pay the speaker that
collection plate.
I don't like that. Like once you see someone is doing it, it should be an obligation to exchange something for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because a lot of them ain't exchanging no wisdom with you, BJS. A lot of them ain't. They come up here and give you a headache. They should pay you for the headache. Shoot, if you want to give me a headache, that's gonna cost you $20.
No, they should be paying us for dropping the emotionally drained pussies on the streams. Bringing them out over here. That shit gets old.
It does get old. Like Lee Sean, he owe you about a good $200.
But this here is kind of like a drunk tank where he comes out here and lets that alcohol come out. He can sleep better, and he'll get back and drink that shit again.
Yeah. Because I get a kick out of Valdez making 6 figures. I really do.
You said what?
I get a kick out of Valdez, you know, popping his collar and making his money. I get a kick out of it. I get a kick out of Kevin getting, you know, using some of the stuff that I got and making, making bitches pay for it. With 6,000 views per night. I get a kick out of it.
I'm like, nigga, do your thing.
I do your thing. You know, I get a kick out of Kendra getting, 200 viewers and stuff like that. I get a kick. I get a kick out of it. I really do. I enjoy
built
that.
these muscles. I gotta flex. Fuck all that. Shit.
I do. I get a kick out of it. I get it. Artisan almost has like 1,000 subs. So I get a kick out of it. I was telling Dr. Johnson, he's actually he's over like 7,000 subs now. When we first started, he was like less than 2,000. And I told him, man, I told him, man, I'm proud of you.
But I don't get it, BGS. There is most definitely a great deal of power behind the spotlight and underneath it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah, I get a kick out of it. Everything I've done for the past 5 years is not wasted.
No,
because I'd be if I did all this, man, for fucking 5 years and nothing happened and nothing changed, or people don't grow. I never wanted, like BJ to be in a chat room forever, or Kendra to be in a chat room forever, or Artist to be in a chat room. No, man. Start your channel.
Right.
Pimp your wisdom. Get out there and pump your wisdom. Even Charles, man, start your goddamn channel, Charles.
Yep.
Stop blowing up on my channel. And get your own channel, man.
We was telling them that for years.
Yeah, get your own content, man. Go ahead.
Shit, Charles got me want to play Madden again almost.
I mean, I said this. I said to a couple of them I'm not going to name that is in another camp right now. Even back then, I said to them, I get a joy because I feel bad if I eat and everybody else can't eat.
Right.
I do. I told that to BJ. I want everybody to eat.
That's a Gemini thing. We want people to be happy.
Yeah.
I love when my family's happy.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful feeling to me. You know what I mean? But some people don't think like that. They only think very linear. And it's like, okay, like, you're not going nowhere far, and you're not passing on legacy. And what you're doing, you pass on legacy to people.
Yeah. That's part of my mission. Even though that's why I said with to Mr. Fantastic, I had people believe what you believe. You have every right to believe it, right? And baby, they have every right to shape the Manosphere whatever you want to shape it into. But if you're going to shape it to this, to where to actually do something that I left another sphere to actually start, because I needed black men to be respected. And get their thoughts out, and you're gonna change that into something that I just left. I can't be here, man. I just left that. I don't, I said the white men didn't have as much vitriol towards me as you do.
And that's crazy.
Yeah, that is true.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's a crazy part.
They might not have liked some of the things I've said, but they never showed me the kind of animosity that you're showing me.
And then you think about too, I know all you guys seen that at work where those guys do too much extra stuff to be accepted by Dwight. Just
Dwight McManus,
they'll listen to all these racial jokes and all them sideways comments, when knowing they'll be around less. Say, hold up, man. Well, they don't fly over here.
No, there's a space for you, okay?
Yep.
Like ABL does his thing, right? If you want that, hey, go over to ABL's channel and mix in, okay? Make your money. I have no problem with that. I don't talk about ABL. In fact, I told ABL, I said, if you're gonna do it, man, make your money.
Yep.
Don't do it for free. If you're gonna be Bosco, get your butter biscuits, man.
That's how I feel.
Do it, and make sure that your honey pack is right along with it. Don't do that shit for free.
That's 100 right there. Shoot, you about to switch whole audience. You gonna need to make some money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. If you're gonna be like a internet sharecropper, go do your thing, man.
I have no problem with it. If that's what you're gonna do, educate yourself and do it to the best of your ability.
Yeah.
Just leave us alone.
Just basically, you didn't have to come over here. I really, it wasn't nowhere to actually talk about you. I said, okay, we have a discussion. You gonna get into that bullshit, man? I'm not doing that. Not over here. I said, I wish you well.
Yeah. What's up, They Live?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, what's good?
Y'all see my icon?
Yeah, I see it.
With the glasses.
Yeah, I see.
That just didn't just apply for the females.
That is funny.
I see you.
Right. I mean, the whole reason to discuss females is not to talk about females, is so that you can be aware of who they are, what they act like, so that you can actually be with them, not be with them, or how to understand them. It's about understanding them, not about talking about them.
Yeah, but it's also Rollo Tomassi had made a good point a couple years back, and I don't think a lot of guys picked up on it. A lot of dudes really want to get female nature down pat, but they fail to even get male nature down pat.
That's true.
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
That is
Very
true.
And that's the whole and that's the whole part of game that you're supposed to be able to. I think Anchorman refers to himself as Mace Windu. You're supposed to be in both sides of the force, so you can know what's going on.
Balance.
Yeah.
So you can see it coming in all directions. So you can see all personality traits. There's only I think it's like 7 to 9 personality traits on this planet.
Yeah.
Robert Greene's got a book. Yeah, prototypes. Yeah, Robert Greene's got a book about personalities and seduction. He goes over these personality types and what turns people on and all this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And what you find out at the end of the day, and this is what I keep telling most, and this is gonna be my official name change, just so y'all know.
Okay.
Because we need to get to the point now where we let these people know we see them, right? Because here's the issue that we're having now, which is I told BGS this about 2 years ago when old girl was coming in here, right? They kept coming in when you had that BGS for Women's channel. And you said, man, why they keep attacking? I says, because this is the only space that is true. So they're trying to manipulate the truth. That dude sees his life as the truth. That nigga 37 years old. Still in, I don't know if he passed it since he been on YouTube. I don't know if he passed that test yet. So I'm saying you probably ain't, because you don't hear too damn much.
Yeah. It reveals a lot. It does.
Right? I know when Ronan was passing his test, that nigga went away for a while. Same for Malika. That nigga went away for a while. I'm not saying y'all niggas went away permanently, but you niggas at least took a month or 6 weeks off.
Yeah. Let me read my cash.
Full blown into it. Yeah.
Let me read my cash apps real quick because they're kind of piling up. I appreciate you guys. Supreme Ibmore, one of my day ones. Thank you. Alan sent me another one. Malika, appreciate you, bro. Daniel, appreciate you. William, appreciate you. I think it's LaKenzie, appreciate you. Corey, appreciate you. And I think it's Michael. Appreciate you. Go ahead.
I'm paying what I owe.
And so this issue that I have with this is the issue that I have with old boy. Okay. So I know where he's from, and I know the area where he's from because I grew up in that area. You follow me? And I know the mentality of the niggas from that area. And I know the mentality of the niggas from that area when they go into the military. I ain't even watched that. When he first came into this space, I dug in his ass because I saw him for what it was.
Yeah.
You want to be something so bad, but you don't want to do the work. That's the end of it. You see something, you want something so bad that you don't want to do the work to elevate yourself into a better position or to get the things that you need to get.
That's true. But he does elevate one thing though, his voice.
Yeah. I'm not saying the dude, and I'll be perfectly honest with you. And this is no jealousy or envious of the nigga, not. He is a personality. The nigga can garner an audience. I give you that.
Yeah.
No one's saying that you're not. But when you are so-called smarter than the average nigga from your hood, because you outread just a little bit more than the other niggas in your hood, right?
Nigga reads,
but that nigga halfway reads. That nigga don't read. That nigga halfway reads. So when you finally flip it and go, all right, I've got to go up against some dude
And I'm like Malika when I first heard BGS. Man, what the fuck is this dude talking about, man?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody.
I don't trust this dude. I don't trust this dude. Don't look it up. Cool.
Stranger danger.
I've always saluted you for that. Always.
Yeah.
All right. But these niggas right here it boils down to, how do I put it? We was doing some training.
Yeah.
And the maintenance lady said, "Oh, you the mean dad."
Hmm.
And I said, "What you mean by that?" She says, "I heard you tell your son get the hell off them heels." While y'all was running around the block.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so I'm looking at this now, especially when I didn't watch the episode, but I'm gonna go off what y'all said. If that nigga let that homeboy talk over him, yeah, brother, you more conditioned than you think you are.
Really, you didn't need to see it. That's all it was. Just
meaning you're not even used to no black man just speaking to you straight.
Right.
At all. My daddy used to get in our ass. I'm talking about, man, they call me mean. Shit.
That nigga.
Which honestly, it didn't make any sense yesterday because they asked BGS to come on the panel.
Yeah.
And then when it's time for you to speak, you didn't interrupt him. When it was time for you to speak, from what I caught, he kept talking over you.
Yeah.
And you had to finally yell, like, "Can I finish my point?" And I'm like, that's so sad when someone has to yell to say, "Can I talk?" You've been talking the whole time. The whole show was about him one-on-one. So apparently you didn't mind an opposing idea to come head to head with you. But what I noticed with a lot of these strag tactics, they love to talk over people, because if they talk over you, the audience can't hear you. So it sounds like you lost.
Right.
But they never heard the point because the person was yelling so loud. So in strag tactics, you have to yell over people in order for you to look like you won. See, I love when Dr. Phil say this. Now, I don't really care for Dr. Phil altogether because he's not really a doctor. But he says this all the time. But he says it all the time. He said, would you rather be happy or would you rather be right? And a lot of people rather be right and be miserable than instead of knowing the truth and being happy and coping with the truth. They don't want to know the truth.
Hey BJ, why do you think that specific animal sounds like it's saying right all the time?
Right.
Well,
right. Oh, go on.
I just want to be right. Fucking hyenas.
Yeah, they are.
You know, Valdez said something. I gotta shout at him for this. He said, "As much shit as they give Taz, you niggas act just like them."
They do.
If not worse.
Yeah. Which was part of what I hate was introduced into this. As bad as some panels could get between two parties, okay,
right?
It never got into a circus like what you see in some of these panels, man.
Facts.
Yeah, because that was like I think Bernard had a show, and I think he had Gabe A and some dude named Georgia Boy on there. And basically, these niggas was talking about bitches first, basically. And a lot of brothers got on there who did have daughters and was like, "Nah, tell my daughter to go find you a man to put yourself up on." Right? So you see where these niggas actually have been programmed. It's getting to the point where I hate even defining the space, because I'm just starting to see shit left and right where I'm just like, give it time. Boom, there it goes. Right? You start to see you start to see the underlying motivations, the underlying program, like Angry Man says, and what you had said. I'm starting to just look at the code and be like, all right, here we go.
Yeah, you understand it.
Here we go.
Yep.
You understand it now, and so you're looking at this and you go, this dude is pussy first.
Yep.
Now he may say I'm not pussy first, but if you know that the men that you serve in the military with produce nothing but facts. Hispanic men, Asian men, even top intellectual black men like Dr. T.Sean Johnson, Green Gorilla, BGS, Anger Man, they go off nothing but the facts. And then you come in this space and just want to shout like a little bitch with matriarchal, stragtastic talking points and strategies.
Yeah, fail-tastic.
Your tailtastic strategies. What most of these dudes don't realize is they think most of these dudes are I'm starting to see them as Tommy Lauren, which is you niggas say you something else, but in the end of the day, the bitch ain't nothing but a feminist.
In the day, they faking the phone. That's exactly what they're doing.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
So and I'm tired of hearing it actually.
I don't even go to certain channels.
They get on BGS's channel because they want clout. Let's call it what the fuck it is. All right, they either they desperate, they want to come up themselves as a content creator, or they low key hating on the man. It's just like when BGS was going to like quit all his content and just leave. That's when I really started paying attention to him, because I was just listening to him while I'm out working out. And when he said that day, when I think I'm talking like he's not even in the room. Sorry about that, BGS.
All right.
Salute, brother. When they detox your grandson, I mean, I can empathize with it. I say, what the fuck? And I didn't blame you for wanting to go, but I'm glad you stayed, because I said, fuck that. Don't give them what they want, because that's what they want. Who's that motherfucker? He was the something troll.
Yeah.
Some bitch. I immediately this is listening. I allegedly, man, went to his channel and just flagged him like 2 or 3 times. Because that was disrespectful, man. It's all right to go against the man, but why you gonna fuck with his grandson? What the fuck you got to do?
Yeah, because that's bitch nigga shit.
Because a lot of people don't have kids and they don't understand that.
He wouldn't do that shit in public. No,
of course.
So that's the issue, right? The issue is the covering that the so-called covering that they get, right? And then the second piece, which is I keep telling my son this all the time. When we be out here running, I got me a little Rona belly. My ass out here running, trying to get it down, man. We do about 100, 3 times a week. We do 100 sprints in one session. In less than an hour.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. They just little small 5 to 8 second sprints, but we got to get them in, right?
That's 5-8 seconds is in sprints. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, that
is 100 times. You're gonna be winded.
I said. So we had. I said. We was out there. I said, man, you see anybody else out here with you? No, sir. I said, man, the main problem with most people is they don't want to do the work. Yeah. At the end of the day, this is what this whole shit boils down to. If you niggas, let's say we go to the other universe and there ain't no time, right? You listen, and all you niggas talking about you gods and all this goofy shit. You niggas be the laziest gods of all. Cause ain't no time. You don't want to do nothing. Y'all want to do nothing. You just want to leech off of other people's work and goodness, and try to manipulate people, right? That was like that one chick. That was one that was going at MOT a little bit. They was on a panel maybe a year ago, and so I hopped on. just remembers I hopped on, and I asked her flat out. I says, "Okay, cool. We're asking MOT to pay more money in taxes." I say, let's just be fair. Let's just say 50% across the board, right? Okay, so if we're going to ask MOT to pay 50% of taxes across the board, you should pay 50% across the board for you too. Well, hold on now. I don't make that much. Come on, man. Y'all niggas love to put shit up that don't affect you. You follow me? You niggas love to put shit up where it don't cost you nothing. I've already told y'all, this whole thing is about assimilation. The mere fact that all these people it ain't just folks that ain't got no jobs. There's some people that got jobs out here protesting too.
Yep.
You follow me? And that are out here supporting your own people more harder than you are. Yeah. The sad part about Mr. Fantastic is here's the sad part. Meaning black men are actually being viewed as a human being, and you're being assimilated into which white people are saying you are my people. Not white people, American people are saying you are my people. Right? The sad truth about Mr. Fantastic is the assimilation process is working on him very well. You get what I'm saying? The assimilation process of that, he would take white supremacist talking points and start regurgitating them out of his mouth with vitriol, zeal, as if he believes them.
Well, you said
it. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't go
ahead. No, he's being assimilated. He just don't know, like B just said, bro, this is the board.
Yeah.
You're aggressively being assimilated.
Assimilated. Yep.
What's that you said, BGS? What's the first white person you have to defeat?
The one in your mind. The one in you. It's first. I said that by myself like 30 years ago.
You
Kill
do.
the little white person in
That's
yourself
true.
first.
Because it's a person that's teaching you self-hate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's also I would go a
You
little
be like,
further.
I don't know why I
I
can't
wouldn't
stand
say
this and third. But when you go through the journey,
So what? Say it again, BJ.
what? Say it again.
No, you said
Nah.
something you cut out for a second.
Oh no, he was talking, so I stopped talking.
Oh,
No, I was
okay.
saying that
go ahead.
when you go on a journey of self, you know what I mean. You discover who you're supposed to be. You find purpose. You stop hating yourself a little bit less. You know what I mean. And you start to progress even more. And like, I was taught this. Somebody made me hate myself. Somebody made me look at my brother like it was something wrong with him. And I remember my dad said, "Oh, now you're getting it." So you finally understand it. And I had to sit there and think about it. I'm like, yeah, I'm understanding. And then I start hearing the way other people talk to one another. I'm like, you don't speak like that to your boss. You don't speak like that to, Mary Kay and Joey and Brad. You don't talk to them like that. But as soon as you turn around and look at Raheem or Keisha, you start talking crazy. And it's like, we don't understand the tone we're using. And sometimes, like, even like people in my family, they'll catch them, so they're like, oh yeah, they'll look at me and they're like, yeah, I shouldn't be doing that. I'm like, yeah, you shouldn't be doing that, because you're speaking death to your people, but you're speaking life to another group. And they
BJ,
not even
BJ, you know this more personally than anybody. Life and death are in the what?
in the power of the tongue.
Right. So it's also, I will go a little bit further, BGS, and don't say black men have two minds. I'd almost say they have three minds, right? Because even you brought this up before, which is you got to kill the little white dude in you, but you also got to kill the other feminist in you as well.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're struggling with all these.
Exactly.
You're struggling with all
That's
these
true.
things and these things what you can and can't say. Sometimes I still catch myself biting my tongue, like, because I want to go in, but I stop myself, and I'm like, why did I stop myself?
Yeah.
Oh, that's that training. That's that old training kicking in. Like, oh, okay, it's time to tear that piece down.
If you think about Yoda on Dagobah and Luke going into the cave, who they have to kill?
Himself.
The Darth Vader, the dark side of Darth Vader in himself.
That's something I admit to often. Every now and then, you guys might not see me online. Sometimes I have to retrain myself, because you start slipping back into that mode. Like, all right, wait a minute, this ain't that. I came too far to go back there. This is not gonna happen.
Yeah, and that's where reading comes in, right? Because one thing about reading these social books, right? They're telling you what they were proposing, how they were going to train people to think a certain way. And if you read feminist books, you can hear it. Okay, you think that way because they want you to think that way. So basically, they say back in the 70s, we want the children to grow up thinking like this.
They did.
Yeah, they did. But I guess the beautiful thing about the ending of the civilization is it's not going to take hold, right? Because at the end of the day, we circle back to a little bit of that single mother stuff. When you brought up the numbers, because that's just blowing my fucking mind right now.
Yeah,
but you've always told me that, right?
I was shocked. I knew it was high, but I didn't think it was that high.
I didn't know it was that high.
And people are, black. I know some black dudes in the comment section lost their mind. Well, it doesn't matter what they do in Colombia because black women are still.
Oh my God!
Yeah, they spaz
out. But Colombia has, I think, the second or third largest black population outside of the continent. So they got Brazil, Colombia, and then I think America. I think America's like 2% of the world. Got black people in it. So
Colombia is, as far as percentage wise, Colombia has like 5 million descendants of African American descent, right?
Yeah, and they got 49 million people.
They got 50 million people. Okay, 80. All them black people can't make up 84%. Okay, not even close.
And they don't.
And you know what's so crazy about that? Like when I read the comment section, I'm like, as much as I don't like what ABWs are doing in our community, that shows your level of self-hate. like where you're pointing out something that's going on outside of the Black community. You're showing that the same thing is going on in different countries. But these dudes still fix their mouth like, well, it's still the Black woman's doing this and I'm like, bro, come on now, really?
Because at the end of the day, because if you think about it, BJ, you think about it. If life and death are in the power of the tongue, right? And we can, and let's just say we believe that, right?
Right.
So that means that the tongue is powerful, right? So if you take a strag logic and matriarchal thinking and a gynocracy, what they're really saying is the Black woman is so much more powerful.
Yes,
that's what they're really. They don't get that they're saying that. That's what you're saying is that in essence she's so powerful.
They don't get that she's a tool being used.
Yeah,
she's not powerful.
They can't see that. Yeah,
she's not powerful at all. She's a willing tool. She's been used for like 50, 60 years, actually longer, for like centuries, and she's still doing it now. And the fact that these brothers want to come in and argue about it, either they're arguing about it or they're caping for them.
Well, I argue, is it a tool or accomplice?
That's even better.
True. It can be a combination of two.
Yeah. No, it can't be. It can't be a combination of two. We're gonna have to say an accomplice, because anytime we see a Black man in America get taken down, one person is not taking that dude down.
No, that's true.
It's multiple people taking them down, trying to hold. Somebody got to hold that arm.
Well, maybe it's levels to this.
Somebody got to get on the
You know what the
leg.
funny thing is? Let's go back to that accomplice.
One time.
They start off as tools, and when they become older and they get their degrees and more mature, sophisticated, then they become willing accomplices.
Yeah.
Because they get the information, but they still decide to stay in that frame of mind, talking down on us, deflecting the issues when we come at them. Whenever we come snap back, they say we're bashing them. We're supposed to sit in the corner like a little puppy and take that shit.
Yeah.
And then to make matters worse, they got that simple holic, whoever he is. Let's call him Derek Jackson.
But is information
and just reinforce the shit?
Well, I'm saying, like, there's information used to create something or change the situation. Then how can they be the most educated when the situation has gotten far worse?
Well, don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm saying when they start off as young women, they're tools. They don't know any better. They're being used. But once they get more savvy, sophisticated, they become young adults. They know better, but they still decide to rock with that shit. I hope I'm not making it too simplified. I mean, that's basically what it is.
No, I get what you're saying.
I have more empathy for women who are tools. They don't know any better versus the ones who've been in this war, in this game forever. They know better, and they still doing it, and they passing it down to their daughters.
They're still doing it, and basically, they've been so brainwashed that they can't train. They can't train.
Yeah, but let me touch on this right quick. And this is something somebody said. Two guys said in the chat. And this is something that Angerman brought up, makes a very good point about, well, the other groups of women are feminine, right? It really doesn't matter if they're feminine, the behavior is still the same.
Yeah.
So if you can't excuse BW's behavior over here, but you'll go down to South America, Thailand, or whatever, and you can excuse their behavior, then you're enabling the problem.
I don't agree.
Somewhere across the board, there has to be somewhere across the board, there has to be a chopping block where you just stop it, where the behavior has to stop. So the reason why this topic interests me the most is I got a friend of mine. So she goes, Mike, you really need to go back and look how families were perceived back in the day. Right. And how it was, like B just said before, let's go back 1,000 years. You got these clan mentalities, right? So no one really knew about birthing. There was no nuclear family, right? So I think if we go back to that, and we're starting in this process of going back to that, we need to look at what that used to be like. And most of those were matriarchal. Right, meaning most people believed a woman was a deity. Most people believed that she just plopped out and had a baby. Right, she would get a lot of the resources and stuff coming in, and the men would be idly laying down their life. It really wasn't until men started doing real hardcore ownership and real hardcore. I ain't finna raise no other dude's kid. Right, so that's the flip side of the coin. If we're saying we're not gonna I'm not going to raise another dude's kids, but you still have people still producing children. That culture is being created every 9 months.
Yeah, and in other words, that's how you keep your society stable, because if there aren't any children, it's going to die out.
Yeah.
Because, but at the end of the day, the difference is this, and this is what my interesting piece, right? Yes, and maybe y'all guys can help me with it, which is we know the other countries do not have welfare, but they still got a high out of wedlock birth rate.
Yeah, there's some.
So you can't say it's a welfare issue because it's not.
Yeah,
it's not a welfare issue. So what is? So my point is, what you're saying, BGS, is what something has to be. Either it's a naturally occurring thing as we advance as a species, or it's intentionally being done,
or it's a reaction to whatever the current environment is. In other words,
I know it's an environmental. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. In other words, if you're not having enough babies and the social and physical environment is preventing you from having babies, it actually disincentivizing women from having babies. How do you fix that?
Right.
And what steps do you do? You basically
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this: do you think the fact that same process happened in Rome, right? That's put down on the books,
right?
Even Caesar said Caesar said that a man not having children was worse than a terrorist, right?
Yeah.
But there was no medicine and there was no so-called modern civilization, meaning you don't need the man so much anymore because the environment has been built up. So now you have the exact same behavior, modern civilization, and you have medicines and food, meaning the need of a man is, for the most part, halfway taken out.
Once automation really kicks in, a lot of that will be permanent.
Right. So that's what I'm asking in terms of, are we being pushed in that direction, or is that just maybe a natural occurrence thing as we grow as a species?
I think it's not we're being pushed in that direction. I think what was happening is this is a reaction to the environment. It's not you being pushed. You said, okay, this is what's happening, and how do we kind of correct for it, and what policies do we need to correct for it? And some countries made the decision to do it, and some didn't. And you can actually see the results,
right?
And that's all I'm trying to do. Is I'm still not completely convinced of anything because I'm still going through it. You guys are kind of like looking over my shoulder, as I'm studying it. It's not complete, so I'm just saying we're actually probing the question. Okay, why is this happening? And then in one place, and you have a certain outcome versus another place with a different outcome. So I'm saying right now.
I have a theory on
that. Okay, who's first?
I'll go ahead because I've actually something a little towards it, but a little bit off the line of it. But go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. I was saying I have a theory on that. My theory is this. You remember when the out of wedlock births started happening in the U.S., where we was the most married people, and then they tested it on us, and then now you see America altogether is now leading single mother households.
Canaries in the coal mine.
We the canary in the coal mine. I think that we started as a small group as to see how it would blossom, and feminism is now being spread worldwide. Because now we have a Wi-Fi internet. Now we can connect with people that we never could once before. And you even have people from different countries come on our channels from you like, oh, whoa, that's crazy. Like my message reached over here. I think what's really happening is, the airwaves is now, sending a message to families and women to let them be on their own and say, girl, you can do it on your own, blah, blah, blah.
That's true.
Even though they don't have the welfare system like we do, you still gonna have men that's gonna take care of the women in their families. They're not gonna let their women fall. Like even just within our own community. As much as they say we're not protected, we're not this, that, and the third.
But it was like, but Japan, Korea, Singapore, even Greece have the same kind of pressures. How come they don't have the same kind of results?
True.
In other words, they have the same airwaves, they have the same internet, they have the same infrastructure, all that kind of stuff. How come Japan, Korea, and Singapore is out of wedlock rate is 2% versus 84% in Colombia. It's in other words, we know that the government is making certain decisions.
Right. I mean,
by
excuse me.
encouraging or discouraging it. The thing is what we haven't dug into and actually confirmed is why and how much are they contributing to, because it's the same environment, right? The same environment. In fact, the fact that one of the studies I was reading about Colombia, they were actually mentioning the second demographic transition, which is the either stable form or the declining form. And so they're actually studying how what the effects were and versus what they were going to do about it, and it affects both Korea and some place like Colombia or Chile. Colombia is actually pretty good model because it's almost the same population as Black America.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, which is a good model.
Hey,
Go ahead, Charles.
I have a funny little thing. Like I sent She Who Will Not Be Named a copy of the Gray Falker Initiative.
Okay.
And she's trying to take all these critiques. Like, but you got to use a little bit of neutrality and different things for this. And she would be like, so how would you be able to affect this? I said, first of all, there's plenty of laws and plenty of programs that are actually biased on the books right now by the federal government. I said, as a matter of fact, the plan is so simple it could actually be started on the local level.
Okay.
And I'm like, I sent you a whole PD, and I'm pretty sure you have the copy as well.
Yeah. When I first read it, it made sense because it's pragmatic.
And I can understand from her solid point, from being a Black woman, like that she doesn't understand the issue. Like if I told you I have a plan that can lower mass incarceration and increase employment for Black boys who are the most at risk, would you take it? And even if you look at the synopsis of how it breaks down, well, if you took out entertainment, sports, and sex for boys, first and foremost, I even told her just now by text while y'all were talking. I said, where are your rites of passage programs for young Black males? Black males, like any other male, is going to do what? They're going to look to older males to verify their masculinity. Why do you think you have gangs? I even told her, you right now have a school to prison pipeline. Why don't you have a pipeline to the military, police, and fire department?
Because they don't want it.
I said, and then on top of that, you can see some of the gynocentric points coming out her head, even if it doesn't mean to. I said, here's my shit. And if you look at it, and everybody has a copy of this shit because I posted it like 5 times.
Yeah.
Where is it based? And I've stated how many times.
Yeah.
So it's a ruling. It's a fluid program. In other words, if I could tell you without a shadow of a doubt, if you establish this at a local level, how quickly do you think it will become state and federal?
Well, the thing is, I was actually looking at because K Soul and Black actually challenged me to look at it, right? So I looked at it, right, and I actually first thing I did is actually go to the Baltimore City school system, right? Look at the population, right? And I figure out what's the most vulnerable group, right? Is you want to transition into manhood, right? It's actually middle school, maybe, or high school, right? I said, estimated, you only talk about 5,000 boys. Not 100,000, not 1 million, 5,000 boys. That's it. You could change the trajectory of the whole city by changing the trajectory of 5,000 boys. That's it. And go ahead.
Oh no, I'm gonna let you finish.
No, what I'm saying is because we when you look at a problem, right? You look at a problem, it looks so massive, right? It looks so fucking massive. Like, oh, we can't change. Baltimore's so corrupt. It's so this, that, the other. But the seed of it, the core of what's actually the core of the problem is not 100,000, 200,000 men. It's 5,000 boys.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at St. Louis by the same, at the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the St. Louis school system has less than 27,000 students, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess what the population, the student body of University of Missouri is? 29,000.
Mm.
You could change the trajectory of the whole city.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, by just concentrating. Say I don't know what the demographics of St. Louis is. Let's say it's 50% black, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just say, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cut that in half. 15,000 people, 15,000 kids. You can change the trajectory of the whole city.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The 15 with just focusing on 15,000 people. Instead, the minimum, the most effective minimum dose. And if you really want to get effective, just take the boys between 9th and 12th grade.
And I hate to cut you off, BGS.
Go ahead.
This is how you know, and I have to quote my boy Josh for this.
Mm-hmm.
Some people, when you speak to them, they speak to make a reply and not to comprehend.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
If you read the Greg Faulkner Initiative, what boys are we targeting?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No. I'm asking you, what boys are we targeting?
Black boys.
Black boys.
In what country?
In the United States. Yeah.
Why the fuck did she ask me? Is this for black boys in Africa, Costa Rica?
Well, brother, let me tell you what my premise argument.
You know why she did that.
Before we go on, we got an esteemed doctor in the building.
Hey, what's up? PhD?
G with the PhD.
Got the G in the house, so I want to acknowledge him and give him his due.
PhD.
Yeah, I like that though. That cracks me up.
It cracks me up every time.
From the G with the motherfucking PhD. I see. Talk that shit, man.
This is like a comic book crossover. It's the Office of the Goddamn Law.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
With the motherfucking
PhD. Yeah.
But here's the catch.
How y'all doing, man?
I'm doing good. Well, welcome, doctor.
It's an honor to be in your presence.
Don't do that, man. Please don't.
Hey, you know what, Doc? I understand how you feel, and you humble, man. But goddamn, we gonna give you your due today. All right, goddamn it.
All right, motherfuckers, go ahead.
And here's the funniest part.
Go ahead, Charles.
And here's the funniest thing that she texted. And I'll read it out to you. Live and live in color. She said, pretend you're selling this initiative to Congress or whoever. What is your abstract? Your paragraph selling point that summarized the problem, how you plan to solve it, and the results would it be?
It's easy. We're going to save you money.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I told her, I said, you really didn't. You read it. You must have blew through the 52 page thing, and you really didn't capture the essence. Because you know why? I didn't tell her this yet. It's because you don't see where it benefits someone like you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
that's exactly what's in it for me.
Why would it not? Why would it not benefit her?
Right.
Because
it takes the power. It takes her power. It takes the power. She doesn't see that.
I'll break it down even further.
Go ahead.
Because when it comes to women, they want to see immediate results.
Yes.
Because they're the ones looking for husbands now. Instead of looking for a husband, if you can find one, because guess what? There's a lot of you gotta exercise the demons within you.
Yeah.
Why not make sure your son can have it better than you?
You know how many
she'd do it if it was for her daughter.
Charles, not interrupt you. You know how long you have a son. You know how long it takes to train a husband.
It takes a long time.
You don't give them 4 years and press out a husband. It doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't.
When they're kids.
And this is the funniest part, because I recently gave it out to multiple people, multiple different walks of life. If I came to you and said, I can decrease your black male unemployment rate, I can decrease your black prisoner rate within 10 years, would you take it? Would that open up a conversation at least?
For who?
For some people, it would.
Yeah.
And here's the point, because I had to realize, okay, you have 2 4-year degrees and you're trying to, and she says, well, I'm just critiquing it to make the argument stronger. It's already strong. And here's the thing, it's fluid because we take anybody's advice. I said, first of all, what are the rites of passage for black boys in the community right now? And she says, well, and she's never gotten back to me directly to that. I said, first and foremost, the plan is not for everyone. We said that. This is a fluid plan. Number one, if we took out sex, entertainment, you would already curb a lot of the issues in the black community right there. Because if you actually gave the boys something to focus, because guess what happened in Baltimore? If you don't give the boys something to do or someone to guide them,
they'll get in trouble.
Go to someone such as a gang, such as getting in trouble. Why do we have motherfuckers who are 13 years old, 15 years old, out on the streets with a squeegee?
Can I add in here?
Yeah, jump in. Please do.
Only because you're the G with the motherfucking PhD.
Well, I don't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. Jump in.
Of course, we love it.
But I think that problem occurs especially in single parent families or single mother households because these women are often working. So they leave these boys to actually fend for themselves. So they're raising themselves. And everybody, human beings are social animals. They need social contact. And they need love. And they find that kind of love, that familial love, not erotic love, but familial love with their home. And the ethos of them, those homeboys, is usually one where they're at the age of rebelliousness. They're trying to prove their manhood. They got an influx of testosterone. So they're trying to prove that they're men.
Yeah, we'll get that.
They don't know how to be men. Men to teach them. So they definitely need rites of passage. But the problem is we live in a Western industrialized nation. Liberty is the primary principle whereby everybody acts on. So it's like, okay, who are you to tell me what to do? You can't tell nobody in this country what to do. And I think that's one of the main reasons why you don't see strong marriages in this country anymore. Because everybody
well, that's part of it. But the thing is, it's also a global thing now.
The virus have spread it.
Yeah, well, it's not even but basically, it's the environment and the changing social environment. As soon as you cut out the need for labor, as you cut out the need for labor, you cut out the need for the human resources, which are children. You cut out the need for children, you cut out marriage. Marriage is not for a man and woman to get together to actually raise children. And once you de-emphasize children, for the most part, then you will start de-emphasizing marriage.
But check this out. But what I want to add is this one little last component, right? So right now we're talking about industrialized nations. You know the infrastructure of an industrialized nation is the corporation.
Well, yeah, part of it, yeah.
And the influx of Western values. I mean, all throughout the world, you're seeing the influx of Western culture. And so one of the main things that's happening is the idea of liberty coupled with the increasing moral permissibility of single motherhood, period, along also with divorce.
Okay. Well, I want to ask a question to the professor just for a second, right?
Okay, go ahead, hit me up.
All right. What are the components of culture, in your opinion?
Components of culture, institutions.
Well, that's part of it. What else?
Values.
Part of it. What else?
Education. Part of
it. What else?
Go ahead, get it, drive it.
Okay. In other words, everybody here knows because I've done it so many times. They know when I say it, I know what it means, right?
Yeah.
You without your culture is you naked in the woods, right?
Right.
The food that you eat, the animals you hunt, the clothes that you wear, the houses that you build, the cities that you build, the tools that you use, the language that you speak. Okay. Okay. That identifies culture. People without schools or books and stuff like that have a culture. Okay. It's a process of your survival, right?
Yes, sir.
So an Eskimo culture is not going to be the same as a sub-Saharan culture.
Oh no.
A European culture is not going to be the same as an African culture. We actually identified that. I'm trying to remember his name that wrote The Tipping Point and Outliers, right? He actually said it in Outliers, right?
Malcolm.
And Malcolm Gladwell, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said the type of food that you grow in your region define your culture, right? And the difference between European culture is African culture or what they call equatorial culture, right? Is that in the northern cultures where Europeans come from, they have one growing season. Okay. In sub-Saharan Africa, you have 5. Okay.
It's the people of the snow and the people of the sun.
You cannot afford to be too creative in a northern culture because you make one mistake, your whole society could be starved to death, right? In southern culture, you can be creative because if you lose one crop, it doesn't mean anything. You wait a month or so, another crop will be raised or harvested. Okay, so that your environment, Quigley said, if you read Quigley, your environment plus your biological needs create culture. So every time we change something, okay, this is what your singularity is actually built on, right? Okay, now we have advanced to the point where we have an artificial culture. Okay,
technology, man. It's technology.
Technology. What did the Industrial Revolution actually eliminate?
You're talking about in reference to government?
No, in reference to people.
Agriculture.
Didn't need that many slaves.
In other words, it started to replace human labor.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So you got automated processes, and then you got people.
What's his name? Julius Caesar. I think it was called what's it called? What is it? Archimedes wrench or something like that. Can't remember the name of it. Right.
Yeah.
In other words, it's the wrench that actually can lift heavier loads, right? Because the way the ropes are tied, right? There's a certain screw wrench, right? And he was going to bring it into Rome, and he said, "I don't want it." He said, "Why?" Because it's going to put my peasants out of work if you bring that in.
Yeah.
That's ancient. We become a problem, right? So basically, if you look, okay, well, I don't want to give the doctor a lecture because he's the
I don't know everything. I don't know.
Okay, if you look at Dickens and those kind of books written in like England and Scotland, what time period was it written in?
The Industrial Revolution is what
Industrial Revolution in the late 18th century, early 19th century, right? When the Industrial Revolution took hold, because it was taking people and putting them out on the streets because they didn't need them anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you don't need them, I actually showed a chart. You can actually chart it, right? As GDP goes up, the birth rate goes down. Okay, as GDP goes up, marriage rate goes down. As GDP goes up, divorce goes up. Okay.
Yeah, when you got a surplus, then you don't have to worry about being in need. So the ties that bind families together.
If you're from the South or from the Midwest, right? If you're on a farm, what do you need? You got a man and woman. What do you need? You need hands, right?
Children.
Gotta have your hands.
You gotta have as many children as she can produce, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's a tipping point, but you can have. I think the optimal number is somewhere around 6 and 8, depending on the amount.
Oh no, there are farms where they have 15. Okay, never gonna have too many hands. Okay, never have too many hands. But thing is, when you take a modern industrial city in an urban center, and can you really have 15 kids?
Oh no, you can't.
It's too many because they're not an asset anymore. They're a deficit.
Yeah, so the labor is supposed to be going to the corporation. So that's what the mononuclear family is all about. Really providing a labor pool.
The labor pool for the labor pool for corporate. It doesn't matter whether it's a corporation. Doesn't matter whether it's a family-owned business. Your whole economic system runs on something. Okay, which is labor, whether it's done by a person or a machine. What happens when the machines take over? What do you need the people for?
You really don't need them at all.
No, you need them for is to consume.
Yeah, but at some point though, we don't know where this is going. I don't know where it's all going.
We have an idea, but we don't know, but we have an idea.
But you did mention though, like there are Oriental cultures that still have intact family structure.
Yeah.
And the question is, what are they doing differently than what people from these Western industrialized nations are doing?
Let me see if I might have it, because I know it's on my I actually put up the video. The first video I did up about the difference between low out of wedlock rates and high out of wedlock rates, and the difference between these countries and the demographic shapes. Okay. The difference is that you can impose those values, those family values, those patriarchal values, and have a low out of wedlock birth rate. But the downside is that the women will stop producing children, and eventually what's going to happen is your society is going to die out, which you call demographic decline. Okay. Whereas the high out of wedlock birth rate countries don't have the demographic decline. Their shape is actually stable. Those are the decisions that you have to make.
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna read what you. I'm gonna read one of her texts.
Okay,
you're
go ahead.
gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh or throw your phone. You're probably gonna laugh.
Okay.
When I ask her, what do you think about the initiative as a whole at its current state? Let me see to give you a little context of what I wrote prior.
Okay.
Oh boy, this is the reason why.
I have a question though before you read it though. Were you texting her wig or was you texting
her? You ain't shit.
Who's that,
BJ, thou art not shit.
BJ, you officially not shit for that because that is hilarious.
I had to.
Don't answer that question, officer.
And I want BJ to give a point to this too.
Okay.
But I text her, do you think it's do you think it's fluid enough? It's a fluid enough plan and forward thinking that it can actually be executed. Is that not a direct question?
Yeah.
It's a viable plan. It has a good anchor and starting points.
Mm-hmm.
Her reply was, at its current state, no. You need a lot more empirical research.
Mm-hmm.
You read it. Does it have fucking empirical research?
Mm-hmm.
Studies proving.
You there?
Hello? Oh,
hello. You there, Charles?
Okay. Oh Lord, the
Chad done got him.
Oh
Can you hear me
Lord,
now?
we hear you.
We hear you.
I thought Wig done got you.
Let's get kidnapped.
I just want to show Doctor. These are your four shapes, right? There's actually a fifth one, but these are your basic four shapes of demographics, right? This is pre-industrial. This is industrialized. This is post-industrial but stable, and this is contracting, right?
Okay.
See that? Okay. This is you can actually see it in the shapes, right? You see this is France, right? 60% out of wedlock birth rate, right?
Mm.
Okay, that's the shape. That's the shape that they would like to ideally have, right? Which matches this one, stationary, right? Okay. This is Greece, which has a 10% out of wedlock birth rate, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see, it has a contracting form, almost like a snow cone shape, extreme contracting form, right?
Yeah.
You see that? See that? These are the shapes, and actually, I did it in my other one, but Greece is 10% out of wedlock birth rate. South Korea is 2%, and this is Japan, which is also 2%. You see the snow cone shapes?
Yeah.
See that? Okay, I don't have the comparison for the other one because it's actually on the laptop and on the laptop. But this is Sweden, okay, which has 58% out of wedlock birth rate. Okay,
mm-hmm.
In other words, is France was trying the other one, the UK, which is 50%. In other words, that's the shape that you want. This is the population pyramid of South Korea starting with 1960. Okay, mm-hmm. This is their demographic transition. We started industrializing basically 1960, and this is the phase that they're going through. It's going from pre-industrial to industrial, and now in 2018 it's going to the snow cone shape, which is declining. Okay, that is the issue that I'm actually exploring. If that makes sense to you, Doc.
Yeah, I get it. So you're trying to wonder why the populations are contracting.
Yeah. In other words, you have a pattern of low out of wedlock birth rate, right? Okay, and they're taking a contracting form, right? And you have a pattern of a high out of wedlock birth rate, and they have a stabilized form. Okay, that gives you a clue that there's something going on. I haven't completely read all the papers and give you a definite.
You had a various nations. Go back to that one graph you had again.
For which one?
Just the models themselves.
Okay, the models themselves. Okay, this was actually started being established since the Industrial Revolution, right? And I think these models first came to light back in the I think it's the 40s.
Right.
Demographics and kind of advanced in the like 70s and 80s as they saw these forms taking place. This is basically pre-industrial. You know that because if you look at someplace like I say in on the continent, right, that hasn't really industrialized, you'll see this pyramid shape, this really sloping pyramid shape, right? When you get the pyramid shape exactly, there's just starting to industrialize, right? These two are post-industrial. One is stationary and one is contracting. You're supposed to go from this to that.
Oh, you know what? We also need to keep in mind at the educational level and the educational processes of all these people also, because in these various nations.
That's true. When we would to industrialize, you need an educated workforce, right?
You gotta have an educated workforce.
So in other words, that all comes along with everything else, right?
Yeah.
What I'm saying, I'm comparing. I'm really not comparing these two. I'm comparing these two. These are actually post-industrial countries.
Can we look at? Do you have a chart like showing the rates of single motherhood in various nations? Do you got?
Oh yeah. We got this was one from 2014. And this is I think this is Europe. There's a bigger one that I had. Oh, there's a bigger one.
You have one on the African continent, specifically like Ghana, because I know their GDP is going up.
I mean,
if they have more out of wedlock birth likes.
Okay. Well, the thing is, since Ghana's not really fully industrialized, I'm not including them. I could actually show you the shapes of them because I've looked at them, but I don't have them in front of me. I'm not saying that I can't. But this is let me see if I can expand this a little bit. Doctor, you're probably better at PowerPoint than I am.
No,
Wait a minute. There's something BGS is not good at?
Yeah. Hey. I bow down to the doc, man. Okay.
No, don't do that, man. Not
okay. This is the prison out of wedlock birth rates of OECD countries. They did the study in 2014, and at this point, on this chart, Chile's at the top, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so we have at the top we got Chile, Costa Rica, Iceland, and Mexico. And at the bottom, we have South Korea, Japan, Turkey, and I actually picked. The reason I picked Greece is because Greece is part of the EU. Yeah, so that's why I picked Greece. I could have picked Turkey or Israel, but I picked Greece because they're part of the EU. I wanted to compare a different culture rather than Asian culture.
Gotcha.
So I actually wanted to actually see if my theory actually hold weight. Is the shape the same, even though it's not in Asia? It actually has your European culture, but is the shape the same? And that's why when I took these three, compared these three countries, that two are in Asia, but Greece has the lowest out of wedlock birth rate in in Europe.
And what's the median age of their population? What's
the median age? That's a good question. I mean, I don't have it in front of me.
That's cool. That's cool. It's interesting though, man. I don't.
I mean, this is just new. So I've just started doing this maybe 3 weeks ago.
Nice.
And I haven't read the papers, so I don't have complete answers. This is just me noticing a pattern. I'm saying, is the pattern valid, and is there a reason to look further? Because it could be just an anomaly. But the thing is, every shape that I've checked, it's basically the same, and that's just telling me that there's an issue. There's something going on. So that's why I'm doing a series.
Yeah, man, keep doing that. But it does have an impact on boys, though. Like the wedlock birth stuff, man. I mean, these boys, if you got a population of men, and this is happening all over the world.
Yeah.
Men are increasingly losing testosterone.
Yeah.
They kind of feel obsolete. Of crime and suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Men are having a difficult time the world over dealing with it.
You see in the 70s when the United States was going into their snow cone shape.
Yeah, I see that.
I see that.
Mm-hmm.
And they changed their policy, and it started to fill in those gaps.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you have the child support, the welfare, and all that other kind of stuff. That actually, the feminist policies actually fill in those gaps.
In other words, it's a prop-up game.
It's an adjustment that countries have to make. That's what I'm saying. Now it went from a snow cone shape or declining to this, right, which is stable.
Yeah, my question then becomes, you gotta have a stable population. You need that if your country is going to persist.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then the question becomes quantity over quality. I mean, do you look at your bodies, or do you want quality bodies?
Well, that's what we have. We have eggheads like you, man, to actually come up with the answers, man. That's what we pay you for.
BGS, look at the U.S. We're a consumer-based country, so we need that middle class. We just can't have upper and broke people, right?
It begs to a different. If I have the slide, if I find the slide, I actually pull up why it's important. It's more than just consumerism. It's something. It's also something else. It has something to do with civilization. Yes, sir.
How much did you hear the response from her when I was reading the text?
I didn't. Go ahead and repeat it.
Oh, I'm gonna read it to you.
Okay.
It says, at the current state, no, you need a lot more empirical research, studies, and proving and disproving your hypothesis.
That's true.
Which is shaky.
Why is it shaky?
And plus a breakdown of what American Black is and the beginning of what, but in order to actually use it in real world or in a small scale, you would need it.
She would, not really, because a lot of those studies about that have already been done.
And it's funny that I told her, I asked her a question.
Mm-hmm.
In American history, who's more at risk to go to jail? I said, are black girls, white girls, black girls, Hispanic girls? I said, so if we commonly know this, you don't need to do research.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, I don't mind people critiquing it because we even said it's a fluid program.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I need to do research when we could just look outside of our windows and say, who's the most at risk to go to jail?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When we even put in the law enforcement program, which I actually read on my channel, one of the reasons why you want more black cops is because it would slow down mass incarceration for blacks.
Mm-hmm.
So if I put in there for black American boys, and so does Cerulean, why would you ask the question of what type of blacks are we talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Which is my confusion, because it's bold as day, black American boys.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And we've already put research.
She doesn't want to do. Basically, she's trying to find holes in them because she don't want to do it.
And also,
go ahead.
And it's also because you and Cerulean are black men.
Thank you. Brad, she would have loved it.
It has everything to do with suspicion against black men.
Yeah.
Of course. If you got Dwight McManus to present this initiative, then she'll be down for it.
Well,
She'll be like,
oh,
oh yeah.
If we could actually get black women actually push for it, they would buy it.
You know what he should do? He should pull a Robert Smith and just get a white face.
He should pull a George Soros and get a black female face.
Oh, true.
A fat black female face.
And see, this is the crazy. This is the crazy
It'll work.
fat one. A dark skin one.
I'm being serious. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh, you should get Chrissy to do it.
Oh God, here we go. One time. Go ahead and finish your thought, Charles. I want to show the next slide.
And here's the crazy part.
Because I'm so used to the rhetoric by now, since it's been about 2 years since we thought of it. I said, so here's my shit. If I go to the fucking city council and say, look, you got a budget, yeah? You want to save money on that goddamn budget, yeah? How much budget are you spending on incarcerating motherfuckers since it's a 70% black city? A lot. Do you have all the police do you need? No. Do you have all the firefighters do you need? No. Does the state have as many personnel they need for the National Guard? No. Well, motherfucker, I got a plan for you.
Yeah, I agree with it. It's very pragmatic. I just want to show Dr. Gigi this real quick, right?
Okay.
This is from Tragedy and Hope. This is Carol Quigley's book, right?
Okay.
He's an expert on civilizations, right? Well, he was before he died, right? Okay. This is his demographic cycle. Okay. This is your A, your B, your C, D. We already saw those, right?
Yeah.
The declining, the stabilized, the pre-industrial, and this is the B cycle, right? Okay. This is the diffusion of the B cycle as far as domination, right? Okay. Anglo-American domination was the B cycle, right? When the French actually stepped in and took over under Napoleon and whatnot, there was a demographic B cycle. German B cycle, right? Soviet B cycle. Okay, that's why the B cycle is so important, and why you at least want to stabilize and not go into a D, because with a D, even with the D cycle, as far as like we're going into now with Western Europe and Central Europe, we're going to a D cycle, which is declining, right? Okay. Eastern Europe is basically stabilized. Okay, if they can't stabilize this, that's what's going to happen. The Asians actually come in and actually take over, because they have a rising population.
I see.
Okay, and this the last I'm gonna show you is development sequence. Okay, he actually said this. He actually predicted the rise of Asia in 2000, right? And he said the Western civilization development sequence was ideology first, weapons second, agricultural third, industrial revolution fourth, because to get this you need that, which is feed people, sanitation and medicine, because the cities were actually polluted. Okay, then you got a demographic explosion because you can actually feed them and keep them alive, right? And then you get then lastly was the revolution in transportation and communications, right? Okay, it said other nations will actually
repeat that.
When they want to repeat it, they actually get it out of sequence, right?
Okay.
Like first thing they get in on the continent and even Asia, weapons first, right? First thing you want to get is weapons. They actually defeat your enemies, right? Okay. Second thing is transportation, move things, and communication, right? And then when you get cities, sanitation and medicine. Solve these things, get your infrastructure together, get the industrial revolution. Then you get what? After all, you have to get all these, even though it's out of sequence, you get this, right? When you get this, you need to feed them. You need that. But if you get all of these, guess what's last?
Go ahead.
Western ideology, because you've changed the whole the whole environment to a Western one, right?
Yeah, so that's kind of like what I was talking about, like the Western ideals. And
in other words, if you change the infrastructure, you change the environment, this will follow. So in other words, if you adopt the good stuff, which is the technology and all the other kind of stuff, you have no choice but to accept this. That's going to change too, because you're changing the environment. if that makes sense.
Man, I'm not so keen on Western idea and thought, but at the same time, I can see how all these other things give rise to Western ideology. I just, I don't know how white Westerners think they got this. Our whole idea about being free is being able to do whatever we want to do,
right?
And not having anybody tell us what to do.
Yeah,
that seems to be what the talking point of freedom is in America and in the rest of the industrialized world.
Which is your wheelhouse, which I'm not as versed in as you are.
Yeah, so I mean, the idea is that, and this comes about like during the era of Enlightenment. So you get Thomas Hobbes, you get John Locke, and you get this guy named Jean-Jacques Rousseau. And their argument is, and what they're trying to do is, there's a new process of technology and industrialization beginning to rise from the agricultural one. So you're at the tipping point where the Industrial Revolution is about to take place.
Right.
So this comes into conflict with the feudal system, predicated upon basically divine right of kings, the establishment of nobility and clergy. So, but then you got this influx of people who are engaging in commerce. And it's like, look, you nobles and you autocrats are in the way. We can't do what we do in terms of efficiency.
Right.
All of these inefficient systems of government you got. So they come in with this whole notion of rights. It just befuddles my brain because people think that people have rights. Like it's we speak, it just rolls so easily off our lips.
Yeah.
The whole concept of rights didn't even come into fore until the era of Enlightenment with people like Locke, Rousseau, and Hobbes.
And you know what Quigley said about that?
Go ahead.
He said the rise of the citizen soldier actually changed all of that shit.
Oh yeah.
Because if you want them to defend the country, you had to give them rights.
Right.
You have to have the thing of citizen rights.
Yeah, I get what you're saying about that.
Yeah.
But in the end though, and philosophers have been talking about this because you got this negative rights, which is what we call them. We call them negative rights, and they're negative because it's what people aren't supposed to do to you. People aren't supposed to take your life away. People aren't supposed to take your property away. People aren't supposed to halt you from being able to do what you want to do. So that's why we call them negative rights. But there's like this overwhelming unease in the culture because, I mean, you can have these negative rights, but human beings are social animals. We're having trouble connecting with each other outside of the context of superficial activity. Like people need to feel like they belong to something.
I mean, we need each other because the civilization doesn't work if you don't.
But what they
fall apart.
Yeah, but people need more than just to go to work, though. That's
true.
People need to feel connected. So I think that's one thing, men in the Manosphere, we got bad, man. It's like it seems like we're obsolete at this moment. So who are we able to connect with? The original point was to be able to connect and start a family, and to be able to govern and lead that family, and have that family be under your direction. And your tutelage, but
that's been passed down for eons, right? Well, what happens when it changes?
And now the school is the educator. You're obsolete. The kids go to school. They go to an after school program. Mom cooks home or brings home fast food or makes hamburger helper, and then wakes up and does the next thing the next day. I mean, the same thing the next day. So where do you fit in?
That we have to settle. You have to actually solve that problem. Where do people fit in?
I have no answer to this.
Nobody does. That's the whole thing. Nobody does.
Yeah, I wanted, when I was younger, and I think I wanted to have a family.
Yeah.
But these things are elusive nowadays. I mean, you got women can have children out of wedlock.
Yeah.
And they can divorce you anytime they get ready. So
and that's global. They don't have to marry you in the first place, right?
So I mean, the social stigmatization that came along with being a hoe. I mean, you saw the new video WAP.
Yeah.
So now you got the WAP.
Yeah.
Wow.
You have the WAP, you got the LGBTQI, you got gender fluidity, which is all kind of concepts that are coming up that didn't exist before.
So, Dr. G and BGS, would you try to say they're trying to think of a way to make men obsolete?
No, they're trying to change men or the idea of what we call men into something else.
Yeah. So my problem with feminism has been that, I mean, overall, just my thought process without research, because I've studied feminist philosophy, but just about it. My viewpoint is women want the rights and the responsibilities of, well, put it this way, not the rights. Let me rephrase this. Women
the power and authority.
Want the power of men and the privileges of women and the responsibility that goes along with neither one of them. That's where men are the problem.
You know, it's funny, Dr. G. I used to say this. A lot of women in the modern times want the power and authority of men with none of the responsibility and accountability.
Or the sacrifice.
Or the sacrifice.
But they also want the privileges of being a woman. But women have privilege insofar as they fulfill a specific kind of social role for men. That's why men privilege women.
And can I also add something? They also want the inconsistency and the indecisiveness of children.
Yeah. The only reason women can actually do it is because it's actually enforced by the state. What happens when it's not?
That's what I want to know. Once they stop doing that, because that list that you gave, BGS, how the Chinese or the Asian governments had Western Island at the bottom.
Yeah.
Once they take over economic and that's at the bottom of their list. Are you saying from that book that you read, like once they take over, will it take 20, 30, 40, 50 years until they're the new superpower and they've got a different form of feminism there?
They are the new superpower. They've been the new superpower since 2000.
But will they fall for the same okie doke as we had? Those men going to be having feminism running their lives?
Basically, feminism is not a cause; it's an effect.
Okay.
If you take on, that's what's happening in Colombia, in Chile, and other places like that, right? Okay. You take on you change the environment to match the West. Okay, you're going to take on the culture too, because those two things are almost inextricably linked. They're linked together. Okay, culture, environment informs culture, not the other way around.
Aren't they learning from our mistakes, what's been happening here? They want their men 50 to 100 years from now rising up against their different form of feminism.
You solve problems that you have in front of you. You don't worry about 100 years from now. If you can't get past the next 20, the 100 doesn't matter, does it?
Nope. I just know that the Asians they plan for 100 years out.
What I'm saying, they might have planned, but they planned for it. They're looking at it right now. It just shows you if you make that decision, right? Okay, there's a trade-off. What's the trade-off that just showed you?
You gotta live with the consequences. It may not work the way you think it's going.
In other words, you're gonna have a declining population.
Yeah.
That's your trade-off, okay? Other countries will make different decisions. In other words, I don't know. It's something that we don't completely understand. They're looking at it. They're studying it because they don't understand it. The thing is the observation is clear, okay?
Well, and I know in China that they had a problem with making babies. So is that one of the reasons you think that they're all in on the African continent? Setting up shop, impregnating these women.
Okay, making babies. As soon as the Industrial Revolution came, right, the first 100 years, your birth rate went from like 8 or 9 down to below 3 in 100 years without birth control. Okay, down to below 3 without birth control. That's the effect of the environment changing. Okay, that's just an effect of the environment changing. And what if you change it even further toward where you need less people to work, less people to man machines? Women need less men to actually afford a kid or something like that. What's going to happen?
And China is ahead with AI, so
and China's birth rate is 1.4. something like that. They're feeling the same effects. They're just making different decisions.
Okay.
The effects are the same. The effects are all over. The only place where it's growing, where populations are still growing normally, is in Africa. Why is that? They haven't industrialized.
So here's my question.
Not yet. But they're on the rise.
When the thing is, when they do, it will change. But they haven't yet. That's how come you still see it.
And the Chinese are right there, right now, waiting.
The thing is, well, that's a whole different conversation. Okay, about what can and will not happen, because say that Chinese can't get the population of the continent under control. Right, you have at the year 2100, you have 4 billion or over 4 billion people on that continent with technology, with weapons, with whatever. Right, you think they're going to be subject to you?
They're going to dominate anything they want.
They're going to dominate. They're going to dominate Europe first.
I mean, you got to think about it. They don't even have to wage war. All they got to do is import.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, that's what it basically
import
is.
heavily.
All they got to do is
just push us out the way.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think they're doing now? They can't. Half of Europe is sterile.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
but you know who paid me to actually do those charts from Quigley originally? And that was back in 2003, 2013. Actually, a man in Korea who worked for the DOD. He paid me, and what do you do these slides for me? Okay, he paid me to do that back in 2013.
And you know what's funny? This, and it goes back to who she will not be named.
But I want Dr. Gigi to help me with this, though.
Go ahead.
Repeat
that, though. Repeat it again.
Huh? No, I was saying is about demographics and the decisions that these cultures are making with the post-industrialism, and one is giving women more rights and one is restricting rights, right? Yeah. And I want to say is I don't fully understand it. I'm asking questions. What I'm just saying is that these are observations.
Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Like that?
Well, the environment changes first, obviously. And the thing is, what decisions do they make and what consequences do they have, and how do they make these decisions about family formation and stuff like that? That could be different from Black America, because where we're doing it is, basically in chaos. So the thing is, did they find a better way? Did they organize it a different way? Does the government help in certain ways, or what's the difference? Because we know what's causing it. The thing is, what are the effects according to the decisions that you make?
Well, I can tell you. Well, we already know what the effects are on a Black community in terms of being able to, educate a group of people and to get them to be productive. I mean, we got a group of guys who are raising themselves and they're not doing well in school, and they don't have male mentorship or leadership because they don't feel like they have any interest in mentoring them. And, but I mean, Black people exist in a unique situation in this country.
Yeah. In the world, really.
Yeah. So it's like our demographic is not a homogenous society. So, there's a whole different set of things going on in our culture that are different than, like you said, anywhere else in the world. But man, I mean, it's difficult being a Black male, man. I can tell you that.
Oh well, the thing is that what other societies doing that's different from us? Because obviously they have the same problem, and how do they handle it?
Do you think it's because of the way Black women view Black men?
Well, what's his name? Monahan said that back in 65, which women are actually nuts.
Because I really do, and that's what it goes back into full circle about she will not be named.
Yeah.
She was so quick to try to pick apart the argument that a lot of the questions she asked was already in the subject matter.
Yeah.
And it was so funny, huh?
Why do you think Monahan named his study after what's his name's book about the Negro family in the United States?
Because
he was accurate.
Because he was accurate as a bitch, and he needed
If you read that, if you read that book, you understand why black women, number one, were never our women in the first place. They weren't brought. They're actually socialized on a different platform than black men.
They were the concubine class.
And the culture evolved from there. So black women have never been under your control.
So they basically were the concubine class of the higher ups.
Yeah, they basically were here for a reason. Okay, and the reason was not to be your woman.
And it's crazy because I did that for a test. You know me. You know me. I'm just that curmudgeonous motherfucker. Even when you say something, I always got to test it. That's the area for me.
Yeah. Well, you joined the club, so there's a lot of people.
and it was funny because I tested her to see what she would say. She was like, "Your cause is noble, but it's not functional in the real world."
Because she didn't think of it.
That's because of why. And I know her like a book. And I said, one thing about her, she's always surprised about my intellect. You got 2 4-year degrees, and I can outsmart you 3 days out of Sunday.
Yeah, and Gigi can tell you it works like that in academia too.
and it's funny because it's like, so, well, if you were promoting this to Congress, I said I could get the book right now, and I made a book. I could give it to right now to Congress or City Council or the State Senate, and they'd be like, well, "Okay, we're on board." Because as soon as you say, "We'll increase your incarceration rate, we'll save you money," we're on board.
That's assuming they want to decrease the incarceration,
and that's the big part. Because even if you don't put it to Congress, would it help the John Q. public and the black community?
Well, basically, you know, if I went to Washington D.C., look, you're trying to turn Baltimore into a suburb of Washington D.C. It's 40 miles away, right? 38 miles, 40 miles away from D.C.
40 miles.
You're a suburb. You're a fucking suburb. Okay, and your impact is going to be felt all the way in Washington D.C. Okay, it would behoove you to actually look at this plan and change things.
And that's the part and that's the biggest part that when I spoke to people, and every time I speak to a female friend of mine that's black, I said that's what she just did was the same shit I said about black females for years.
Yeah.
The reason why you got so much shit in the black community is because you have, 1, you underestimate the intelligence of your men, and 2, you have no fucking faith or reliability in them.
Yep. Well,
they resent that also, Charles. It's heavy. It's obviously she resents you on a cellular level. I mean, just the fact that you came up with that. It's like what me and another brother said before. If some white dude came up with that, she would be on board.
This is the same motherfucker who told me when I told her the issues that Black America faced in the Monahan report. She's like, "Why are you quoting such an old book?" I said, "Well, goddamn, you're a Christian. How old is the Bible?"
Bible's old as fuck. Yeah.
I said the Bible's about 2,000 and 2,500 years.
Excellent analogy. And did that shut her up?
Oh, it shut her up like a fucking drawbridge. Oh, you're not too familiar with me, Dr. G, yet. Oh, trust me, I shut up.
Sorry about that.
I love you. I love your podcast format, by the way. I was loving your last one. And it's funny because I look at this shit, and I've sent it to at least about 20, anywhere from 30 to 40 people. And one thing I've noticed, and they're all black, one thing I noticed, I think she's probably the first person to actually read the whole thing. But it was an experiment, and I knew what she was going to do. She was going to try to pick it apart before she says any pros and cons. I said the book actually is the same thing like our policies in the department. Is every policy going to be met to the T? No. That's why you have workarounds in it.
Yeah. Dr. Gigi, put the links to your latest video in the chat.
Oh, which one you talking about?
The one that you said there's one that you just did that you were mentioning. About JD, was it JD or something like that? I can't remember the name of the video you actually mentioning. I was just say put it in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, my brain is not in the place where it needs to be.
It's a new platform. You're not used to this. I usually try to put all your videos in my community page.
Yeah, well, what I recently did though, because what you were talking about earlier was of prime interest to me when you talk with these black boys, and just the way that even black men in the these black boys, it's unsettling to me, man. I mean, to hear them be referred to as Pookies and Ray Rays, the same kind of pathology.
Yeah.
That white people talk about black men as happening. I mean, they want to separate themselves and cleave themselves apart from the so-called criminal class of black boys. And my whole thing is, the criminality of black boys is much higher than that of white boys. Because it's systematic. It's not like these boys are innately immoral. They have some sort of genetic deficiency or some sort of cultural depravity. It's poverty, and we're dealing with some deep class issues, and we are dealing with some deep cultural issues, though, primarily because, I mean, we live in a culture of poverty. I mean, and it was
we do. We permanent underclass, according to Dr. Anderson, and we reflect that. But the thing is, what do we think about ourselves? Where does that come from? That comes from what we've been taught. That's training.
Yeah, niggas ain't shit.
Niggas ain't shit. Yeah,
niggas ain't shit, and that's what I don't want to buy into, and I'm not going to subscribe to that.
Yeah,
I'm not going to proliferate that idea because I feel like a lot of guys who are criminals are some brilliant guys. And, there are a lot of dumb college, educated motherfuckers. Yeah. So intelligence is spread all over the place. And one of the things I like to, and I love to tell people is, what college does is it doesn't necessarily lead to someone who is thinking and who like yourself, BGS, it's where you go to get indoctrinated.
Yeah, you do. It does. Yeah.
It teaches you how to endure boredom. That's what school is in America anyway. It teaches you how to endure boredom and how to take orders and how to use all of your productive time being profitable for somebody else.
Yeah, that's the Prussian school system. So that's the model. Yeah.
So you got a bunch of people who are miseducated who feel like they're morally superior than you are because they have a degree, and half of these kids come to these classes and they're not taking advantage of the information. And they're not there to view it as intrinsically valuable. They're there to use it as an instrument to work for a company.
Yeah, they need a box to check. Yeah.
So they're not natural philosophers, like going because they love learning things. They're there because this, like you said, it's a box to check, a hurdle to get over, a hoop to jump through.
Right.
Not time for me to go work somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically to qualify me. Yeah.
And that's why the most, millionaires and members of the capitalist class, they're usually, if they are college educated, they used it as a stepping stone to push their idea forth. They use it as a way.
Yeah, most guys that are successful, that are millionaires or billionaires, they make their money in what they were trained for.
Right.
Yeah. They got it out the mud just like everybody else.
Or they drop out of college, or college was something they were doing while they did their project off the ground.
It was like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, they got it out the mud just like everybody else. Even though they're a billionaire, they got it out of the mud. Okay.
Yeah.
No difference. Had a little help, but they still got it out the mud. Ain't no difference between what Valdez is doing or anybody else is doing on YouTube versus Bill Gates or Steve Jobs. Even though they're billionaires, even Steve Bezos,
Right.
You got it out the mud the same way.
So
better mud, but still the mud.
True indeed, man.
Steve Bezos is a motherfucker. That dude gave how many billions to his ex-wife, and he made more back.
Well, they cut a deal, man, and I'm not mad at her.
I'm just saying, he earned all that money back and then some.
Yeah, but he was driving a Toyota for years, man. Yeah, with a little desk when he first started. He got it out the mud just like everybody. They think that they're doing this spectacular shit, but they get it out the mud just like a drug dealer, man. Same thing. Different product.
You know the difference between a drug deal and a businessman?
What's that, bro?
The government taxes you.
Exactly.
No, actually, the drug
They
dealers
tax you more.
they get taxed because the slippage and street costs, and also the to clean their money costs them like 10 or 15% to clean your money. They get taxed just a different way.
On the back end. Oh yeah.
That's why like I'm glad Dr. G mentioned it. I came across, I actually speak to motherfuckers because, my parents taught me some etiquette and manners. I actually speak to people who are drug dealers, and these are some of the brilliant motherfuckers you'll ever meet. And it's like the Killing Joke. A lot of people turn to crime, like the Joker said, because of one bad day.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on how you look at that day, determines how long that misery or that bad situation lasts, and also what happens afterwards. And it kicks me in the ass, even to this day, like Dr. G said, how we look at black boys, how we just treat them like shit. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to fucking make it an elegant word for it. You treat them like shit. And it's funny, I sent it to another female, also has a degree.
Mm-hmm.
She says, well, it's 53 pages. I said, is that hard? And I'm looking at it like,
you have a degree, you know how to read.
Yeah. And I'm looking at it like, see, this is the reason why the black community doesn't go forward. I swear to God, this is my hypothesis. The black woman was over here to keep us 200 fucking years behind. I'm starting to think that.
Yeah. Black Torch, the doctor is here, so hit the link and come up, man. I don't think you want to go up against a philosopher. You're gonna lose that argument.
I don't know what his beat was.
I'm here to learn. I'm not trying to go up against him. I'm here to learn, baby.
Yeah, basically, he's in the academy. What are you talking about? He knows what he's talking about.
The reason I say what I'm saying is because I teach kids. And so, I know what the brightest and the best students are doing, and the amount of commitment that they have to learning, not just their majors, but the core curriculum. Because people who love to learn. They just have a spirit of wanting to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And some people are there just to jump through a hoop so that they can get a job. Right. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that per se. But I think the person who has a natural thirst and a drive to learn lives a much, more enjoyable life. That's just my view of it, and they get more out of the educational process.
Women in Pookie do not enforce the system. The higher ups enforce the system. Black Torch. Women in Pookie are actually an effect and not a cause.
I would concur with you on that one. It's no secret. You didn't get this influx of criminality until white men created it. They created the drug war.
Yeah.
And so that's why you see all these black people going to jail. And let me just say this. Anybody that knows economics knows that when you make something illegal and there's a supply for it, somebody's going to demand it, and then the price of the commodity that's in demand is going to skyrocket.
Yeah.
So there are people who are willing to take the risk in order to make that kind of profit.
Yeah, if you look at even though it's not a great series, go look at the series Snowfall on it was at FX or wherever it is, or Hulu. You know exactly where it is. They actually go through it from the angle of the street kid, the Mexicans, and the government. They willfully made a decision to do this shit.
Yeah.
It's not in the vacuum. Okay.
And they did the same thing with alcohol, and the same kind of results ensued.
Yeah,
from the prohibition of alcohol. So they've been through this social experiment before.
Yeah.
So it's not as if they didn't know what the results were going to be. I mean, you got Italian mobsters and a whole bunch of other people, killing each other over the monopolization of the sale of illicit alcohol.
Yeah. There's I got to go back and reread it. There's a book called Dope Incorporated that actually talks about this kind of stuff, how they make money and they make certain decisions and to sacrifice certain populations in pursuit of money or control.
And even when you read Michelle Alexander's book, there are a lot of historians that don't agree with some of the ways that she talks about, some certain amendments. But the idea here is these people have manufactured the technology. I mean, they have created a technology of oppression. They know what they're doing. And before they even began to criminalize black men with this crack cocaine epidemic that they created, they had already took down the mob. They already had taken the weapons and the technology of war and used it to take down the mafia. And so they already had the laws and the intelligence technology set in place. So all they did, because in the 70s is when they performed their big sting on the mafia, and they basically, sterilized the mafia. And they just took the same infrastructure and the same agencies and renamed them and used them against black men. But all I'm saying is you got a group of black men who live in a culture right after the 60s. So you get deindustrialization, you get the emergence of a service-based economy, you get the outsourcing of manufacturing, right? And so black men find themselves in this pocket in these urban areas. Like, what the hell are we going to do? Right? And how you can make some money. And these guys, like in New York, in LA, these guys were making millions of dollars, selling drugs. Like Nino Brown is not an exaggeration. It's like real life. So how do you tell a young guy, 19, this guy's not, the human male brain is not even fully developed until 25 years of age. So you get a young guy who is smart enough to make that amount of money and to have a process and a system set up and to defend what it is that he's doing, to act as if it's nonsensical and it's just, something indicative of pathological behavior is ignorant to me. There's always been crime. You always are going to have crime. There's no country, no nation, nowhere you can go where you're not going to have criminals.
And also crime to a certain extent is a little bit subjective in terms of they could just make anything crime. Looking at a white woman was a crime. If they wanted to make it a crime, you could just make it a crime. If we had free non-regulation, dudes who just could make money any way they want to, granted, it'll tear the civilization up.
That's true. Let me get my cash apps real quick. Make sure everybody gets in. Marvin, thank you. And BJ, obviously, thank you. Sherman, I think I always thank Supreme Idmore. But go ahead and continue.
Yeah, the only other thing I wanted to say is that we do so much to try to degrade our own population, right? It's just, it makes it easy for us to make the case that we're better and more acceptable to white people. I just don't like that, because I come from the mud myself, and I know many men who were engaged in illicit activity in their early 20s, and they came out of it in their late 30s, and they actually grew up and became men with families. So we're the only group of people who cannot make a mistake. You better not make a mistake, right? They'll put you away for centuries, man. And they'll put you away for years. They give you life sentences. And my whole viewpoint on it is the world was just fine. The entirety of the civilized world was not falling apart at the seams when cocaine was legal. It used to be in Coca-Cola. Used to be in Pepsi-Cola. The biggest drug addict during westward expansion was the white woman. She was high off cough syrup with cocaine in it. So these people created the technology of oppression and in the incarceration of black male life, and that's what they did. They ran with it. Many men took the risk, but there are a lot of men who've gone through that process, that gauntlet, and have still been able to come out of it. And still have a productive and meaningful.
They sacrificed the whole population as a means to an end, and when it was time to roll it up, they went in and actually incarcerated all these people to actually clean up their mess.
Right.
From the beginning to the end.
So the proof is in the pudding. It wasn't until the 40s that the war on drugs actually began. Like, it started with marijuana. And then it it proceeded with other, substances. I think Harry Aslinger was the person who put all of this into play.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, I can't remember what organization he belonged to, but I do remember the name Harry Aslinger. Look that up. He's the person that led this whole orchestrated movement towards the criminalization of marijuana and then the other.
Oh yeah. Financed by William Randolph Hearst.
But you know what I find funny though, Green Gorilla, is that it ain't really these dudes are upset that this is happening to black people, right? What I find interesting is that they're really just mad at the assimilation in the process, meaning like what Dr. Claude Anderson is saying, Dr. I always call you Doctor, but Dr. BGS is saying is black people were supposed to be the permanent underclass.
Mm-hmm.
If black folks weren't considered the permanent underclass and we could swap with any other demographic group in America, you would never hear shit from niggas.
That's the dilemma. Like that's, my whole point has been that black people are like the tragic mulatto. You ever heard of that term?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you can't quite fit into the black race. You can't quite fit into the white race. So you got a group of bourgeois Negroes who can't quite fit in with the so-called substrate of black people, but you can't also be interconnected with white people the way you want to. You can't fully integrate into their culture because you're black.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not something that we did. It's something that white folks did.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want you to intermix with their children. I mean, some of them do. You're going to have outliers, but by and large, they're not. One case an example. I'm not saying this is not like true all throughout the Americas, because I mean, like take Mexico, for example, or even Brazil, or other places, Costa Rica, places like this. But you have more African slaves who went to these countries than even to the Americas.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
So, but the question I always pose to people is, why haven't black people in America been fully absorbed into the social body? Only about 500,000 people who were slaves arrived here on the shores from the transatlantic slave.
Yeah, they were bred like animals, and they kept them bred like animals. And then when it was time to actually free them, they didn't. The immigrants that were coming over didn't want them part of America. They tried to ship them out,
right?
But there wasn't enough money nor enough will to actually ship them out completely out.
So we exist in a liminal state in this place. I mean, to some degree, we've been absorbed into the social body after the civil rights movement. I mean, to us,
it's increasing, but the thing is, it's still in process. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I always. You ever watch that movie with Will Smith called iRobot?
Yeah.
And at the end of that movie, he walks up to that robot and he says, "What do we do now?" That's bluffers. You don't know what to do. You have no clue. You have the whole world to go do what you want, but you don't know what to do.
Yeah,
it's your choice to go do what you want to do.
Yeah,
and what we're seeing now is a little bit of what Dr. T.S. Johnson's been saying. You see a little bit what Kevin Sams is saying when you're watching other demographics of women coming in here. Them other women ain't stupid. 6 figures are 6 figures. And as long as she knows she ain't got to be as crazy as no B-Dub, she can be crazy, but she just ain't got to be as crazy as no B-Dub. Most brothers going to take that deal. So now brothers got an option, right? Which is you're going to get assimilated in. Yeah. And so that's the crux of the crux of it is what BGS said is you have your boys going to the schools with these girls and the people who are teaching them. You think about back in the 1950s and 60s, it was B-Dubs teaching black boys. We taught our own school system, and you just give that up. You just give up being a teacher.
And they're like Dr. Gigi knows how indoctrination actually works. It works very well.
Yep.
It works very well. Anybody else want to jump in? Because we're getting up. We got about 20 more minutes. Go ahead. Jump in.
So there's Doc. So you had brought something up about there's no such thing as rights. Okay. And you said one of your concerns was these men roaming around without a purpose. Okay. So I'm having this discussion with my friends. I'm trying to help her understand something, but she feels like she's entitled to something that she's not. So, what she feels like she's entitled to is nonviolence, right? So I tell her, I says, you want protection, but men at our essence only protect what's ours. If it or you don't belong to me, I'm not gonna risk my life to protect it.
That's just natural, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So if you got a bunch of group of boys, so that's the first side of the coin. But the second side of the coin, or another slither, I guess you could say, for manhood is men want to own shit. I don't care if it's a horse. I don't care if it's a car. I don't care if it's some land. That's in our nature. I see it. I want it. I'm occupied, or I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, I mean,
so if you go ahead, I'm sorry.
Things. I mean, they like to put their work and their labor into something, and to not have it interfered with by other people coming in and throwing monkey wrenches into the program. I mean,
right.
Who wants to live a life with a woman that any other man could just randomly just start banging? Nobody wants that.
So that's why I'm asking. So take that same thought process going forward, because I'm on the same thought processes with you, right? Which is, if we got a whole bunch of children being born out of wedlock, and we're going into probably the greatest depression of all times globally, and you have no one, BJS, what's the age range for revolutionaries?
Between the ages of
16 to 45.
15 to 45 is called arms bearing years.
So you don't have young boys. So you don't have no young boys in school no more, which they finna. But I think they're gonna call it here in the next couple of weeks. You have a lot of your men out of work. At the end of the day, who's gonna come protect this property, and who's gonna come protect these people? Because you've already said that most of the men have already checked out. But eventually they're going to check back in, meaning, you know what? I'm not going to live on this planet without not owning some shit. I'm going to go take it. I don't care. Meaning all these other civilizations were just big ass gangs, groups of men that says, yo, let's click up and make a big ass clan or whatever, and let's just go take this shit.
Mm-hmm. It's organized, yeah.
It's organized. So that's what I'm saying. Are we seeing? I'm following what the Green Gorilla is saying. I'm just trying to figure out are we going to see a repeat of just primitive behavior? Go ahead, man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go so long.
No, look, this is what kills me about people in nonviolence.
Mm-hmm.
It kills me. The only way that you have safety and security is by means of violence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. or the threat of.
Any police officer knows this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if there's no threat of violence and no punishment for wanton behavior, then you're going to have a free for all.
Mm-hmm.
But
pretty much it works for my 13-year career.
But I think Black people have a problem with the police is that they don't have any decision-making power when it comes to the drafting of laws and the management of their own existence. That's what they have a problem with the police.
But Dr. G.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just told when I came up when myself and Cerulean came up with this initiative that there's too many holes in it to function in real time. And I'm like, what would you add, even though it's already there that you wanted to add? So in other words, and in the initiative, we say a lot of these Black boys need to be groomed to be police, military, and fire. You're in the most sought after job description ever, especially since COVID hit.
Right.
You are going to be thrust into the middle class anyway. And I've noticed this when I looked at another panel with a retired LA sergeant. They're too busy trying to give the jobs to the women, but the women can't hack it because they're not physically fit or have the hand strength to move the slide up and down on the gun.
Look, at the end of the day, men are martial. Bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
This is our nature. We are martial. We will protect what is ours.
That is your biological imperative.
That's what we do. I mean, the very idea that you can live in the world free from any form of harm or violence or the vicissitudes of nature is like it's romantic. It's quixotic. It's not realistic. It's imaginary. It's like going to Disney World. That shit ain't real. The reality is that the world is a violent place. It is.
Mm-hmm.
We just so happen to live in a country that's relatively secure. Even for all of the violence that does go on here, women are mostly, they're immune to most of it.
Mm-hmm.
They act as if like, they're being subjected to oppression by men and by whatever. But I mean, the reality is women in this country are among some of the most safe women in the world. This is not Boko Haram ain't coming in this bitch kicking indoors.
Nope. Well, we don't have to worry about
Boko Haram can't even come 100 miles off the U.S. coast.
I'm gonna put it to you this way: you know, you're a free country when you get to talk about how oppressed you are.
Exactly, man.
Yeah, and it's funny because, like I said, I was called a sexist. Who, me? When I did a panel, when I said I don't think women need to be in combat, and that's just me looking out for the safety of women. What you mean women can't be in combat? I said, well, bitch, have you been in combat? I have.
Get in the octagon. If you're a woman weighing 150 pounds, get in the octagon with a 185-pound man.
No, you don't even need to do that. If you're 165, 170 pounds, get in there with George St. Pierre.
Yeah,
you're looking at a man who's naturally, men not even working out, they're naturally 2 to 3 times stronger than you. Then add in the guys who actually work out. It's almost.
Hey Charles, let me ask you a question. Let me interject and ask one question. Most of the times when y'all got in y'all firefights, did y'all go in fully fresh, or were y'all carrying all that heavy ass gear and been out in the heat all fucking day? And then it's at an inopportune time that you get attacked.
Yeah, you get when it's Murphy's Law, you get shit happens at the worst possible opportunity at the worst possible time. So when I had to tell this fucking fembot, as I like to call him, I said, first of all, you can romanticize all that G.I. Jane shit you want, but when ass kicking needs to be done, it ain't gonna be by you.
Exactly. This is why I have a problem with women getting out here protesting and doing all this shit in front of the police, because it's the semblance of revolution, but it's not really revolution at all. Like if some shit was to, like, say for example, like, God forbid, if there was race war, these women would be somewhere cooking some sandwiches or some shit.
No, you know what would happen? They would be trying to sleep with the enemy.
Yeah, well,
that's just historical facts, because women were considered. Women were called what in war? The spoils of war. Just you're no different to an invading force than gold and property.
Yeah.
Let me add to that too. In this, that the women of good character and with loyalty and stood by their men got killed with them men. The leftover ones was the ones going, hey, my husband dead. I don't give a fuck about that nigga.
Exactly. and you already
that's his nature, man.
But you already have a culture where you don't respect your men and the power and the proudness of man. And it's funny because I remember, and it's funny, I got to bring her up again. She who will not be named thought she could take me in a fight.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you still got your Muay Thai gear, right? Yeah. I got my gear in the car. We'll go into the gym and I'll use 15% of my power. You can use all of yours.
Did she take you up on it?
She was like, hell no. I said, 15% of my power, I'll bring you to your knees with a goddamn body shot. I said, so I'm like, where did you even come out of your mouth thinking that shit?
Yeah,
I'm like, you see, I said, you see that?
Watching Disney.
I said, you see that? I said, you see that 405 pounds? Yeah. And I've said, you see me lay that shit on my chest for 20 seconds and lift it up with no problem, right? Yeah. What the fuck make you think that you could take me? I'm like, that indoctrination is a hell of a drug.
But I mean, it's reinforced in popular culture. You got women kicking men's ass. You got women kicking men's ass. Like right now, I'm on Netflix. Look, I grew up in the 70s, man. We had a whole bunch of television shows that had men as heroes.
Go through Netflix right now and see if you see all the same kind of shows you used to see as a kid, fantasy and sci-fi. They all got women in leading roles.
Yeah.
But also, but Green Gorilla, but remember this though. So if you watch most of these boys, because I've been watching a lot of these videos, right, of them fighting these girls, right? Their initial programming kicks in, which is not to hit a girl.
Yeah.
So you see the pullback of their punches, right? You can watch. She's going all out, but you can see the pullback of it. Like even when I watch my boy play against these girls, they won't hit them. Like when we used to play back on the playground, we used a brave girl to come out there with them dudes because playing smear the queer, everybody was getting it. We didn't care who you were. You know what I mean? So I'm starting to see the pullback or the. I'm starting to see that spell start to go away bit by bit by bit.
Yeah.
Where these dudes are actually now starting to go, fuck it, I'm gonna fully swing on this chick. And a lot of these women are going, oh, y'all stronger than I really thought y'all was, or what these movies are showing.
You know what they said.
The doc was trying to get in. Go ahead, Doc.
No, but what I was going to say to that is these boys have been socialized to view women as social and political equals. Even though they've been told don't hit women, they've also been told that women have the same rights, the same responsibilities, the same, social status as they do.
And the same strength and the same proudness and the same. Like, here's my shit, right? You know the first thing they told us at the academy? If you got a thing against hitting women, that'll go away quickly. You're called when a woman hits you. At least she kick you in the nuts. I remember it was like one of those times, man. This lady hit me in the fucking eye. And I mean, the spirit of fucking Ike Turner came upon me. And I backhand her so fucking hard into a wall. And the words, who the fuck do you think you are? And see, people be like, well, you can't do that to a woman. Shit.
Charles, you seen that video?
You saw what happened in Baltimore, right?
Mm-hmm.
When that lady hit that cop, that was a big ass lady. If she hit that fucking, she staggered.
That's who I thought of. I thought of Charles when she got hit.
No, if I see that was Detective. I won't tell his name, but he laid out. If Charles would have hit her, she probably.
She'd be waking up in the hospital, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Charles, you seen that one video where the girl, they had the basketball, or I guess a football game, and they got to pick this chick up, and they had 4 officers had to pick her up and carry her out, and she swing hit that black dude in the face. He turned around and punched her, knocked her out. I thought of you when I saw that too. I said,
I know
Charles in different area codes knocking them out.
I know the one in Baltimore. I actually know the officer who did it, and it's funny because I'm looking at this shit and I'm like I've told people the only sport boys and girls get to compete against each other is wrestling, and I've actually had to coach some girls, and I'm like, first thing I do when I be like, hello, how you doing, and I throw them, bow. I don't even go. I go balls to the walls, landing on them when I throw them. Oh, it hurt.
Yeah. Jump in, Lindy, because we're at almost like 6.5 hours. So you guys jump in. Go ahead, Lindy, jump in. If you can hear me.
Lindy.
And
there was a reason why I did it because. Oh, go ahead, Lindy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Go ahead, Charles. I wasn't saying anything.
I was just finishing up because it was like when I coached them, I'm like, you do know there are not that many girls wrestling. You're going
to a candygram for Lindy.
Hey, Charles, one quick question.
Yeah.
When you have these conversations with them when they get in fights with men, do you ask them if we were just 2 minutes late or even another 5 minutes late, what would you have done? Does that cross their mind that they are in a fight with a man?
No, because when women get upset, they get illogical. They don't. They look at the totality they go in there balls to the walls when they know they got somebody coming to rescue them. When there's no rescue, Oh shit, this is for real. That's when they want to talk about nobody protecting us. You being a curmudgeonous bitch this whole time, and you really think that somebody's supposed to protect you. Good luck with that.
That's my whole point, bro. That's my whole point is, like the brother said before, a man is not obligated to protect somebody he doesn't know. We live in a society, man. It's 40 million Negroes in America, man. Am I supposed to just randomly and spontaneously like start, putting my coat over puddles when it's raining outside, or bringing umbrellas out, or making sure every woman that I come across is like able to get to her car safely? Like, this is just ridiculous, man. Like, women don't deserve to be like haphazardly and miscellaneously slapped around and beat up. But I mean, some of these women bring a lot of this crazy shit on themselves, man. But that's what we're not doing this culture, to hold women accountable for the fucked up shit that they do.
Hey, Dr. G, you know what they found out? Guess what the statistics are for Black women starting domestic violence?
What's the stats, my brother?
64%.
Oh yeah, I can definitely believe that.
I believe that. Yeah, because that's the issue with our argument that I'm having with this chick in terms of, is it wrong to hit a female, right? Or is a domestic violence wrong? And so she keeps saying, yeah, it's wrong. And I says, well, of course you say it's wrong because you're on the receiving end of it. But let's not jab. I won't jab you. I says, but the issue is not if domestic violence is right or wrong. The issue, what you're really trying to ask, is if you continually keep stepping out of line, that this dude can't put you back in line. That's what you're really trying to ask. I want to be able to do whatever I want to without getting knocked upside my head.
I've had a conversation with ladies before about that, especially these old pros. Well, you're a man. You thinking my hits don't hurt you? I said, well, do I bleed and do I scratch? I said, I asked these ladies, I said, would you go out into the woods and you see a bear and the bear's doing something you don't like, right? He doing regular, chilling bear shit. And, bear minding his business, not paying any mind. You go upside the head of that bear. What you think that bear is going to do? Oh, he's going to fuck me up. So why you do it to men?
I just need to know what the origin of the blocking the door move is. Who was the first bitch to block the door saying, you don't get to leave this conversation, even when a dude is just trying to leave so he don't knock the shit out of a woman?
Probably
That's the
Eve.
Black history I want.
Probably Eve.
Probably Lilith.
No, it was Eve. It was Eve.
The funny thing about domestic violence policy is the police used to come and, when the shit, they didn't arrest anybody initially. And they kind of like left it up to the couple to figure out what they were going to do. But then, after the Duluth model, it was like you got to have a mandatory arrest. If a woman calls the phone, or calls 911, and then, something happened, then, somebody's got to go to jail.
Yeah, thank you, OJ. Thank you, OJ.
That's why they changed the laws about it, because too many women were lying, and then they'll go to court holding hands, trying to keep them in check. But then again, Puerto Rico officers who transfer from Puerto Rico used to say, because a guy would automatically go to jail for some time. So what happened was they had to change the laws because them bitches were ended up dead.
Yeah.
They're like, if I'm gonna go to jail all this time, I'm gonna kill this bitch. I'm not condoning it.
And another thing too, and this is the thing that kills me with sisters, how you know they're full of shit, is all the law is not applied to everybody equally with everyone. So a white woman has to make some different calculations when a white dude goes to jail, because they play catch and release with those dudes. So you do some gutter shit on him, he coming back. Versus a brother, obviously he's coming back, but you got a little, the system's a little bit easier on him and them up. So again, it's different kind. Like I said, when I say when black women are the most free in the United States, other than white men, women always scoff at that shit. But I'm like, in relationship to your men, man, you don't have to worry about nothing that like Hispanic men or white women got to really worry about, because at the end, yeah, go ahead.
No, but that's why I always go back to what you say and what BGS would be talking about, but primarily what you say, Eric, in terms of shopping at the store, right? If I know you're gonna keep knocking me up in my head when I go in the store, I'm gonna go find another store. And so now your customer base is just ultimately leaving. You get what I'm saying? And so the question that I came back with her is it ain't got nothing to do. There's already rules and laws on the books about if I put my hands on a man or a woman, right? But the issue is, why are you still staying in that environment and still choosing to deal with this dude?
The funniest shit is when you actually lock up the women for domestic violence. The look on their faces is so golden and befuddled. Like, what are you locking me up? Yes. And they'll start crying. I mean, you thought it was a Jimmy Swagger telethon, man, the way they cry.
Yeah, but well, Charles, I'm curious to your opinion on this, because I was looking at a video with Dennis Sperling, and he said, they starting to lock women up. Now, obviously, they're not locking women up more than women, but they're starting to close that gap a little bit. And he said, because women make better prisoners.
No, it's actually the fact of the matter that women are getting more brazen and violent. You got to think about it. If you're tamping down the boys, that becomes the men. Guess what the women are going to do? Be more emboldened and more violent.
More aggressive. That's what's happening.
BGS, you need I got you. One more thing, man. BGS, you need to do a SYSBM video. I know y'all have seen that video of the chick that ran over the dude.
Man. Yeah, that's been common in the hood for a long time, man.
But here's the thing that trips me out about the whole domestic violence conversation, man. At the end of the day, man, the greatest predictor of a woman being subjected to domestic violence is the woman's perpetration of domestic violence. We got this all wrong. I mean, like, the feminists have basically cornered this issue. I mean, the woman who started the first domestic violence shelters was a woman named Erin Pissy.
Yeah, I've heard her. Yeah, Pitzer. Yeah,
she's from Britain,
the UK.
Yeah, I remember her. Yep.
And so she realized off the bat that, like, look, over 60% of these women in these shelters are violent themselves. They're violent towards their children. They're violent towards their men, and they basically, these feminists came in and they just hijacked the narrative, and they didn't want it to be a situation in which the problem could be mitigated. It became a money issue. Domestic violence is big business, man.
Because equality is one thing. Is equality is never their goal, and this is something that the Manosphere needs to start saying. It is feminine supremacy, and we need to stop playing. They say equality, but it's real and this is how you know. You ask, same thing with LGBT. You ask, okay, paint me a perfect world for the LGBT community. Paint me what that world looks like for the end game. First of all, they don't know or they won't tell you. The ignorant ones, like the sheep, don't know. They just know, keep going and going and going. Same thing with the feminists. They don't know. Black women, they don't know. And the ones that do know are going to hesitate. And then if they are able to paint a narrative, they're lying. Because if they tell the truth, you're going to see, wow, you're really talking about supremacy. You're really talking about you eliminate what I'm about. And then something that, whatever it is, if the majority of people actually understood what that was, they would put y'all back in the box. And they know that. So they always put this veneer of equality. And if you just fill in equality for supremacy, everything, how their actions completely.
Yeah. Oh, he dropped off. Yeah.
Well, I'm about to get out of here. But the last thing I want to say about this, about feminism in general and all these policies that are supposed to prevent women from being oppressed and dominated and subjected to violence, all of it is predicated upon patriarchy to begin with. Because who the fuck is going to enforce the laws?
Exactly. They depend on
policies.
Yep.
Like, I mean, at the end of the day, all of this shit is predicated upon living in a major Western industrialized nation that is willing to protect women. So feminism in and of itself
Yeah, it's a product
by patriarchy. It's
product of it. Yeah. Lindy, you want to ask the doctor anything before he bounces?
Oh, no, I just wanted to say I appreciate him being on this platform, especially with the information he's given by the Combahee River Collective.
Mm-hmm.
It's good stuff.
Classic. Yeah.
Good stuff. You fed my nihilism even more.
You ain't shit, Lindy.
all I see, every time I see Lindy, I see that what's that dimensional ball?
Yeah,
Lindy, give me about 10 more years before you set that bitch off, man. Come on, dude.
Lindy's our man.
Yeah, man.
He'd be like, make sure you go on vacation, like within this 45-day period. Just do a 6-week vacation.
Yeah. Anything else, Lindy?
No, that's it.
That's it? Okay.
Well, thank you, brothers, for talking.
We have a Lindy sighting. I'm shocked.
Yeah, but hey, Dr. Gorilla, I'm gonna take that point about protection and rights, and I'm gonna start recording that one as my argument for it.
Drop your channel link into the chat.
I can't get into the chat, man. For some reason,
really? Okay. I'll do it. Don't worry about
it. Yeah. Another thing that the Manosphere has to start looking at too. None of the stuff that we say. Well, when I say we, I'm talking about whoever applies to. Is saying it with any hatred or malice. Like, it's just business. It's kind of like if you sit there and you're doing a merger or you're doing something like that, people will perceive it as a hostile takeover. I'm like, I know you perceive it that way, but the reality is we need what the fuck you got, and you are a publicly traded company. So we're just buying stocks, and you can feel some type of way about it, but it's just business. And when black men say what they say about the L's of the black community, we have to separate the folks that are looking at it from a just business standpoint. Like when I say that black men should find their other store, this is not about hurting black women or me saying don't date ADOS black women. This is about me saying that the only way that they'll really respect you is if you show your value that other women, you can replace them with other women. And that could be interculturally, that could be interracially, because they value those women more than they value themselves. So as I'm gonna tell you, I'm a shorter dude, and I can tell you one of the easiest ways if you're trying to get sisters is you show up in there with a good looking white chick that other white men want. Oh yeah, them chicks get noticed real quick. Same person, same personality, remake. And then obviously what BGS says as far as you got to break up with them at least one time because otherwise you're not serious.
Yeah, all right.
And this just
go ahead, finish, Edward.
Well, what I was saying is a lot of times when we have these conversations with women, they always they just put so much emotion in it. I'm like, that's just some projection shit. At the end of the day, most of us is just business. Why don't you protect this? It's just business. We don't have a social contract. What's the social contract?
Well, you should just have it if you're a real man.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, I want to thank the G with the motherfucking PhD for dropping in and gracing us. And I put the link to his channel in the chat. We want to get him over 2,000. So please go, if you're listening, go to his channel and subscribe. If you're listening on the replay, go to his channel and subscribe. A lot of good shit. We're trying to get our extras to actually be in this space. Okay, so you got to encourage them.
Listening to me, man.
Yeah.
Don't agree with everything I say. Hey, man, I'm just another human being, man. I love y'all, man.
Yeah, stop being humble. All right. Thanks, boss.
Thank you, man.
All right.
Anybody
else? Before I go.
Oh, yeah. I got a quick thought on the Tommy Lauren thought.
Go ahead. Jump in.
The Tommy Lauren question.
Okay. Go ahead. I heard parts of it, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just asking, what did you think about, what she said and how, basically she had to backtrack that shit real quick because the Eric Trumps and those white boys don't play that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, because she have no, basically, bitch, you don't have no rights. Shut the fuck up.
Because when she was saying
I don't know who you think you are. That's what they told. The white man told you. I don't know who you think you are.
Because when she said you should value and not deal with Tatiana, I thought, oh, this shit got to me. You may have one or two many black friends that go get you fucked up in this game because I don't know what world you think you in because, Tommy is not, she's attractive, but she's not like, You know, she ain't trust fund attractive. She ain't like
she's white men. White men at that level change them out. She's aging out of their particular value system. That's what she's in. In other words, hypergamy's kicking in. You didn't lock down the high value dude. Now it's too late.
Yeah, it was the soccer dude was the dude. That's where she really fucked up. The soccer dude.
Yeah, you should have took him.
Yep. So, you know, I didn't think about
he
that.
wasn't going to pick her anyways because they said he's got political aspirations, so he wasn't picking her.
Well, I mean, it depends on what those
but if you're going to do a political aspirations, you don't need a mouthy broad. You need one that's going to be quiet.
Yeah.
And play behind the scenes, you know.
She better go get her a black dude like what's her name did.
Oh, you know she can't do that because she ain't gonna be able to make money at that point. So
you done aged out.
She better start looking, researching Ann Coulter and how she did it.
Exactly. Go get you an eggplant and be happy.
Because she did it somehow with dealing with the brothers, but she kept that on the low for a long time. You know what it is though with Ann Coulter though? I don't think she's representative of the type of white woman a lot of these white dudes have. So they're like, all right, you got to have somebody. But they don't see her like a Nicole Kidman or anything like that. Or Nicole,
I think when she was younger, they did. But when she aged out, it doesn't matter because they don't want you anyway. You got to lock that dude in before you actually age out.
Yeah, there's like this lady here. She wanted to be a part of like this investment group. It's like 10 white dudes, right? Mm-hmm. Part of some quantum whatever company.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I literally watched this lady beg before they did a meetup. Literally watched this lady beg. Got money and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Dude just told her, hey, we don't have any extra spots open. You get what I'm saying? Meaning they don't want you in that crew. If they wanted you in, they'd put you in. It's just that's how people with money got work. They don't want you in it. Yeah. So I laughed and I said at the end of the meeting, I said, the guy in the meeting said he knows 400 females that are entrepreneurs, have startups. And I said, I find it funny that woman would not go invest in those 400 companies. She wanted in with them.
Yeah, because she wants somebody that's going to make some money.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And that's the thing that kills me with, you listen to her talk. And I mean, she really meant that shit. She could stop playing like she was moderating. It's like, y'all don't understand. I mean, she's white. Nashville. That's where she's from. What? So she know what the hierarchy is. She knows the country club hierarchy, and these dudes have got access. So it's kind of like you going in the NBA acting like you so talented, you don't got to practice, but you ain't no LeBron James or Zion Williamson. I mean, you belong in the NBA, but you ain't like that. It's like, come on now.
But she's Nashville pretty. She's not New York pretty. She's not LA pretty. She's not Dallas pretty. That's what she's mad about. Them rich boys. Come to Dallas for a weekend. Good God. You get what I'm saying?
Don't even think about Austin.
Yeah, good God.
I mean, she should be aiming for what's her name? What's the dude's name that was Jay Cutler types. But the problem is a lot of these women, they have this disease where it doesn't matter how good the dude is, because she actually proved that with the dude that she tried to monkey brand away from when she broke that engagement. It doesn't matter how tall he is, how good they same thing with Jada. There's actually a lot of mirrors between her and Jada. It's just Jada is not dumb. He'll just deal with anything, and Jada's not gonna activate the divorce. Because why? And it's like they think it's like I said, I'm gonna say this and I'm done because I could be long-winded.
Yeah,
these hoes want
2 more minutes.
These hoes want Yahweh. That's what they want. That's what they want. They want Jesus. So
well, good luck.
No, they don't, because he actually even claims himself to be an ugly nigga. He say he ain't pleasing to the eye, so they didn't want to be with him.
They want Yahweh. They want something. They want deity.
So I just wanted to touch on that a little bit, BGS, with that single motherhood thing. I'm interested to see how this thing rolls, especially with this. Granted, we know automation's coming.
Right.
But I still feel like that's about 3-4 years out for them to get it in place, because COVID has slowed down them actually getting out in public. But you get what I'm saying? But I'm interested to see in the next 4 years, as this money starts to dry up, how this in America single motherhood thing.
You mean the money is not dried up already?
It is, but what I'm saying is, if you look at other countries like say Colombia, or the Philippines or the Thailand, they don't have a welfare. So one of the boys, I think his name is I forgot, one of the black travelers. He was walking down the street and he just saw a mother with these kids on the street begging for money. And I'm like, and he even walked down the street and turned around and came back and gave some money. He said, I couldn't do it. I said, y'all want the women here to be like that?
Yeah, well,
you on vacation and you couldn't tolerate seeing a woman,
because you've been
and her children on the street corner. What do you would imagine it here if it's going to get like?
Because you've been socialized in a different way. So it's hard to actually go away from socialization. Yeah. We'll be exploring it a lot more. I just got started because I'm actually curious about it. Normally, I wouldn't let you peek over my shoulder like that, but I'm actually doing it right now.
I was gonna say, y'all need to keep BGS off these goddamn panels and let this nigga read.
That's true.
Because when you sent me that, I've been looking up other articles. I've been trying to find an updated article as well.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm seeing updated now is the welfare in terms of them getting child support, implementing westernized child support.
There's a paper, and the paper's like, good Lord, it gotta be like 200 pages long, right? And I'll find it and I'll actually email it to you. You can actually look through it. But I gotta read. I said, goddamn. I said, why'd it have to be a 200-page paper? But it is what it is. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, but I'm interested to see, like you said, how this thing plays out.
Yeah.
It's actually giving us an extra curveball.
Yeah. Right? Well, basically, when we talk about this kind of these kind of things, they actually get to the underlying structure of a civilization. Okay, how they make decisions, how they make choices, what are the effects that we change an environment, how it affects the people, and how do they adjust?
Right.
Yeah. Like the birth rate will go down. How do you stabilize it? What decisions you have to make to actually stabilize the population?
Let me ask you one last question, and this can maybe be a little bit esoteric. And whatnot. Do you think the human species is supposed to get off this fucking planet? Because to me, it seems like, because to me, everything I see is to keep like crabs in a barrel, like keeps knocking us back down in terms of, like you had said before, if we actually went to the asteroid belt and pulled one of them asteroids that's got all that goddamn titanium and gold in it.
Yeah, they're already in motion and doing that. What do you think the mission to Mars are? They're not there to actually actually terraform Mars. Is a jumping off point to the asteroid belt.
Gotcha.
So
I'm not saying we're not trying to do it. I'm just saying.
Oh, it won't be long. The space. Gotcha. You got the Chinese, you got the Russians, you got the Europeans, you got SpaceX and NASA all trying to do the same thing. So it'll get done. Just a matter.
So do you think it'd be in terms just like right now as, hey, the environment changing? Hold on a second. Do you think it'd be in terms of it'd be a cost, like technology has been a cost to us so far, with the environment, with our interactions, seeing how we're a social species?
Will it be a cost? I think we haven't stopped being a social species, but we'll just adapt to new techniques and new tools. Like we still socialize, we just don't do it in person. We do it over the net. We do it through text. We do it through Zoom or whatever, right? So it's changed a little bit. So this is just an adaptation to what we already do. So but nobody really knows because there aren't any maps for this.
No, I know. Yeah, I know. I know, and I'm just trying to tap into your black pill just a tad bit without going over there myself, brother.
eventually we'll get off this planet, but will it be in these bodies?
Gotcha. Yeah. My son and I would just watch that Avatar.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually kind of got me thinking of
what bodies?
Yeah.
Will it be biological or artificial? We don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways you can actually go with this, but if we will get off it one way or the other. It's just how, they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
If they haven't already.
I'll chime in briefly on this topic.
Go ahead.
I don't think that a large percentage of the population will actually leave the planet.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there will be some people who will leave for economic reasons, not necessarily terraforming Mars, things like that, but like you said, using it as a jumping off place, a proving ground or station to get to the asteroid belt. I don't really see currently, just culturally speaking, man having any desire to actually, traverse the stars like we've seen in all these science fiction television shows. I just don't see that.
Was it because the cost to do so is so high in years, time, effort, and all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
If they make it as easy as it's traveling cross country, then it's a different story.
Right, and you probably know who I'm talking about. He's a bald-headed, tattooed guy who talks about field theory and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Scientifically,
Mm-hmm.
The paradigm would have to change.
Mm-hmm.
And under the current paradigm, especially, let's say, the Newtonian, Einsteinian model, we ain't going to know fucking where.
Well, just think about it. If the Chinese cracked the code on transporters, or the what do you call it? The not the singularity, but the what do they call it? The entanglement theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
They crack that code, then you can basically beam whatever you want anywhere in the universe, as long as you have the coordinates.
Yeah,
right.
You're just, what if we are able to? What is that? I think Elon Musk calls it the ether. What's that energy source that's all around us?
Energy source? You're talking about dark matter? You're talking about the ether?
Kind of like dark matter, but I forget it's something else. But it's an energy source that we haven't tapped into yet.
Zero point or something like that.
0 point energy, yeah.
Yeah, 0 point energy. So he was mentioning that, and he was kind of breaking. This dude's freaking brilliant, but he was breaking down in terms of, there's no such thing as time, and basically we have to learn how to bend gravity, basically, to do these time.
Well, Tesla talked about free energy and all that kind of stuff, because you're flowing through a magnetic field constantly, with the sun, the planets, all that kind of stuff. If you can tap into that, that's unlimited, because you're tapping into the motion of planets and stuff like that, which is unlimited as far as
But then
as far as
also,
Earth is concerned.
Yeah, but then also you have to break away from the Einstein paradigm of relativity and all this other foolishness, because, and I was thinking about this long before I found the tattooed guy.
Oh yeah.
But
he's an interesting character, if nothing else.
Yeah, he is.
When he's actually fat, I will ask him about the stuff that the stuff that he reads, but the thing is, he doesn't give people access to his library. So
no,
yeah,
no, he put out a couple of videos talking about some of the stuff, but I think some of the stuff that he has access to, he probably, I don't know. There's something about it. He's probably been in circles when he was younger.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, where he kind of hints at it, especially places where he's been and some of the languages that he can speak. That he came across information that kind of is contrary to what is known, in the popular science circles. Especially, do you have a you got a candygram?
No. It's my brother calling me. I'm gonna talk to him in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Let me make this
finish your thought.
But yeah, they have to get away from this whole notion of quantum entanglement and all this other foolishness, and go back to what Tesla was talking about with the ether.
Yeah, I think so too. Because if you're going to travel, everybody keeps asking for a fuel source. You don't need a fuel source if you're just tapping into the ether,
right?
And if you're going and if there's no such thing as time, and basically all you're doing is bending gravity, like BGS says, we don't know what that'll do to the body. I mean, we know whatever G's a human being can't go past, but we don't know. I mean, if you're bending gravity, you may just end up a liquid piece of cloud dust out there.
Well, the thing is, if you deal with how do you transfer human consciousness, that's probably the key.
Right.
Not trying to send meat or a body through space and time is probably inefficient. When you just actually make a hologram of a consciousness and beam it someplace.
So do you think that's maybe why there's a big push in the because at the end of the day, I think what Nicole Ali talked about, the pig brain they reanimated and the proteins that they made. So basically, you could just remake another human body flesh wise.
And then just
upload a conscious mind.
Upload the consciousness. That would be the most efficient. I'm sure they're working on multiple spheres of how to solve the same problem. Just which one did they decide upon? Which one actually works?
Yeah, which one works? And last thing, I did talk to Old Crazy briefly one time.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, he's a character.
He is a character. Something happened to him where he kind of slipped off the edge a little bit.
Yeah, he did, and yeah, he's pretty black-pilled himself too.
Yeah,
but anyway, I was talking to him about it, and because he had said something, he was talking about Tesla and Einstein and all this other stuff, and then he was talking about all the BS with a lot of the warp drives and things of that nature, how it's portrayed in movies. And I talked to him briefly, and I asked him, well, what would be the one out of all the science fiction technologies that they kind of explain in the books or in movies, which ones do you think is the most feasible? You'll like this one.
Okay.
He said Dune.
Okay.
You talk about when they turn themselves into that thing?
Yeah, how they fold space.
Yeah, they fold space.
Yeah, because I'm watching. I don't know if y'all watch it, but I'll check out this. It's called the 40K universe, and so they always talk about like the space. It's a deep lore, but they talk about the when they transversing the warp and how the warp has like this demons in it, entities in it from humans, anguish or whatever's going negativity. And then it just talks about how they're traveling this. Yeah, it's interesting, kind of a little bit on the doom side of just they have these psychers and all this other kind of stuff. It's pretty deep, man. Of the way these guys can actually pierce the universe or pierce the future, in my opinion, and see something, and then just come up with this whole lore and thing behind it, So, but
everybody's fascinated with time and space. It is what it is. Closing thoughts, folks. We got to roll.
There's no such thing as time, sir.
Well, there is a phenomenon. We don't know what it is, but we call it time.
True. That's true.
Yeah. Closing thoughts.
Good discussion as usual. Good to talk to you guys.
I'm glad we had a Lindy site and hadn't had one in months.
Absolutely. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you doing the work. And I also appreciate your haters pissing you off to make you do the work.
You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You motherfucking black redneck, but you ain't shit. You know what?
I was like, I said, they're going to piss him off. He's just going to go, fuck it. Let me move these books to the side. This is the new one. Yo. So, yeah, but I appreciate that because but you had told me that years ago.
What's that?
Which is look bigger.
Yeah.
You're looking too narrow. Look bigger. Bigger. And so ever since I've been doing that, and then you're starting to match up with some of the stuff, with the single mother issue, and then on top of that, you're looking up they're finna do a world reset. You do a world reset, what do you do with all these people?
They don't know.
So that's what fascinates me, So
they do not know. That's the whole thing. They have, at this point, they have no clue because whatever plan they had just got a big ass monkey wrench thrown in it.
Yes.
Now
exactly.
they have to scramble.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So.
Yeah.
All right, folks.
Anyway, till next time, y'all. I gotta bounce. All right. Thank you guys for coming in. Peace.